Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
We are welcome to PEPAGANDA on a Tuesday, and also welcome to this space. Happy to kick off the week. We have some fun stuff to get to today. Welcome everybody in chat. I also appreciate having everybody here. You guys know what to do. Hit that like button on stream. Let's get the stream out there. Support some independent creators here. Also, say hi to Stan. He's going to be joining us today. So today's topics are going to be quite topical. So we're going to be talking about the political shift that's going on and how there is some real hope for the future of the leftist movement. I will just call it the leftist movement because at this point, with some of the traction that Zoran Mondani and AOC, Bernie Sanders, you know, the new squad or whatever the hell they're calling them, I'm inspired personally, so I hope that I can share a few things that will inspire everybody in chat and just in general today, because today is about good vibes. Now, for me personally, I've had some stuff going on in my life. If you guys were not aware, I'm not sure if I've actually talked about this on this space yet, but my wife was diagnosed with cancer just about a month ago. We are going through that. That's also why I had to miss the show last week, but thank you for everybody that showed up. I think I was in a waiting room, so I got to interact with some of you guys in chat for a little bit before we had to go back. So like I said, just wanted to get that out of the way and say thank you for anybody that has checked out the GoFundMe and donated. I really appreciate all the support, and just in general, everybody that has come to the show to support me. Thank you. So, like I was saying about Zoran Mondani, he had a rally this week. I know that Alex from this space, otherwise known as Devil's Advocate, he was there personally. So I was, gotta say, just a little bit jealous. It's okay though. I'm glad that he got the coverage. But this has taken hold where more and more people are starting to wake up to the fact that this might be the new Tea Party movement. And it is crushing MAGA mentally, where these people, they are not prepared for the idea that there actually might be traction. This is why there was so much pushback with the No Kings protests, which we saw that coming. But when you look at the percentages of the people that showed up, and then this will lead into the second topic of the day, how many people are needed to do a national type strike, where I know that, and I've looked into this, general strikes are technically illegal, right? Well, you know what else is illegal? Everything that they're doing with this government shutdown and the funding of certain areas and the defunding of other areas. So if they want to play that game, well, let's play some legal shuffleboard on that one. But without further ado, let's get to, I have a few highlights from the Zoran Mondani rally, and then we will get some takes on the political shift. So,
from corrupt politicians and the billionaires that fund them.
Oh, my volume's low.
Let our words ring out so loud tonight that
Not
Andrew
anymore.
Cuomo can hear them in his $8,000 a month apartment.
Oh, did you see the smear that is going around that he took his wife out to $125 per plate place? Yeah, that's coming out now. Which, don't fall for that crap, because the only people that are putting that crap out there are the opposition. So for anybody that even feels that tinge of just like, yeah, that is weird, Ignore it.
Let them ring so loud so that he can hear us even if he's in Westchester this evening. Let them ring so loud that his puppet master in the White House hears us.
Man.
New York is not for sale.
And we will send a loud message to President Donald Trump that his authoritarianism is no good here.
This election is taking place when we have a corrupt campaign finance system which allows billionaires in both political parties.
I saw that little girl doing the thing. I was like, is that a... I thought it was the person behind her actually just
to
like...
select the candidates they want and to buy elections.
We've all been there. We've all been to something that our parents dragged us to, and we were just kind of like, I'm bored. I'm gonna make some origami if you were good at that, or do a little doodling. I was a big doodler in church, by the way. What a cast of speakers! Absolutely, absolutely, and that's why that brings me to this. This size, they're literally calling it a seismic shift in politics, which now, of course, I went to MSNBC in the mainstream to kind of get their get the vibe. And if they're calling it a seismic shift, guys, this is something that we should be proud of. We should embrace, and we should move forward with it. So let's see what Morning Joe. I mean, how much more like milquetoast media can you get? Man, that's been I'd say milquetoast a lot in my lexicon of words.
Republicans are working to make New York City mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani the face of the National Democratic Party.
And he says thank you.
Yes.
It's about time. I mean, I'm going to take the good. I want to be hypercritical right now. I have been hypercritical about Hakeem Jeffries, but
House Speaker Mike Johnson yesterday pointed to the self-described Democratic Socialists as the future of the party, saying the left has been taken over by its progressive wing.
On Friday, there was a little bit of a seismic shift in politics. All of you noticed it over the weekend. We saw our clearest sign yet.
Bet you weren't thinking that it was going to be Mike Johnson calling it a seismic shift.
That this radical insurgent movement in the Democrat Party is succeeding. And they are ending what has always been known as the Democrat Party in America. After a months-long pressure campaign from the far left, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries finally relented. He gave in, and he gave his endorsement to the socialist running.
So do you think that they actually had something at stake there? Like maybe they were in the, poly market and they were in the betting pool, but he's kind of acting like he's just like, yeah, we're shocked by this. Shocked, I tell you.
To be mayor of New York City. The House Democrats have chosen a side. They were forced to by that far left that they're so terrified of, and they've shown the world what they really believe. There is no longer a place for centrists and moderates in their party.
So tell me, Mike, what do
There's
you
a special
believe?
place.
What do you believe, Mike? Balanced budget? God, we balanced budget 4 years.
You mean that Joe Biden wasn't a radical leftist? Fox lied to me?
Mike, you have the biggest deficit.
This is my shock face.
Ever.
Yeah.
You passed biggest government spending plan ever. You want to slash health care for people in your districts? What's he believe in? What do Republicans believe in?
People with masks jumping out at people on the street and stealing them into cars without saying who they are, what their rights are, or anything like that.
Let's see how that works.
That's a good one.
That's not a 90-10
Oh, I know.
issue.
Beef coming from Argentina, a country that the president wants
The
to
bailout.
Say what you will. This I hate this, but when talking to the more apolitical and centrist people in my life, aka my family members, thank God, because even some of the most diehard Trumpers in my family are starting to kind of pivot because they are feeling this. They're also starting to recognize the inhumanity in the ICE raids. They're starting to see the pattern of authoritarianism, and they're not for it.
Wow,
Right?
that's a big one.
Mike.
So They kind of speak for that contingent.
Likes the bailout.
Proud to be an American that bails out Argentina.
Now, is it a $20 billion? I'm confused.
God, that's annoying to me.
Is it a $20 billion bailout or a $40 billion bailout?
Yeah, we still don't know. And is it in crypto?
It's not that popular in Shreveport, I don't think.
They don't like it in Shreveport.
No, but I'm calling for it in Shreveport.
You know, one of the most
it's not as popular as Brian Kelly in
I'm trying to think,
Shreveport.
one of the most dangerous cities in
I
America.
look at that guy and I have like my mom used to do this thing where she would do a little tap on the back and she would go tap tap and then she'd look at me and go
By the
to
way.
make sure that I had proper posture.
Yeah, per capita, it's not pretty.
Yeah, it's not
But if
pretty
you're a
at all.
cattle rancher and you get up like at 4 a.m. and you're working to,
That
do
reminded
your
me.
job, you're kind of not, you're so busy trying to get
I saw a meme recently that was like, why is bad posture so comfortable? Legitimately a good question.
food on the table, and you find out that beef's being imported.
You walk
then you dig a
outside.
little deeper and you read about the bailout.
You see the cows, and they're singing the soundtrack to Evita.
That's exhausting.
And not ours, not Manny Potemkin's, but the one they just did in
Right,
London.
and they're soccer fans all of a sudden.
And they're soccer
Talking about
fans.
soccer all damn day.
Oh, I thought they said soccer fans. I was like, wow, that's a big shout out for breaking points.
like
Soccer.
Kicking soccer
The World
balls
Series
all
going
day.
on.
What's
Brian
wrong
Kelly's
with
been
you?
fired. You're talking about soccer. What's going on?
Anyway, so
I think we digress.
So what they do is, so that's what Republicans believe in. But
Well said, Etch. Oh, for fuck's sake, Joe.
one thing Republicans have done, you got to give
Yeah.
them credit. They are consistent. So now
Also, welcome everybody in chat. I'll shout you out individually here coming up.
they're trying to say, oh, they're all communists, they're all socialists.
Okay.
This has happened before. Back in 2015, Rudy Giuliani said Barack Obama had been influenced by communists.
That's your Giuliani? Oh, come on. Come on, boss.
He was not.
It's essentially by Gary Delabate. For any Howard Stern fans out there, if you know who Gary is, it's essentially the same impression where, oh, hey, boss, I have to do something. It's all, you have to mix in like a little Daffy Duck.
That same year, Senator Ted Cruz called Obama the world's most powerful communist. Now,
I had to sell all my stuff in an auction.
this is not, by the way, J-Mart, a Ted Cruz imitation.
No.
But this is a red baiting Southern politician.
Sounds like Hal Heflin.
Yeah, well, cracking best Hal
Yeah.
Heflin story ever.
Let's have a-
This is what they're like. This is what gets the guffaw out of the center.
I was at
Okay.
a state dinner
Pull it
with
together.
Ronald Reagan. About halfway through the dinner, he goes, "Mr. President, you can eat your dessert." Ronald
Stop
Reagan
it.
goes, "No, Senator, would you like?" "Yes, sir, I think."
Well,
Go.
I think that I would like to eat my pudding in peace.
Man after my own heart.
80% of people don't know who Hal Heflin is.
I
But
need
anyway,
to
They're going to Google it now.
but anyway,
Political deep cut coming in
you get the
from
point.
Joe.
And a few years earlier, then Congressman Allen West, who many people have been talking about being vice president for Mitt Romney, said that he had heard that up to 80 House Democrats were members of the Communist Party. John Heilman, this commie thing that Mike Johnson has been doing, tried and not so true because it doesn't.
Way to catch up. Wait a minute. Well, at the beginning, I might be wrong here. At the risk of being wrong, I could have sworn that I saw some MSNBC coverage or MSDNC. It's the MSDNC, and they were totally acting like the MSDNC, the DNC, the way that they were talking about Bernie, Zora Mandani. They were talking like they were some radical leftists. Well, now
The work
they're sitting here embracing them. Look,
Barack
we've been right all along.
Obama often called a socialist or a communist.
I shouldn't give
crushed
Trump any
Republicans
ideas
time
here.
and time again.
Yes, I mean, look, I mean, in the finest tradition of red baiting, we're back there for sure. And of course, I don't want to be too hyper rational about this, but why it would be just on the merits, why it would be Zora Mamdani as the face of the Democratic Party, as opposed to Abigail Spanberger, or as opposed to
who?
Mikey Sherrill,
who
are other prominent Democrats who are standing in these off-year elections.
I'm about to, for my wrestling fans out there, the New Day. Who?
Makes no sense whatsoever. And look, guys, we know the Democratic Party has a lot of problems, but
Abigail, this is the first time I've ever even heard her name.
Among its problems are not.
Why can't it be this other person who I'm just going to introduce you to? Why can't they be the face of the Democratic Party and establishment?
Sanders. You know who's been one of the most prominent Democrats over the past couple decades and has been an avowed socialist for quite a while, or at least a crowd Democratic socialist. This is a thing Republicans have tried for a long time. Again, Democratic Party has plenty of problems, and Republicans have succeeded in exploiting them. But the notion that you're going to try to paint the entire Democratic Party with the brush of the mayor of New York City.
Ha! Yeah, that's what they're going to do. They literally called everybody who disagrees with Trump a terrorist, dude. Welcome to the party, pal.
It does not seem to me that it's necessarily going to wash, although I don't think that's going to stop a lot of Republicans from trying to do it over the days, weeks, and months ahead.
And it wasn't that long ago they tried this with Bill de Blasio. And Bill de Blasio, you know, with mayor of New York City, didn't exactly become a national figure, not quite the foil that Republicans had hoped. Election day, 1 week from today, Mamdani leads the polls. So they've seemingly tightened some against former Governor Andrew Cuomo. But this is certainly, Mika, not a new strategy here to try to paint Democrats as communists. In this case, Mamdani is a Democratic socialist. Yeah. But and there is thought that he could provide something of a useful foil to President Trump. There's certainly a thought that the White House has been saving their efforts to go after New York City until Mamdani is elected. But, you know, at the end of the day, this is Speaker Johnson making this point as opposed to actually calling the House back into session. They've been out now for more than a month as the government shutdown continues.
And
Congresswoman.
Won't swear in a congresswoman that allows him to get the 218th vote to release the Epstein files. They certainly don't want that to happen. But Jay Martin, at the end of the day, Mamdani, whose name I got right that time?
Nailed it.
Zoran. Yeah.
Zoran. Can I just call him Zoran?
Sure.
Zoran, or the mayor. I'll call him Mr. Mayor. That's
What's just with the whiteness where it's just like, I have trouble with certain words. You know,
so much.
You put too many M's and a D in there and it confuses me.
Easier down the road. His honor. He's a great political guy.
I have dyslexia, and you guys have no excuse.
Definitely.
And also, dude, has your chiropractor or anybody ever told you not to slouch like that? My guy.
Just like Reagan was a great political athlete.
If I saw this dude on a bench, I'd ask him, what's wrong?
Clinton was a great political athlete. Barack Obama was a great political athlete. Donald Trump is a great political athlete. Doesn't matter what their ideology
feels things.
is. Doesn't matter whether they're left, center, right, nationalist. I've seen it time and time.
There's only one mommy, and her name is Rhea Ripley.
Yeah, and it's what Nick Saban said. He learned from his high school coach. You know, he was calling his own plays. It was 4th and like 5. State
too many wrestling
championship on the line. He goes to the sideline, and the coach says, "You call the plays." He goes, "Coach, you call." He says, "Don't call the play. Call the player. Who's your best player on the team? That's who you go to." It's the same thing.
Enough with coach. Like I hate that shit. There's nothing drives me more crazy than like this. That's one time Coach Blurdy Blur said, "Blurdy Blur, inspiration. Let's go team."
Politics doesn't matter what their ideology is. This guy's a great player. Right? Zoran, he knows how to play politics, just like Donald Trump knows how to play politics.
Oh my God, you found somebody that could speak to people, who has a little bit of charisma, who also knows how to, you know, do the whole thing where he makes fun of himself, doesn't really fall for a bunch of the traps. Wow.
Politics. And so he's gonna probably crush everybody. The early numbers are insane.
Yeah, no, he's a formidable candidate. He is a socialist. He will give the Republicans.
I mean, as long as you're doing an alley oop in the net with you know the soccer ball and you know hitting it with that hockey stick and
a foil.
How many sports can I mix into one?
He will try to push the envelope on things. I think he's
field hockey.
Also, somebody who's very
Wait a minute, that's just
ambitious too, and somebody who's going to understand what is and is not possible, especially in the first year of his tenure. And I think somebody who's developing a relationship with the governor of New York State, who's going to have a significant say over what happens in New York City. But Joe, I think you nailed it. This guy is somebody who's got real chops, and
I love how they've been forced to actually like engage now. And what are we, a few days away from the election? Like, way to catch up, guys.
That transcends.
We have no one else to support. Oh, crap. We actually might have to get behind the Zora guy.
What you stand for, right or left or somewhere in between.
Right.
And
you really tackled the dribbler with that analogy.
I think that's why he's poised to win, why he won so convincingly in the primary earlier this year.
Part is I actually am a sports fan.
Governing, different than politics, as we know.
Right.
Yeah. Are you going to apply that to, I don't know, Donald Trump? What the hell?
But
why is it always they do this? Like they did this with Biden too, where it's just like, oh, he said on the campaign trail that he was going to do this. Yeah, they said on the campaign trail that they was going to do this too. Never do you hear that about Donald Trump.
If he can apply his talents to governing as he has the campaign trail, he's somebody that's going to be formidable.
I mean, I'm not knocking the merits behind what he's saying, though, because, yeah, you should care about what people say on the campaign trail. I'm just bringing up why. Why is it always just one side that holds their feet to the fire on that one? I mean, I kind of know the answer. It's a rhetorical question.
Last thing. It's going to be interesting on election night because you're going to have two gov races where Democrats are likely going to win statewide. Later in the night, you're going to have a ballot measure which will pass convincingly in California, which is a big win for Gavin Newsom. It's going to be fascinating to see how much the right keeps the focus on New York City.
They're going to try to, but it's going to be very hard when you have the governor of Virginia right across the Potomac.
From D.C., yeah.
If she wins, you got a centrist Democrat winning there. You got a centrist Democrat across from.
Yeah, but again, even look at them. Look at them just rubbing their hands at, oh, at least we're going to have some centrists to check the leftist power grab. Dude, if you keep playing this game, you're going to lose every election from now on.
The number one media market in the world.
Hudson, yeah.
If
like this off year is kind of an outlier too.
Mikey Sherrill ends up winning. So you've got those two. You've got the California ballot.
Media. I mean, I have absolutely no, blinders on with who we're watching.
That again, the Trump White House has drawn even more focus to by the stupid Justice Department.
No, wow. They still give him way too much credit. They're just not overtly saying like he kind of lumped us in with all these guys, so now we're kind of in a tough position.
Thing they're talking about doing to try to spook folks.
You could make that backfire by actually supporting some of this stuff, and then once it's starting to be, because you're not even giving that a chance. Look at the way that he was just like, yeah, we'll see. Governing's a different story. So we'll see how good he does or bad he does. Let's hope he does bad.
Voters, when, as Jay Martin said, just going to inspire them. So, yeah, Democrats going to be saying, yeah, we're a diverse party, unlike you guys. You just do what Donald Trump says. We just elected two moderates and a socialist.
Yeah, and New Jersey as well will benefit from the ill-fated get out the vote effort here by Republicans because of the Justice Department monitors. Yes, Democrats will be able to point to a big tent, and they're also be able to say, like, look,
do they think that they're going to monitor these elections and not get accused of election fraud if all of a sudden they're just like, nope, signatures don't match here, here, and here. Oh, nope. Nope, we got to disenfranchise all these voters. Then it's just like, you do know that there's literal laws against that. But again, laws in America in 2025 don't really seem to be worth their weight in anything lately.
To New York City.
And I have a feeling that's going to start trickling down.
Is different than necessarily what the party is nationally. And the Republicans will try. We heard it with Nancy Pelosi. They'll try to pick one liberal face to make them the representative of the whole party. It's not going to work. Democrats, assuming they get the...
Every time I hear about the Dems' big tent, I reflect on how the establishment Dems do their best to gatekeep the tent too. Oh yeah, absolutely. But this is where the Tea Party, like using the Tea Party tactics of infiltration and then taking over the party, that's literally what's kind of happening now. Like this is a true grassroots movement that has caught traction. This is our ball to fumble. Back to the sports references.
We'll be able to.
Let's not do that.
Look, we represent a lot of places.
Yep.
Like this is. I keep saying that we have the ability to move some of these people even farther left because of what Trump has done. Because he keeps lumping them in with us. So. One thing that I will ask of all of you is to keep a little bit of a more open mind. Do not slam the door shut in people that are willing to have interest in the movement, in the policies of these candidates. Like if you have minor disagreements, just had a brain fart there. But if you have minor disagreements, it's time to kind of shelf some of them and just like do the triage to your disagreements. I said that yesterday on my own stream on High on Politics. All righty. So we got now the unprecedented power grab could reshape Congress. This is in addition to what we just saw. Because like I was saying, they are really trying because they have taken the temperature. They know They know they are in trouble electorally. So the Republicans are throwing anything at the wall. Actually, I'm going to speed this one up a little bit. Sorry for anybody
Today,
that doesn't
Indiana's
like that.
Republican Governor Mike Braun called a special legislative session to consider redrawing the state's congressional map, caving to a demand from Donald Trump. Over in Illinois, House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries met with state officials, urging them to change their congressional map to counter GOP efforts. But tonight, the focus is on Virginia's House of Delegates, where state Democrats reconvened a short time ago for a special session in hopes of...
Well, how's that? Wait a minute. If they redraw the maps, how's that affect certain races? Because right now we got the Illinois 9th with Kat Abou-Ghazaleh. And she also is going against somebody that is pretty well known and established in Chicago.
Redrawing their map.
Daniel Biss.
Joining us now, first on MSNBC, is Don Scott, the Democratic Speaker of Virginia's House of Delegates.
Speaker Scott, thank you for joining us tonight. Can we just start with this effort? One, how would you describe it? And two, there are a lot of questions from folks as they were talking about this today, saying that no one had seen the text of the proposal a couple hours ago prior to the start of the session, and that you all were insisting that you were not getting rid of the bipartisan redistricting commission, but this was a special, narrow case, and that is why you all were taking this up. Can you respond to those claims and just bring us up to speed?
First of all, Simone, thank you so much and good to see you again. I think the last time I saw you at
I'll be honest, this is kind of the first that I've learned that Virginia was as blue as it was.
the White House, and I thought you was getting a shimmy on. But I just want to thank you so much for having me on this evening. I hope my mother isn't watching, but I'm like pissed that we're
Get to it
here right now. And I hope the whole country is. The unprecedented gerrymandering that the Republicans are doing at the behest of Donald Trump has put us all in this position where we cannot continue to follow the normal rules of engagement. And when you see,
Unfortunately, he's right about that.
North Carolina and Missouri and now Indiana,
It's already too late to try and do a whole bunch of, different tactics.
Texas have done, we have to take a look at what our options are. And what this opportunity does in Virginia, it simply allows us to take a look at what our options are. In Virginia, the process, we have to have an election in between. We have to come back and have another vote on the constitutional amendment again. So it's a longer process in Virginia. So for us to be able to maintain the option to be able to respond to the unprecedented power grab from Republicans, we have to do it now. We have an amendment in place. We have some language that we continue to work on, that we have it in a good place now. We'll introduce that language for everybody to take a look at. But at the end of the day, the voters will make the decision. In Virginia, this constitutional amendment, we vote on it in the House and the Senate. Then we vote on it again after the election, next session, with no changes in the language. And then it goes to the people. So ultimately, the people will have the final say. And I've never been afraid of the people. And so I think we have an opportunity with those folks to do that. And I feel very confident that once voters understand the power grab that the Republicans have made in North Carolina, our neighbor, in Texas, Missouri, and now in Indiana, they'll feel like we have to consider some options to push back. We cannot continue to do business as usual while Republicans go through this unprecedented power grab.
Well, it's also about we have to be preemptive in the way that we campaign on this. We have to remind everybody that it's just like, no, the economy sucks. 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 Like, this is why Republicans won. It's because they found one thing to really focus on, and they just hammered that.
I have one follow-up question, Speaker Scott. Are you saying that would this be enacted to be able to affect the 2026 race?
It could be, and that's what we're going to take a look at. I expect that we will put language in place that we could impact the 2026 or the 2028 election, but that is not as important.
Wait, when he says language in place,
important is understanding that only gives us an option. We'd have to do it again after the election in January. That's the way the Virginia Constitution works. And real quick, just to address one of the questions that you brought up, this will in no way change the Independent Redistricting Commission beyond this one extraordinary time that we have to.
Oh, that's okay. That's an interesting way to handle this, where they're doing essentially like a one-time special session
to deal with what the Republicans are doing in the country, across the country. This gives us a one time to do this, and then it sunsets. We'll never be able to do it again, and we'll go back. As far as
I kind of like that.
State maps, this does not benefit us. It doesn't benefit the House of Delegates or the state Senate. We don't benefit from this. Is just a congressional race.
I mean, if Republicans want to back Trump just unilaterally doing what he's doing, and just ignoring laws and ignoring, established precedent, don't be surprised when all of a sudden, even Democrats start doing that.
And it'll just be this one time of doing it.
Just don't take the bait where it's like everybody wants you to be outraged by it. There's only one side that benefits from that shit.
This period of time.
So, Mr. Speaker, we are in this unprecedented time because Republicans have put us in this unprecedented time by the action.
You contributed directly to the state that we're in. Like, shut up, Mike.
Instructed to them by the President of the United States. So, but let me help me understand, because the House comes back for a special session today to advance a plan, as you just laid out, to redraw the state's congressional maps for just this very finite period of time that you just described. And yet the governor seems to be a little outdone by this. And I'm that somehow this is an aberration. This is so unprecedented and unusual. I'm confused, sir, because the governor and I share the same party. I was very clear about what they were doing in Texas. That's the aberration. That's the unusual. That's the extraordinary. That brings us to what you started today in Virginia. So help us understand contextually what all the Republicans in Virginia are so upset about.
Yeah, I don't understand. I was an ag major. I went to Texas A&M, get them Aggies.
Gee, I wonder.
And I was talking that what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And so what I'm finding out here is that they've done something in Texas already. They did something in North Carolina. They did it in 9 days, and just the legislature did it. In Virginia, the process is much more convoluted. It takes a lot longer. It's a lot more stopgaps in place. There's a lot more protection in place. All we can do is begin the conversation. We don't even get to draw the maps yet. All we get to do is say we would like to bring a referendum to the people.
If this doesn't happen by January, though, doesn't that mean that it's not going to be in effect for the next election?
And we have to bring that referendum to the people. And once the people decide,
I mean, I feel like everybody's just kind of racing
we'd be allowed
to get this
draw
stuff
some
done.
maps and pass some maps that would help redistrict Virginia. But that's a long, long ways off. That's 3 or 4 steps. First step, preserve our option to see what the rest of the country does. If they continue to overreach, they continue to do a power grab at Donald Trump's behest, then we have no choice but to take action. We cannot continue to be bullied by Donald Trump and the Republicans and not respond. That's not, that's the definition of insanity. Doing the same thing, expecting a different result. Sooner or later, you got to push back against the bully on the block. And this is our opportunity to have a conversation with the Commonwealth of Virginia and the people of Virginia to say, do you want your vote and your power to be diluted by what other states are doing? And I believe that.
So you're telling me that this system that we've been contributing to for the past X amount of years is insane? No.
The answer will be for most Virginians that it won't happen. And you'll see that reflected next Tuesday in the election. I think that the people of the Commonwealth of Virginia are going to trust Abigail Spanberger. They're going to
oh my God, that's the second time we've heard her name.
Hey, John, they're going to trust Ghazala Hashmi, and they're going to trust all 100 members of the House of Delegates who are on the ballot, and they're going to trust and send us back with a Democratic majority next Tuesday. And I'm excited to be in this position.
Speaker Scott, we got less than a minute left. Do you think, though, that beginning this conversation about redistricting 8 days away from a statewide race changes the contours of that race?
Well, I hope that people understand that we are doing what we can to preserve our democracy, to doing what we can to only give ourselves an option. I don't believe it will have an impact on the race because what we're actually doing is just a procedural process to give us the option in January. We may not do anything in January. We may do something, but this is only a procedural step that has to be done to be able to preserve our opportunities to do something in January. Not doing anything would really be a mistake and would embolden Republicans continue to do this across the country unchecked. And this is a way that we can provide a check and balance to what they've been able to do here so far in Texas.
You mean like what was already written into the Constitution?
And recently in North Carolina and Missouri, and now the governor.
It is just laughable at this point.
The President of the United States was bullying the governor in Indiana, even though they said they didn't have the votes to go ahead and go special session and try to.
Well, no, but the thing is with Indiana, that could, it's going understated that could really shoot them in the dick.
Do it again. So we have to have a check and balance, and it's going to be up to states like Virginia and others to push back.
Yeah, there's a lot of misperception that that Indiana is as deep red as people think it is. And that could really screw them. Like South Bend alone could screw them. All righty. Well, this kind of leads to the next topic. Because with all this gerrymandering that is going on, and it's all in response to Donald Trump and his shenanigans, we are in a unprecedented time with this government shutdown where they're withholding checks from certain federal workers. They are causing a lot of commotion, obviously, but they're setting up the playing field for a lot of federal workers to recognize their leverage points. So, interestingly enough, and I swear this is the last bit of corpo media that we will be watching, and also prepare yourself. I should do a content warning. There is somebody about to be on the screen that might trigger some people. I can already see that this could cause some issues. But with that being said, I hope you guys can keep an open mind here, where even some of the most dipshittiest people can have a good take. So let's add this. And oh, you can kind of see who it is. Uh-oh. Well, here, let's just do it.
No, this is the shutdown that could
Oh,
very well
no.
just
It's just mono.
not end because nobody seems to be that interested in ending it. But for Americans who are on SNAP,
That's weird.
This weekend is going to be where they're going to have to face the reality that
Apologies for the mono.
honestly, $188 in this economy,
Not my
not even a
audio
whole
issue.
lot of money for food, but it's going to go away.
I mean, luckily we have the money to bail out Argentina.
I'm not trying to rehabilitate her image. It was just I listened to this clip this morning, and it happens to be a good take.
To the tune of $40 billion. And by bailing out Argentina, of course, the Trump administration is helping to bail out the hedge funds invested in Argentina. It's not a good look when the Republican Party won't concede on the one thing that's important here, which is
All right, conspiracy theory time. I think that they did this clip in mono so it annoyed people and they didn't watch. But I think there was like a contractual obligation or something that they had to do this.
add the
Not necessarily to Anna, but just in general.
subsidies to the
I'll probably to Abby.
Affordable Care Act so people's health care premiums don't double. And that's it. That's what the Democrats are asking for. But Republicans refuse to sign on to that. And if we're going to keep having this dysfunctional government situation or congressional situation year after year, I mean, they're still collecting my taxes. Why are they collecting my taxes? For what? And what's the important work that Mike Johnson
She said it.
is doing right now in the Republican
Just to reiterate that for anybody doing some transcribing over on the YouTube side, this is an Anna Kasparian clip from CNN. So go to the source.
they're doing right now? Does anyone know? I mean, there's some Republicans on the panel right now. Can you guys tell me the
All
important work they're
Republicans
doing?
want, all Republicans want is for Democrats to do what Democrats have demanded others
You mean make a deal?
do time and time again.
Mm-hmm.
What Democrats themselves have done, vote for clean CRs.
Do you think that
has been the
premium should double?
This has been
Do you think premium
the
should
premium
double?
that you're
Yeah. If you guys didn't want this, then that the big beautiful bill should have stayed off. They should have put it off till next year. But why did they do it when they did it? Oh.
have subsidies.
This kind of like push for this.
This is a product of the Democratic Party's own
Should
doing.
the premiums
and
double?
now they're looking and they're trying to point the finger at the Republican
It's a simple
Party.
question. Should the premiums double?
Should they open up the government? The answer is yes.
The government
if you
will
open up the government,
The government will open if they agree to not double premiums on people and to protect the, constituency of America, not just, local constituents.
They give the Democrats the one thing they're asking for, which is a just issue.
you
and a
want to
just
talk
issue
about
to fight
premiums,
for.
and we just talked about SNAP benefits. Who cares about health care when you cannot put food on the table? You have
Yeah,
millions
SNAP
of
benefits are
Americans.
important too.
You have a lot of
Yeah, it's almost like we should increase those and not cut, what was it, like something like 20 or not 20, like 2 million people are going to get kicked off of SNAP benefits in the next few years.
Americans that are going to be without food stamps.
So you want the
because of
Democrats to
Democratic Party.
sign on to funding the government
this is why-
in a situation in which
this
the
is
Americans
to do what
who
they've
already
committed
have a
to do
difficult time
time
paying
and
for
time
their
again.
health insurance.
What is the
10 years
difference?
ago.
What is the
Man, you
difference of the
guys
bill? What is
really
the
do
difference
not
for the
care
bill
about the
that you
well-being of the
voted for?
American
What is the
people
difference?
at all, at all.
This is a big difference.
Well said. Well said, Jake.
I have to say, it's amazing to get lectures on how much you care about SNAP benefits.
Because I have
Just-
family members
just-
on SNAP,
Well, then,
yes.
then why did you support the president when he asked for and got $186 billion of cuts to SNAP?
They were
If you
cleaning
cared-
up the program
they
from
were
waste, fraud, and abuse.
Oh my
You and I
God,
both
that
know
is
that.
all ridiculous.
Because you cannot
People
have
are
a
gonna
program.
Go hungry
No.
From those SNAP
Straw man's
cuts.
argument.
No,
You
it's
cannot
not.
have-
Those people. I'm sorry. You just.
They do the same thing all the time. Just roll, like try to bowl them over.
Paid for 186. You took $186 billion out of the SNAP program. $186 billion that will go
Waste, fraud,
to
and
people.
abuse.
It's not waste, fraud,
It
and abuse.
is.
It will. You like to say that, but it's actually false.
Look at
And you
what we
took
actually
the
did.
money, and you
But
took
this
the
is the
money
overall
for a
problem.
billionaire's
What you're
tax
mad
cut.
about is the passage
I'm
of one
sorry.
big beautiful bill.
So
You
I'm
guys have to
not.
realize that elections have consequences, and your side lost.
Hold on one second. Just on the waste, fraud, and abuse point. Over the last 15 years, SNAP fraud has fallen from 4% to 1%. So there's already very little fraud in the SNAP program, according to the government.
$180 billion.
Dude, I keep saying this, and I know that this kind of might come across as callous, but seriously, seeing any person of color being part of the Republican machine, just know that you're the first ones. Like if they start locking up leftists and start actually moving with their whole all leftists and people that disagree with Donald Trump are terrorists, you're next.
A lot more.
But look,
There ain't no room for you there. Trust me, they're using you.
regardless of that,
How do you feel? And also, just how does it feel to be a token?
regardless
Token.
of that,
I just pulled the South Park
I
thing.
mean, people who are on the program right now are going to not have benefits. I think it's interesting because the Trump administration says, there's $6 billion in the emergency fund. $8 billion is needed to cover the month of November. They're saying that they can't use that money because that money needs to be set aside for, hurricanes and other emergencies. But they've been willing to move money around for all kinds
for our
of
troops,
other
Abby.
well,
For aviation safety.
all kinds of other.
Abby,
They've been willing to move money around
Democrats
for all
can't
kinds of
pass the
other
buck.
reasons.
No.
The question is, why not this one?
You-
Tara, let me
I
let
just
Tara
think
have a
that
moment.
we have to all acknowledge that these are political games that are being played by both sides.
Of course,
okay?
it's politics.
The
A
clean
Democrats could
CR
open
is
the
not a
government
game.
tomorrow, but they are using an old Republican tactic of closing the government to have leverage right now.
Who closed
okay?
the government?
That's
It's the
a strange
Democrats
thing.
who closed
okay,
it.
but they are doing it for leverage. And
Who's in power? Who's in power? Can somebody why can't they just counter with simple messaging the way that these dipshits do? It's who's in power, dude.
The Democrats are.
Make a deal. They can't just use these fucking buzzwords deal. Make a deal. Donald Trump does deals. We want a deal. How come every time that the Republicans were threatening shutdowns or did do a shutdown under Democratic leadership, it was always they understand that the onus was on the Democrats in power to make a deal, to bring them to the table, to get them to capitulate. That goes out the door the second that Republicans hold all the power. And then there's this little bit where it's oh, we just don't want you, taking away health care from millions of people. Bridge too far, fuckface.
realize that the Democrats are not
You have the
holding,
number
so
two
now
in the
they are
House.
withholding SNAP
You have the
benefits,
number
which
two
they could
House
also
Democrats
do-
saying that this is a leverage play.
Yeah, that's how politics works. Surprise, welcome to the whole machine that you've been part
In
of.
2018, they had the same.
Don't get ground up there, dude.
2025.
No, in 2018, they had the same risk of losing food stamps, SNAP benefits, and they went into another reserve to cover it during Trump's longest shutdown. Okay?
And that was the Trump
And
administration.
so the point is that both are withholding funds.
You all
and
are
aid
ignoring.
and ability.
You all are
If they would
ignoring.
just sit down and actually
So
talk
also let's
to having
just
this
address what
conversation
she
at all.
said, because she's arguing, and I think there's good reason to believe that obviously there are political games being played here. Democrats are keeping the government shut down until they get concessions on health care. And the Trump administration, which in the past has used other funds to cover SNAP benefits, is not doing it now. Why?
Okay, we have to step back for a moment.
Okay, you asked me a tough question, and I wasn't prepared with a buzz line for that. So let's step back and just
The Democrats have been getting rolled for the past 9 months by the President of the United States. They haven't had an answer for how to get after what the President has been doing, his historic agenda. So now they have their rally around the flag moment. We're going to stick it to Trump. Who they're really sticking it to is the American people. They're holding this government hostage.
So you're telling it again, hey guys, give up that one leverage point that you had, It's okay. We won't do anything unseemly with it. Not like we've already cut all these benefits and we're going to disingenuously use them as a talking point.
Let's just
If you
address.
open
Let me
up
address
the
question
government,
that
we
I
can get to
asked
these negotiations about
No.
SNAP.
Let me re-ask you the question that I.
Listen. You guys ever seen that viral video where it's a kid just
we know that
listen,
the Trump
I think it's Maria.
administration of the past has been willing to use
He's definitely emulating his father.
other funds to cover SNAP benefits. We know that the Trump administration of president has been willing to use other funds to cover other emergency needs for people that need to be paid. Why will they not do this on the issue of food on the table for
I mean, she's just asking, she's reframing the question that you were trying to do.
children under 5, children 5 to 17,
Very clear of who's going to be
adults
impacted.
Linda, listen. Linda,
Adults
listen.
over 60
That's right.
years old, people with disabilities. I mean, is the answer as simple as they're not going to give Democrats anything, and maybe they think that this is going to hurt Democrats more?
If you open up the government, guess what happens?
But
people get SNAP benefits again. Your point.
But it's not going to. The thing is, that the Democrats that are running are worth half a damn. They're just going to keep reminding people. It's like, who's been in power for the last few years? Oh, yeah.
To figure out the president of the United States.
Is the economy better? No? Ah.
It's the Democratic Party that is holding the government hostage. Who came out today and said this shutdown has to end?
Able to sort of put the politics on the table.
The Federal Workers Union said this has to end.
You're not willing to acknowledge that politics is at play here.
What I'm saying is that the Democrats are playing politics with this shutdown.
Yeah, it's a fucking political situation. It's with signing a bill. What the fuck is with this? And I am so sick of it. How did Republicans get away with this one? It works. The dumbest people are going like, oh, they're playing politics and politics. How dare they?
Both sides are playing politics. It's very clear.
Granted, hold on one second.
We need
Granted,
4
hold on one
Democrats
second,
in the
Harrison.
Senate. 4.
Granted, the Democrats are playing politics with the shutdown.
With American people's lives.
They are playing the very same shutdown game that Trump and Republicans played in his first.
Thank you, Abby.
Administration.
Are we dealing with the shutdown of 2018?
It's a fuck! How do these people get out of this? How? These intellectually dishonest assholes. And they somehow win with this. Like, do we just need to just be the dumbest versions of ourselves? Sometimes, every once in a while, I mean, I fit that mold already. But
you know what? The people on SNAP benefits don't care. They don't care about it.
Will you acknowledge that the withholding of SNAP benefits in this moment is something that Trump doesn't have to do?
The administration can look at many ways to solve this problem. Look at what they're doing for our troops. Look at what they're doing for aviation safety. Is there a way to do it? I bet you Secretary Rollins is looking at it. But the one thing, can you acknowledge that the Democrats open up?
you mean the two things that benefit them? Oh. Oh, yeah, it only benefits one class of people. Oh, how could I be so silly?
Can I just make a point
Hold
here?
on 1 second, everybody. Just a second. Let me just say, I appreciate that you acknowledge that there are options on the table. They're not being utilized.
If you could acknowledge that Democrats can open up the government and this problem won't be a problem.
You don't think that one concession to Democrats is okay? Like this one concession, which is the subsidies for the Affordable Care Act, so premiums don't double. That's the one thing they're asking for.
When we got people on furlough,
one thing.
Gish gallop, gish gallop, gish gallop, gish gallop.
We love that premiums are going to double. We love it. We love it. Like, let all these Americans suffer.
I think we're really guys.
Can I just say how I predict this will end? This will end. I'm not sure who will wave the white flag first. I doubt it will be Trump, but he will end up giving the concession of the subsidies. He's already said it. He knows it fits.
But why not do it now?
Yeah, actually, she brought up a good point. Then why not just do it now? But I kind of have the answer on that one because they're banking on being able to use this against the Democrats, which that's why they're panicking now, is because now we've had enough time to show that this is very unpopular and people are blaming both sides. And the Republicans are just like, no, don't do that, because then you're going to figure out that we're actually in power. Oh, shit, we can't have that. Right, Stan, right. All right, so we got one more thing, and this is the most important video. The next call for protest is a national general strike. And there are some legal questions there, yes. But like I said at the beginning of the show, there's some legal questions in what Trump's doing. So if they want to play this game, it's kind of like any time that you threaten a lawsuit and then the person that is, or the person that's threatening the lawsuit has a lot of skeletons in their closet. So you just say the word discovery and all of it, they go ghost white and stop mentioning that. Well, I'm wondering how this would impact America and just what our options are. So I found this video. It was pretty informative. There we go. Also, love the fit. Here is some information on general strikes.
What would happen if every worker in America refused to show up tomorrow? No trains, flights, Amazon deliveries, no teachers or nurses, the country would grind to a halt. And that's the power of a general strike.
So with the locomotive that this wonderful woman came on.
General strike is a work stoppage where workers from multiple industries simultaneously cease work, not just over specific workplace issues, but to demand broad social, political, or economic change. It's the ultimate tool of collective action, where workers across a society in every sector halt work to achieve solidarity-driven, large-scale transformation. Historically, general strikes have been one of the most effective means for labor movements to force.
Why would they be illegal? Oh, you mean that they did this thing where they saw that like a whole bunch of collected power from the people that they take advantage of on the daily would be a really bad thing for the power structure? No. What? A government for the people, by the people? We didn't actually mean it.
Systematic change. So why don't we see them in the US anymore? Because they were outlawed. In the past, when American workers tried, the government panicked. In 1919, 65,000 workers in Seattle shut down the city. No police, no bosses, just workers running things on their terms. And what happened? They were called un-American, Bolsheviks, and dangerous radicals. And the government sent in the National Guard, armed troops. Then in 1934, general strikes in Minneapolis and San Francisco paralyzed and
Gee, it's almost like Trump kind of saw this coming, and there was the preemptive part where he's like, I need the National Guard because we're going to have some problems.
entire cities, and won massive victories. The ruling class took note and gave workers the right to unionize in 1935. But in 1947, Congress struck back with the Taft-Hartley Act, making it illegal for unions to coordinate general strikes. Their goal? Make sure we never see another Seattle or Minneapolis again. But just because the US banned them doesn't mean that workers elsewhere stopped. In 2023, when France tried to raise the retirement age, millions of workers shut down transportation, energy, and public services, forcing the government to backtrack. So what's stopping workers here? The law is written to keep us divided, but workers are fighting back. Some of the biggest unions in the US are playing the long game, lining up their contracts to expire on May 1st, 2028. International Workers' Day, which would set them up to walk out on strike at the same time. Unions already in, and more have the opportunity to join this year. This is huge. Coordinating contract expirations is a direct challenge to the system that keeps workers from striking together. I know a general strike sounds impossible in the US. That's by design. But history shows that when workers stand together, we win.
Did you also know that it only takes about 3% of the country to grind it to a complete halt?
Whether or not
I mean, this is a complete theoretical, and these are not the opinions of this space.
leads to a full general strike, the fact that workers are even trying, this is a massive shift in a collective mentality. If you're in a union, or even just thinking about organizing your workplace, pay attention, because May Day 2028 might be the day US workers remind the world what solidarity really means. What would happen if every worker in America
Purely informational. Exactly. We're doing purely informational content here. We're just asking hard questions. What can I say? Now, to close out the show, I kind of want to discuss this a little bit. I will say here. Bring a little taste of home with me. Get my background music now. If you guys enjoy a little bit of the talk with some lo-fi, come and check out Pep Talks, my channel, actually. Little self-promotion real quick. Never, it's harmless, right? Shameless. You can check out my YouTube page there. And yeah, I do a live show at 4 p.m. every day, Central Time, here in Chicago. And yeah, we have some fun. Especially yesterday. I have to say that Friday show and yesterday's show, good times. So May Day was not the one that I was actually thinking. So does this mean that the November one is not going to work? Because I saw that like there were certain groups, Indivisible, which, you know what, they've done great work. They have done very, very great work. Especially organizing the No Kings protests and getting all that stuff up and running. But that's the next wave that they're talking about, like trying to force a general strike in this upcoming November. So I don't necessarily, I'm trying to be optimistic. I hope that it does work out. I hope that enough people do participate, but we'll see. The May Day one has a lot more potential because the unions are already there. And I have a feeling that like the UAW and a bunch of the leadership is going to go out and try to rally people. But 2028 is, I hate to say, a little bit, it's a ways away. You know, and a lot, what this year has proven is that a lot can happen in a year. I mean, don't I know it? I, again, personally, definitely know it, but politically, I'm going to just also clarify that, yeah, this is definitely affecting me. I kind of insinuated yesterday for anybody that was watching my show that, you know, the stuff politically is, I can compartmentalize this. And somebody was kind of asking like, so are you saying it doesn't necessarily affect you mentally anymore? I'm like, oh, no. That's not the case. It's just that it's not the most important thing to me right now, which obviously, which I will just also say, formally, fuck cancer. Cancer sucks. I know, hot take. State of the United States of America. What? I don't know. What do you guys think? You think we can do this? Oh, by the way, I forgot to do this. Well, first off, shout out Johnny for modding today. What up, Jake? I already said hello to you in chat. Rich, Serena, Etch, Peekerbell. Did I miss anybody? Crap. This is the one bad part about trying to do shout outs later into the stream. Well, if I missed it, I apologize. And you can also let me know, and I will give you the proper shout out. Oh, man, we have some fun coming up today, too. Oh, yeah, I should probably tease this, too. Over on my show later, we have a whole bunch of protest clips. We have a protest happening right now in Chicago. We have one in Broadview, and then there's one in the Federal Plaza. Hey, what up, Devil's Advocate Productions? Alex, how you doing, brother? I was watching South Park yesterday, and I had that random thought where I'm just like, man, I gotta talk to Alex. No, it's good to see you guys. I'm glad that you can stop by. Also, I hope you had fun at the rally. I had mentioned that you were able to make your way out there. It looked like a really fun time. Hey, actually, I did have this question. So, did they have a final tally for how many people actually showed up? Because I know that there was overflow waiting to get in. So, I'd like to say that the turnout was probably really, really good. Nice. New episode tomorrow. Going to make a review on Thursday. Hell yeah. Looking forward to it. It's a loudmouth counter protester guy who streams. Is he in Chicago or Portland? He, I'm not even going to shout him out, but there was a Chris Farley movie that, you know, bears his name, I guess. 14K. Oh, wow. Yeah, he's in Portland. We've been checking out some of the Portland coverage, and what was it? Friday? They bust in a whole bunch of people from like Idaho and surrounding areas. It was wild to see. And don't you just love how it's always the MAGA crowd that's just like, they're bussing people in. These fake protesters, these paid protesters, blurty. It's always telling on themselves. I know. Hot take there, but all right, guys, that is the end of the show today. And I do appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate you guys checking out this space and my my channel. But I am most happy that you guys are going to stick around and hang with our old pal Jake. We're going to learn what we can do, and I'm excited for that. So you guys hang for that, and I will catch you next week on PEPAGANDA.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from pep talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Welcome to WYCD Wicked. That stands for What You Can Do. My name's Jake. And today we're talking about U.S. healthcare. We're talking about the Secretary of Defense. And we are talking about generally what progressives are going to be pitching for our picks for things that progressives normally don't talk about. Why? Why talk about the specifics of candidates for positions we don't even like? Well, because we don't like them. Because every conversation that we don't have a strongly expressed opinion in, our opinion will be assumed for us, and it will be the most neoliberal nightmare you can fathom. So I'm looking forward to talking about that. But first, I've asked someone to come on the stream who has a lot of insight into arguably America's most obvious flaw, at least its most recognized flaw. So I'm going to ask Alessandra to come on in and say hello. Alessandra, how are you doing? Oh, wait a minute. I should probably do this. There we go.
Hi, can you see and hear me okay?
Yes, indeed.
Great, great.
Before we get into the specifics of why I've invited you here, I was hoping I could just ask you a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, please.
Tell the audience who you are in terms of mundane stuff. What shows do you like? What do you do for fun?
Gosh, that's interesting. So my name is Alessandra. I live in Portland, Oregon. So hello from war-torn Portland, Oregon. I was able to brave the fires. Luckily, they got the lieutenant of Antifa, so I should be safe for now.
Oh, good.
Yes. Yeah. So I like playing music. I like listening to music. I used to be in a punk band back in the day. Got a little old for that, but I still like going to shows and seeing live music. I like playing video games when I get a chance, but doesn't seem like that happens too much.
As a musician, what was your position?
I play guitar.
Ah, all right.
Yeah.
Well, you sound like the sort of person people would enjoy having in their lives.
Oh, that's kind. Thank you.
Let's break some hearts. Tell folks what's going on with you medically.
Yeah. So in 2023, I was diagnosed with stage 4 ovarian cancer. I went through 7 cycles of chemotherapy, a pretty major surgery. At the point that I was diagnosed, it had spread to my liver, other parts in my body. So it was a major surgery. I did 10 sessions of radiation, some hospital stays, lots of testing, all of the things, and all of it was covered by the Oregon Health Plan, which is, our Medicaid, Obamacare essentially here in Oregon.
Yeah. So now that is changing. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. So I went to renew my coverage a couple weeks ago now, and thought it was a pretty standard process. You do have to renew every so often, and just sort of make sure that nothing has changed significantly, in your finances. So went through the interview process. Nothing has changed in my finances, and at the end of the conversation, they said, "Okay, well, as of December 1st, you are no longer covered." Which was a pretty big gut punch.
Yeah.
So that is where I'm at right now. I don't know 100% why this is happening. It is, I kind of want to be clear that it's not directly linked to what we're seeing in other places in the cuts, or basically the increases of the premiums because of the subsidies ending from the so that is something that is about to happen. But I do want to be clear that what is going on with my loss of coverage isn't necessarily directly linked to that. So
I don't know that I agree.
Sure. I mean, totally.
I appreciate that you're not, throwing accusations without confidence, but when you're telling me,
sorry, go ahead.
No, by all means, go ahead.
It is absolutely connected. Like these things are obviously all connected, and I mean, frankly, that's a lot of why I want to be having these kinds of conversations, is talking about the ways in which this stuff is connected, not only in the realm of healthcare, but I'm here in Portland. I'm seeing the people that have been sent here to on our tax dollars to just harass guys in frog suits. That's the same money that's being taken from cancer research and treatment. So I do want to make those connections, but I want to be very clear about in terms of just the facts around this stuff, because I don't know 100%, and it's hard to really get to the bottom of. And I don't want to just immediately go to the place of saying, oh, it's because the big beautiful bill, it's because of they are related and they are connected. But I don't want to, write a check my mouth can't cash and say something that's not necessarily, factually correct.
Every inch of this conversation is illustrative of the deep flaws with America. And it's not your fault. This is you reacting to irrational criticism of people simply asking for health care. So I appreciate that you're not throwing accusations around without full confidence of yada yada yada. I understand. Let me not yada that. Of the specific changes to our flawed healthcare system. True, but the fact that you feel that you have to tiptoe like that, as your life is on the line, as somebody has said, as of December 1st, we're just going to let you die, in their words, essentially. It tells you how irrational the arguments against this truly have been, to the point where it's not people looking for the best, most efficient way to run a country. It's people looking for excuses not to help people, not to make the country we deserve. I'm going to ask you some rhetorical questions now, just to help make the point. Would you be, on top of all the worries you have dealing with this disease just naturally, would you be concerned about December 1st in particular if you lived in Canada? Would you be concerned about December 1st in particular if you lived in the UK?
I would not.
And I have a feeling you wouldn't if you also lived in Austria, New Zealand, freaking Kuwait, Morocco, Argentina, who we just gave $20 billion to. And let me bring it back to the more modern policies. We just gave $174 billion to ICE to bust into your town and bully people and throw old men and women onto the cement. And we apparently don't have the budget to pay for health care for a young and otherwise would stand a great chance of making it human being. I find that I find that inexcusable, and I'd like to further make the point by pulling up an article with you right here. I don't want to read the whole thing. I just want to show the links in the description of the video, by the way. But I want to show folks we've known about this. It's not a difficult conversation, and we have. And don't worry about it, Nick. I got it. There we go. Yeah, we've known about this for well, at least since 2020. I do hope this thing shows up on the screen soon, but I will actually I take it back, Nick. Hey, there you go. Alessandra, for the record, I frequently tell Nick not to help me, and then he helps me anyway. Right as I'm about to.
I can relate to that.
Okay, so this is an article from Newsweek. Medicare for All would save $450 billion annually while preventing 68,000 deaths. New study shows. It's not a new study anymore. This is a study from 2020. Medicare for All, let me just say that again, would save, not cost $450 billion more, would save $450 billion for taxpayers, and also save Alessandra and 67,999 other people every year. The analysis conducted by researchers at Yale University, the University of Florida, and the University of Maryland found that transitioning the U.S. to a single-payer healthcare system, that's Medicare for All, folks, would actually save, technically it would be Medicaid for all, but whatever, would actually save an estimated $450 billion each year, with the average American family seeing about $2,400 in annual savings. That's $2,400 that every household could be spending on jet skis or fancy Christmas presents or almost anything else, because that would actually help the economy. Anyway, the research, which was published not Saturday, but a Saturday 5 years ago in the medical journal The Lancet, also found that Medicare for All would prevent about 68,000 unnecessary deaths per year. So the point being, what you are asking for, what would make you have no problems right now, already exists in most other economies that are equivalent to the United States around the world. I would say, I believe all others, but like you, because we've been burned for being even slightly wrong, I will say with confidence most other major economies. And it would be cheaper for us. So the arguments against providing you health care are not rational. It doesn't save money.
They're not.
And
I mean, I would also mention, like, in conversations that I've heard from the likes of, RFK Jr. In particular, about, I've seen him say that the flaws of Medicaid or Medicare are that, you still have these high premiums, or you don't have access to the right doctors. And that's something that I want to communicate is very much not true. Again, I'm in Portland, Oregon. Some of the top hospital, we have really great hospital systems here. The level of care that I had access to is more than most, to be honest, even with insurance, if they were in a more rural area, or so I had
also
acupuncture covered by Medicaid to help with my side effects. There's special dental oncologists because chemo messes your mouth up. All of these things were covered, every single one of them. So if there's anybody that wants to say, and by anybody I mostly mean RFK Jr. wants to say, that these programs are not, effective, or you don't have access to it. It's simply not true. I'm sure that there's room for improvement. That room for improvement being that everyone should have it, I suppose. But as far as the arguments against it that they're trying to make, it's just simply not true.
How much paperwork did you have to fill out to access the benefits that you did have?
Hardly any. It's actually very easy. Coincidentally, before I was diagnosed, my job prior to that was mostly helping primarily unhoused trans folks sign up for the Oregon Health Plan, because they all, under a certain level of income, everyone automatically qualifies. It's a pretty easy program to get into. However, if you don't have a computer or access to Wi-Fi or, that sort of thing, or just like are intimidated by a lot of text, that can be really challenging. So my job previously was actually helping people sign up for the Oregon Health Plan. And it's very simple. And you get approved pretty quickly. And it's also, I don't know if this is going to be the case now, but it was also tied to the SNAP benefits, the food stamps, so that when you apply for OHP, you also sort of automatically become then enrolled in the SNAP program as well. So it's really a very simple application.
So yeah, so it's entirely possible to run this in a way that allows you to only worry about dealing with your health and not a mound of paperwork, as your state has successfully set up.
Yes.
The problem is the funding for this has to be tied to a national system. Otherwise, we're competing against other states. And we get, in order to discourage as many people from literally saving themselves as possible, we get things like have just now happened to you, where hurdles are put in the way. People are knocked off the system where they can get it, where they can be knocked off, and they prey upon people who are at their absolute weakest. I think. I mean, what kind of things go through your head when you find out, not only have I had cancer before, but the cancer's back? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to reply to that. I mean, when I got the information that I was losing coverage, I mean, as soon as December 1st, so that it doesn't give me very much time to prepare in any way. If I was able to, try to find other alternatives or something like that. When I first found out, my instinct was to give up, to shut down. I was joking with a friend earlier, smoke them if you got them. Go buy a pack of cigarettes and, go out with a bang. And I felt that for a day or two. And, my inclination in general, and definitely in this moment, is to use it to the best of my ability to, try and draw some attention to this, what's happening and frankly, what's about to happen to a whole lot of people. And I would say a probably good majority of them don't know that it's coming.
This is happening to somebody who is uniquely able to navigate all this hell. I shudder to think about what's going to happen to people who are not able to navigate it. Now, I got to be selfish here and say I hope that we're not just accepting the outcome assigned by a heartless government. I hope you are looking for ways you can get funding for the next stage of treatment. What is the next stage of treatment that you have to fund?
So where I'm at with my treatment right now is I've gone through what they call sort of the frontline treatment, so the chemo and the surgery and the radiation, and I'm on they essentially call it maintenance right now. So I'm on a medication it's called a PARP inhibitor. This stuff is all new to me, so I don't expect anyone to know what I'm talking about. But it essentially, its job is to prevent more growth. Its job is to sort of starve the cancer cells that might want to, make more. And it's a newer treatment relatively. It's something that wasn't available just a few years ago when my mom had cancer. So it's a newer treatment, and it has incredibly high rates of preventing recurrence for about 2 years. That seems to be right now, generally speaking, what seems to be average is it can buy you a couple of years. I was also doing immunotherapy, which sort of the same idea, which tries to kind of keep the cancer at bay. I was supposed to have that a couple of weeks ago, and I had to tell my oncologist that I'm losing coverage, and we both decided to not continue with the immunotherapy, because when you're on these treatments, it's not just the medication, it's also you need to be monitored pretty closely, because if you're on it's a chemotherapy medication, it's just a smaller amount, and there are all sorts of side effects, and it's unsafe to be receiving these treatments or taking these medications without monitoring kidney function, doing MRIs and CAT scans every so often to monitor for growth. So this is coming from my oncologist, that this it wasn't me sort of being defeatist or alarmist in the situation. She said, okay, it's not safe to continue then. It's not safe to move forward with these specific treatments.
So it's safe to say that this, even though they said you're getting shut off on December 1st for this funding, it's already affecting your treatment.
Oh yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm not continuing with the immunotherapy. And sort of as a side note, anyone who maybe has been through cancer and has done, infusions, chemotherapy, and immunotherapy, there's a thing that you do when you do your final one, and you ring a bell. There's a bell in most chemo wards, and when you finish it, it's kind of this celebratory moment. You ring this little bell, and the nurses cheer for you. I didn't get to do that. I didn't get to do my last one and have that little moment, because it was taken away from me. I didn't get to have the experience of that completion of like, okay, this is my final infusion. And in a way, it's like that makes me sadder, because the immunotherapy, like who knows how much difference missing the final infusions that I was supposed to get. I'll never know what difference that might have made for me in the long run, but I know that I'm missing out on that experience that I wanted really badly.
So are you now just going to be, cast out into the world to hope for the best, or are they saying there's some way you can monitor it cheaply?
Somewhere in between. I've said it before, but God bless social workers, the good ones. They're not all great, but the good ones, they will save you. And anyone who's ever going through some stuff, and you have access to a social worker, don't turn that down. So I have a really wonderful social worker who is working around the clock trying to find any kind of program that I might be able to be covered by. There's some different ones. Like I have an application for the financial assistance through the hospital. I also may qualify for Medicare sometime next year. So right now, the focal point, because I sort of what I've learned in this is I have to keep everything just sort of one step at a time, and the focal point right now is finding a patch from December to what we're hoping, which is in the spring of 2026, that I would qualify for Medicare. I'm not holding on to that, just for, if nothing else, will Medicare exist in
Yeah.
April. You know what I mean?
Oh no, it genuinely may not. I mean,
Yeah.
that's where we are.
And even, on the phone, I was on the phone with Medicaid, Medicare, the Oregon Health Plan, Oregon Health Authority, Aging and Disability, all of these different offices in these different places. And, they're telling me to apply for, I don't know if this is national, the way that this is set up, but in Oregon, they call it the marketplace for the Oregon Health Plan, where if you don't qualify for the full coverage that is 100% free, they have these subsidies that have been making it so people that make like just a little bit more than the cutoff for the full coverage can use this marketplace for really significant discounted monthly rates. Now, we know that November 7th, though the rates, the premiums that folks pay, the subsidies are being cut, I think, but somewhere between 40 and 60%, so that people's premiums are about to double in some cases. So this person that I'm talking to on the phone from, Social Security or whatever it is, they're saying, oh, try the marketplace, try this. And, I try not to get frustrated or upset with the folks that are, giving me the bad news and whatnot, because I know that not everyone is inclined to pay as much attention to these bills and all of these things that are happening as I am, because I was already fairly politically aware before all of this. But, I had to say on the phone, I said, now, why on earth would I do that? Why would I apply for something that I know I'm not going to be able to afford as of what are we at 10 days or a week and a half maybe. It's not worth my time to try and get into that program for it to immediately go away.
I want folks to try to imagine for a second what your last week was like. Think about the errands you had to do. Think about the work you had to get done and all the chores and the life things that stack up. Now imagine you're having to do that, interact with the folks at the cashier station and all that, co-workers, extended family and such. Imagine you have to do all that, carrying the weight that you have a life-threatening disease to deal with. That's already a notable in terms of your whole life amount of stress to have, thing to be dealing with. But now imagine that you don't even have the guarantees of what was promised in America. You don't actually have the ability to access the doctors, the medication, all of that. Imagine you are going through your life, doing your normal daily tasks, and thinking about all that. You're also having to make time for tedious phone calls with people who are acting callous about your life.
I would just like to interject that the vast majority of the staff that I speak to in these kind of institutions are very kind and really, I just want to put that out there. Is that
very kind as they tell you the cold, hard reality that we've allowed.
And I know that it hurts them too. I know I can hear, I can hear how much it hurts them too. I really can.
Now imagine you're Alessandra and you're actually such a good person that you're feeling bad for the people who have to tell you that you live in a country that doesn't care whether its citizens live or die. That's how good of a person you're being. And I don't know how you have any decency left over to smile at somebody, to hold the door for an old person walking behind you. I don't know how you do, but I'm sure you do, just talking to you.
Well,
You're an incredibly strong person.
One of I'd say that like my political views or my views as a person, I really like this quote from Michael Brooks. That's, be kind to people, be ruthless to systems. Like that's my ethic in a lot of ways. And people as individuals in my experience, generally speaking, are kind and caring people that don't want to do you harm. I've worked a lot of customer service, things like that. I know how people can, sometimes the others might like to talk down to them or not treat them as humans, not show them a lot of respect. And I try to keep that in mind when I'm having these conversations with, people in healthcare. And I also use that as an opportunity to get information whenever I'm speaking with, someone on my care team or, someone, from insurance. I ask, what's the temperature? What's going on behind the scenes? What, and my doctors will tell me, layoffs, hiring freezes, all of these things in preparation for the rural hospitals closing. And so, the even the folks that I talk to from, like Medicaid, I mean, I'm on the phone crying, I'm sobbing and just, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? And, I'll tell you that more often than not, I feel like the people that I'm talking to are right there with me. And I'll just say, there was one person that I spoke to for, over an hour. He was trying to find some loophole or some human error that might have happened. And, I was crying to him and I just said, thank you. And I said something like, I hope people are being kind to you right now. And what he said to me, he said, everyone is being kind except for the people that voted for this. And I don't know what else to tell you. That's coming from, a pretty head person at the Oregon health plan, because it had been funneled up to him to try and find loopholes. And this man who, sounded like an older white gentleman, that's what he said. He said that the people that are mean to him when he has to tell them that they're losing their coverage are across the board people that voted for it. But they deserve health care too.
Yes, they do.
For the record.
Yes, they do. I mean, we just can't afford to lose you. There's not enough like this in the world as is. So we're not gonna just accept the bad decision of this government. Keep in touch with this community. If it comes down to doing a massive campaign, we can't do it. But a medium campaign,
yeah, for sure.
We'll try.
And that's, that stuff is, we've chatted about this a little bit, and that's all I can do right now is focus on that stuff. I do have this sort of unique opportunity that I believe that I can get people to start paying attention to some of this stuff in a way that they might not have otherwise, because I think that cancer is so, I don't know that there's anyone that cancer hasn't affected. If not them personally, someone you love has been through cancer. And
it haunts all of us.
yes. And, so I've been in a lot of situations with people that may not be especially, interested in I mean, it's like, I'm hesitant to call this stuff politics, because it's like, it's my life, it's my life isn't politics, but it is in a way, and so I've seen so many people respond to me talking about my situation in a way that I don't think that they would have otherwise if they didn't have kind of a personal, a face to match this.
Yeah. And for the same reason that I think the people who are being rude to this guy you were talking to all come from, all voted for the people that are making it happen. It's because it's hypothetical until you're there in front of it.
Exactly. Yeah.
They were happy to vote for hypothetical cruelty under the assumption that they themselves wouldn't be the person experiencing it. They weren't
Right.
prepared.
Yeah.
I think this is necessary. Deeply sad, but necessary for the people who are being affected by this, as they're being affected by it, to say what's happening and point the finger at the people who are responsible. And you're right. It's not the voters, although boy, are they frustrating. But it is, in fact, the people they voted for. And we have to explain specifically what's happened, why it's happened. On a related note, amongst Democrats, I have noticed, like, for example, in my own state, there's people who are trying to wink, nod, and nudge as though they are supporting universal health care, but they're looking for excuses not to, or ways to say we need more baby steps. Do you think there should be any Democrat at all who makes it through a primary who doesn't support universal health care?
I thought you were going to end it. Do you think there should be any Democrat at all?
Yeah, I mean, I don't, but that's another conversation.
No, of course not. You know, I mean, it's absurd. You know, it's absurd that wouldn't be at the forefront of any. It's such a, except for that misinformation that I was talking about earlier from the likes of RFK Jr. Who can argue? It's absurd that wouldn't be the number one thing that people are talking about, because like it is, you know, across the aisle, even if people don't necessarily realize it.
I would argue that if you are not running on universal health care, if it's not been literally on your website and a promise made on the website, as well as into a microphone, as well as to a reporter, then you're not even worth consideration as a Democrat.
Yeah.
And I would encourage, let's get to the what you can do part. Folks at home, let's start there. Write the people who are running for office right now in your area. There will be some. And tell them they are not going to be considered, even considered, no matter what else they have to say, if universal health care is not top of their list of things to do. Alessandra, you are welcome back anytime, my friend.
Thank you. If I may just sort of briefly, a thing that's important to me to communicate, and I'm hoping maybe at some point I'll get a chance to talk about this stuff more, is yes, the calling the representatives, yes, the voting, but also there is so much that we can do locally to bring awareness. You know, I'm in Portland. I'm in a bigger city. I have a lot of opportunities to protest. I've shown you some of the things that I've done in the past, but also if you're in a small town, you know, if you're somewhere more rural, you know, you and 10 of your friends standing on a corner with a sign that you know says you know, Medicaid cuts will kill us, you know, whatever it is, whatever, even if it's not that, if there's some other, whatever is in your heart that you want to communicate, I'd argue that stuff can be even more impactful than, you know, some of the city organizing. And again, it's about putting a face to things, making these things personal.
I would say that is a very good point. And I'll go one step further. If there is estimated 68,000 people a year that died from not getting treatment for a treatable thing because of financial concerns, that equates to about how many people a year, it's actually 1/3 more than how many people a year die of car accidents in the United States. That tells me probably everybody knows somebody who experienced this, who is no longer with us because of financial concerns. Put their face on a poster, name their killer. If you're going to stand out there, I would encourage you to stand out there at all, first of all. And second of all, I would also encourage you to name your loved one's killer. Say, my uncle, my nephew, my niece, whoever, died because they could not afford health care. This is them. Look at their face.
And connect those dots for people too, that you know, these things are not, they don't exist in a vacuum. These things are not unrelated to ICE. These things are not unrelated to fucking, genocide. You know,
yes.
They are all the same fight, and we can approach them from different angles. You know, healthcare is what's in my heart right now because of what I'm experiencing personally. But this is all the same fight. And the more we make those connections for people that wouldn't otherwise realize that, the better. And just like, and make it personal, you know, and don't feel like there's nothing you can do. I swear, if you're in a small town and you go out on a street corner with a sign, that's something. And it's super brave. It's braver than being, you know, in a march with 100,000 people. You know, go be brave on your street corner.
Make it uncomfortable. There's something intimate about a small group of people.
Exactly.
And they're you know, weaponize your hurt because A, we come by it honestly in America, and B, people need to see it. They need to understand you're not just out there because it's fashionable. You're out there because there is suffering to be dealt with, and we have failed as a nation. I will reiterate, our neighbors to the north are lapping us in terms of healthcare. The UK, Argentina, who we just gave $20 billion to, they get healthcare, but we, the people that give them the money, don't get healthcare. That's where we are right now. And it's an own goal. It's entirely unnecessary. We've simply lacked the political will or coherence to make it happen. It must end. Alessandra, thank you. I'm now going to complain about much less serious things in the broad scale of things. But they're
one little plug I will make, if I may,
Plug
is the I haven't been able to really do anything with this for a minute because I got a little bit too sick after I organized it. I'd organized a demonstration that was named "You Will Kill Me," based on an article that I had seen with some really badass activists, disability activists that went before the bill, the big beautiful bill, was even like on the table. Just when we knew it was coming, they went and there was a sign that said "You will kill me," and that just, to me, that's just like, that's it. And so youwillkill.me is the website. There's not really much there, but on Instagram, I believe it's also youwillkill.me. And right now there's not a whole lot going on, but as time and health allows, I do intend to do more to get the word out around what's coming.
Absolutely. Follow on Instagram. I do have it up right, Chomp. At youwillkill.me, or go to the website youwillkill.me. Alessandra, thanks for coming on. I would love to hear from you again soon.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Jake.
Yes, ma'am. That's the actual human beings we're talking about. When we say that universal health care will save lives, we can quantify the amount of lives: 68,000 a year. In 2000, it was estimated to be around 42,000 a year. We did not have very sophisticated measuring. We measured it again, 2020, 68,000 a year. That's how many we're losing to treatable conditions. Now we have a face. It's 68,000 people like Alessandra. She's a musician. She's fun. She's an exceedingly kind person. As she is dealing with bureaucrats who are telling her that her life is being endangered by the policies they are in charge of carrying out, she is pausing to consider how they must feel carrying out these policies. That's the kind of person we're losing. What do you want this country to look like, sincerely? Who do you want to be here with you? I want it full of people like Alessandra. If it was, we would have none of the problems we have right now. She is farther along with cancer treatment than a lot of folks get, she appears to be on the path to beating this thing. This doesn't have to be an issue. All we need is the agreement of medical staff to administer the medicine that we have, and the medicine makers to issue the medicine that we have. They demand a pretty hefty bribe to save lives. So who's going to pay the bribe? Oregon was willing to, and then she got kicked off. So now somebody else has to pay the bribe. Look, if you're saying that we want the bribe to be smaller, so healthcare to generally be less expensive, universal healthcare takes care of that. Single payer healthcare gives power to the payer because there's just the one, the U.S. government. It can be cheaper like that. Are you saying you want it to be more efficient? It is much, much more efficient when you don't have to go to the individual bank account or insurance policy or yada, yada, yada for the patient, but rather you simply acknowledge that the patient is in fact a U.S. resident, so they are covered. It's more efficient to run healthcare with universal healthcare, with single payer healthcare, in other words. It is better. Do you want it to be cheaper? It is cheaper in every measurable way. It's cheaper in terms of how much overall is paid. It's cheaper in terms of how much the individual pays. There's no way you can turn this issue where it makes sense to have 1800 style healthcare, which is what we have now. In the 1900s, most other civilized countries began to move to universal health care. And now in the 21st century, only barbarians like the United States have this antiquated healthcare system. The answer as far as progressives go is to not only vote a certain way, but to communicate to the people who are trying to get your vote that your vote is first and foremost dependent on universal health care. In fact, you're going to have less of a fight if you communicate good and early to the candidates that you intend to affect that they don't have any wiggle room on this. Because if they think they have wiggle room, they're going to try to screw you over. On a related note, we have similar problems to Republicans, and I would like to see us speak honestly about them, to use it to help sway Republicans, and to change the way we have been operating. Here's the problems we have that are similar to Republicans. We often, as progressives, have demands for the way the country should be without a coherent suggestion for how we get there. We have demands for who we want our candidates not to be, but offer no alternative. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let's start with this peach right here. Mm-hmm. There we go. Yeah, this magnificent stud in Maine is Graham Plattner. Here's the quick recap if you're not aware. Graham Plattner got out of the military and then went into the private military, became a mercenary for a while, worked for Blackwater, the most evil, maybe the most evil company in the world. But yeah, it's just paid murderers for the United States. That's what Blackwater is, run by Eric Prince. And they had to change their name because they did so many mass killings. But anyway, he was a guard for them. That doesn't speak very well to who he is. But no, actually, that doesn't speak very well to who he was. After he got out of the military, he went, as folks do, he went online and started ranting and raving. And he learned about politics. He's always been pretty anti-fascist, which is ironic because it turns out one of the tattoos he got in Croatia while he was, I think, serving with the Marines turned out to be a Nazi symbol. That's all the bad news. The good news is he apparently is willing to cover up that Nazi symbol for a job, for a public office. He says he's personally ashamed that it was ever on him. Okay. I'll take his word for it, I guess. All we have proof of is he's willing to cover it up. Well, good. But we do have evidence to suggest that he's not a Nazi. Because if he had any understanding of Nazism, he would know it to be right-wing authoritarianism. And he's been pretty against right-wing authoritarianism. So that tracks. Why is there any good news here? Because this is going to happen more and more and more as our politics is successful. Folks, this is not a good problem to have. One of your candidates had a Nazi tattoo. It's not good. And even if you assume, okay, well, he's not a Nazi, he does get negative points for being a dummy. If he really didn't know he was walking around with a Nazi tattoo on his chest for years, then he's a little bit dumb. Which I can be sympathetic to, certainly. But it's a fact. And we have to acknowledge that. And be honest about that if we're going to make a case for the guy. But my point is, we have existed for so long with the expectation of losing the political conversation, that when we come across evidence that we are winning the political conversation, we don't know what to do with it. You've got a guy there who once upon a time was a Marine, and then once again upon a time was a private military contractor who carelessly got a Nazi symbol tattooed on his chest. You got a guy like that who's suddenly running as a progressive, even if he's got the most dishonest of intentions, and I don't think he does, but even if he does have dishonest intentions, what does that tell you about the popularity of our political beliefs? That's good news. That's a good sign for where we are. Also, by the way, you don't have to settle, Mainers. You don't have to settle for Graham Plattner. I don't think he's all that bad, to be honest. Hard to say that when he's looking like that, pawing at his titty. trying to explain that it's a wolf now. I made it a dream catcher. Jackass. But you got time, Mainers. You don't have to settle for Graham Plattner. And if you do, I'm talking about the progressives in Maine. If you do go with Graham Plattner to try to beat Janet Mills in the primary, which you should, if not Graham Plattner, anybody else. But, if it is Graham Plattner, that's not the end of the world. Because we are going to have to learn how to accept people into our belief system. It is a good thing. It is a good thing when somebody used to have beliefs that we hate and is now fighting for beliefs we agree with. If we are successful, if we are able to sway, if we are able to positively make a case for the things we believe, then there are going to be people who voted for Trump twice, 3 times even, who are suddenly on our side. And if that happens, a way to guarantee failure will be to punish them for joining our side, to try to exclude them after we put all this work into convincing them to be part of the movement. That's foolish, short-sighted, and frankly nonsensical. Don't be that. If you actually believe in these things, then you must acknowledge we're going to have to convince others. And if you acknowledge that, then you are acknowledging people will be amongst us who once we hated. We have to not only allow that, we have to encourage that. So get used to it. It's not going to be satisfying. It's going to make you crazy from time to time. I don't care. You have to do it anyway. Again, that's not an endorsement of Graham Plattner. That's just putting Plattner into perspective. Let's put somebody else into perspective. Herp a derp. Look at this nutsack. Unbelievable. That's the Secretary of Defense. That jackass. That guy's in charge of the U.S. military. That pungent nutsack. He's got nukes at his disposal. If you hate this guy, if you think Pete Hegseth was only ever a captain, and as far as I know, didn't actually ever fire a shot in anger. If you think he's a bad choice, let me ask you something. Who would you pick? Progressive? Who is your recommendation for the Secretary of Defense? Who was Joe Biden's Secretary of Defense? It's not been of much interest to progressives to have any knowledge of this stuff whatsoever. We have only been interested in those parts of the government that we like. But this is where the decisions will be made for us. If progressives don't have a demand for Attorney General next time around, then we're going to get another Merrick Garland. If you want our Secretary of Defense to not immediately supply Israel with enough ammunition to carry out a genocide, then you should make sure there is a progressive Secretary of Defense in power. Now, I don't expect you to have an answer right away. I know you don't have one because you've never been asked to have one before. So start thinking about what you think is somebody who is qualified to run the military, if only to be a caretaker of the death machines we've acquired. Who do you think should be our Secretary of Defense. What is a progressive Secretary of Defense's qualifications? Give it some thought, gang. This has been WYCD Wicked. That stands for what you can do. My name's Jake, and I'll see you on Left Past 10 tomorrow. Coming up, we've got Power Report. What? Nope. It's changed. Coming up, we've got Good Morning Comrade. Oh, yeah. And of course, hold up. Of course, my name's Jake. We'll see you around, gang.
Hello? I'm gonna bring Bam on because it looks like it's working now, but I have trust. Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you.
Thank God. Okay. This is your power report for the 23rd of October. You're back. There's some high-speed chase happening behind Bam, I guess.
Your mic went a little in and out. I don't know if it was just random though, man.
I'll try to speak closer to it as much as I can.
Okay.
But folks, we are here. This is your power report for the 23rd of October, 2025. We're back after last week. Took a little bit of a break. We missed you. We are glad to be back. Well, I really, I know following. Not that you don't follow domestic politics, but specific because you definitely do. But like specifically these like sort of like smaller races that are happening right now, especially outside of like the New York City mayoral race, which is an election that's actually happening this year. Folks are talking a lot about the primary race for Senate up in Maine this week, largely because of Graham Plattner, who is a sort of like sees a progressive star in that campaign. You know, polling coming into this week, which isn't too inclusive of many of the scandals, has Plattner leading Janet Mills, I want to say, but Plattner leading the current governor of Maine, the next the next opponent, in double digits. I think doubling her percentage. I think Plattner's somewhere around 48-50%, and she's somewhere around 25%. So a lot of momentum going into it, but I don't think the primaries are for several months from now, and the general is definitely not until 2026. So, you know, like that's the context. He's been making the rounds on a number of different YouTube shows that are, you know, left-leaning. Ryan Grimm, I'm not sure if it was Dropside or Breaking Points, but there's that. Similar thing with Crystal Ball, went on the Majority Report with Emma Vigeland for an interview. Graham Plattner even said during that interview that he's a Majority Report fan. Remember that. It'll be important later. And what sort of unfolded this week is, you know, the usual thing that happens. If you run and you're some sort of threat to the establishment, the opposition research comes out. And, you know, sometimes the opposition research is a little bit easier for people than others. And in this instance, it was discovered through, I think, a wedding video that Graham Plattner sang shirtless to Miley Cyrus's Wrecking Ball. If that weren't offensive enough, one of his tattoos is the Totenkopf, one of the leading symbols of European fascism. And to make matters worse, Graham Plattner said, "Oh, I didn't know what tattoo this was or what it represented. Me and my army buddies just got this together while we were docked in Croatia." It's just like, keep digging. Keep digging. Keep digging. It's like, so there that happens. At this point, I kind of want to get your thoughts.
Well, Graham, welcome to politics, buddy. Like, it's a dirty game.
Take the ride.
Yeah, it's a dirty game, and like a lot of your stuff is going to come out. Obviously, a lot of stuff came out. I want to say it was like old Reddit posts and things that he said online that don't look good for him. But I do believe him about the tattoo. Like, I believe him. Like, I don't think he knew what the hell it was. But yeah, I mean, it's like also like, I keep on mixing it up if he's running for senator or governor.
Senator.
Right. Okay. It's hard to know like what he's really gonna be about, because he's like saying all the right things right now. But it's like what are his true intentions kind of thing, like if he wins, like what's he gonna be like, what I kind of want to see is him debate that old lady Mills. Like I kind of want to see that. Like I want to see like how he does in the moment where I would imagine she's gonna be like, you said this, you said that, like what's the deal? Because right now I'm just kind of like, it's hard to know. It's like, do I trust him at his word that he's like a Bernie progressive, or is he like some fugazi that's going to get in there and just be like, well, or just be like, what's his name from Pennsylvania?
Fetterman.
Right. Like, is he going to turn into that or what? Like it's hard to know at this point, but a lot of people like him up there in Maine. It ain't really got nothing to do with us that much. If people in Maine like him, if the Somalis are going to vote for him, then okay. Who are the Somalis voting for in Maine? That's what I want to know.
That's a litmus test if I've ever seen one. Aaron Patton's already hot on the paint on this one because Aaron's saying, I would tip, but I'm black. Everybody knows we don't tip. And if people don't know where that comes from, that's one of Graham Plattner's old statements from his Reddit account. And he was, I think it was like under the guise of like, I don't know, in my experience, I don't know why, but it seems like black people don't tip at all or like as much. Like, does anyone know why this is? And like a kind of, I don't think he's like made up his mind about it, but he's just like kind of obtusely asking you this question like on a social media account. And, there's, some of the funnier pieces like that. There were, there's other things that are just not going to make him look good. I like that. There's things that are not going to make him look good all around. I mean, from their Reddit posts where he's making anti-LGBTQ plus jokes, he's describing military grape. He's describing, he's also kind of ACAB in these same posts.
Kinda, he went hard. And he said he was a communist.
I mean, he said that white rural Americans are stupid. Turn around at the same time. So
that's all I need to hear.
Yeah.
No, I'm just joking.
Well, I mean, Bam's not kidding on that one. But it depends on the day. But all of this sort of comes out. And I think, and this is what I'm doing very deliberately, I'm going to take the left media reaction and kind of the left internet reaction here, because the moral of the story is that both are kind of meaningless. Like, except for this particular space and community and for, a lot of people who watch these things, that's actually pretty useless. And, like, I'll go further. Meaningless. Politically worthless. It's like all of this media space and all of the banter about this online when it comes to Grand Platinum. So I'm going to save that for like 5 minutes from now. But, I look at all the facts and I'll say Grand Platinum is a completely new person on the scene. This is not a career politician. So I think you get a couple of things with that. One of those being someone who doesn't have a perfectly polished background, someone who may be a little bit, as far as, political correctness or politeness or being aware of what cultural mores are or how quickly they're being updated at that time, I read that. I also look at the way he stumbled through this. Like, usually, let's take Pete Hegseth, for example. He has a Nazi tattoo. A lot of people who are in the Trump orbit, whether in the administration or just at the lower levels of BAGA, from courts to state legislatures to Republican group chats. I mean, there's Nazi stuff and imagery and symbolism all everywhere you look. I mean, the Trump administration's like Department of Homeland Security accounts on social media are posting fash edits every single day, trying to get people to join ICE for $50,000 bonuses. So all that stuff is out there, and you can like do the fash sniff test sort of thing when you put, okay, not only are there the tattoos, not only are there the text messages, not only are the things they telegraphed before getting elected or getting into power and then tried to lie about back then and are doing now. But yeah, it's kind of that fact that they are doing these things now. So you could put all the pieces together and be like, this is why we call these people Nazis. This is why we call these people fascists. This is why we're able to make this comparison with conviction and a historically and presently rooted analysis. Look, I think personally, if Grand Platinum were lying, this is the worst way to do it, because the way I knew like he's either a bad liar or he's probably telling the truth is that he was basically telling the story of him getting drunk with his army buddies and getting this tattoo together in Croatia. And I'm like, there's an army guy from the United States get drunk and end up in Eastern Europe and end up with a right wing or like a Nazi tattoo and like not know about it. Yeah. Yeah.
Dan, there's probably a black guy with him that got the same tattoo.
No. One of his excuses, which is like, I kind of like transcended when he made this excuse, because I was like, that excuse doesn't work, but not for the reason everyone else thinks. Because he said if he had had any idea that the tattoo had any sort of like negative connotation or negative meaning after all the years that he had worn it on shirts or whatever, or like, taking his shirt off and like, other people had seen it or I had made people feel some type of way, he wouldn't have done it. And he apologized. And that apology seemed pretty heartfelt in the video. He also said that he's surprised that the US government didn't tell him anything about the tattoos being problematic, because he had been screened to go back into the military for deployment since getting that tattoo. And the US government didn't say anything about it. Now, Bam, are you surprised the US government is letting people with Nazi tattoos just go under the radar? Like, yep, that's totally fine.
I mean, probably the person screening his tattoo didn't know either. I mean, honestly, like, especially back then, like, I mean, I think there's a lot more like people might know a little bit more now because the internet, but like 2006 or whatever he's talking about, like, there's a lot of people that are not going to know. And there probably was a Puerto Rican dude in that group that also got the same tattoo.
Like, I like the Occam's razor approach for this entire story seems to be the right one. Like, just like the dumbest, most likely scenario is probably the most likely scenario. Because like, yeah, all of this is like, yeah, checks out. The U.S. military missing signs of like neo-Nazi symbolism. Like, of course, like
Right.
the Freudian slip. The U.S. military looking the other way when they see signs of this in their own ranks. Like, checks out. Even before, I mean, I'm not sure if this is during the Trump first administration, but before the second administration, which I think we can mark as very different moments, and definitely the East Wing of the White House can. You had the situation with Vanessa Guillen, who was like a Latina military member who was like stationed at the force, and was one of many people who are brown or are women or etc. who are in the military who are just disappeared and never seen again. And it tends to be some like white male in the force who's like a little bit lost it. And not only is he getting away with murder and kidnapping and hiding a body and like dicing it. I don't even remember if that's the situation, but these kinds of things do happen so often. And yeah, the U.S. military is like, slap on the wrist or, a dishonorable discharge, but it's a thing that continuously happens and there's no systemic sort of fix for it. So all these things sound like fairly plausible. I'll let you go before I start to get into like the media angle of this, because that's where it starts to get kind of, I guess, where I start to have my most moments here. And I think there's a learning thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like for me, it really just feels like looking into some like very local story, like even like more local than the New York mayor. And at the end of the day, it's like, I don't know how the people in Maine are going to feel. Like, are they going to push for the centrist or this person that seems like he's to the left of her? And I think at this point, what you I just feel like you need to, not that I'm, if they have a debate next year, I'm probably not going to pay attention to it. I don't know, maybe if it's a big deal at the time, but like, any Democrat going into the Senate, you just want to know how they're going to stand up to whatever Trump is doing at any given moment. Like, are they going to capitulate or are they going to like be fighting? And especially with next year, potentially, Democrats having more power in Congress. So,
potentially big if.
Right. And so it's just kind of like, all right, like, how do the people in Maine feel about his tattoos and them comments? Like, are they going to look at it like, he was an idiot back then and he's changed, or is it unforgivable? And I think that goes for like all of us too. It's like, what do we think is unforgivable or not? People make mistakes and people have ideas that they didn't used to have and stuff like that, and people reform. It's hard to know like where to draw the line or like what is acceptable or not. That's a larger conversation.
Yeah, and before I get into the media angle, I think I pretty largely agree with you. Like, I think it's a holistic thing. This is someone who doesn't have a political, background. And so I think you kind of look into that. Like, I'm less likely, especially as time goes on and we're starting to encounter younger and younger candidates with more and more of like an internet usage history. I'm starting to kind of look and go, okay, well, like that was a different time. Let's see who you are now. And like, I weigh that a little bit more. And I think that room for growth is totally fine. I also think because it's a person with very little of a, history in their background to confirm their record, I think let's take all these data points and see if we start finding connections. Like if we see, like, if this is the last the tattoo thing, he covered it up. It's like a Celtic thing to reference dogs or whatever. Cool. There's some other things about Celtic tattoos that I can, go into. Not necessarily the tattoos, but also some of the people who make them, and like how a hop, skip, and a jump their way from doing a different type of tattoo. But I think there's also a Maine factor into this as well.
Right.
Bam's joke about the Somalis in Maine.
Shout out. They're there. They're out there.
Not like Minnesota out there though. Like,
no, not even like San Diego out there, but they're out there though.
Yeah. Omar Fateh in Maine. That'd be very funny. But we are like, I'll accept the room for growth piece. I'll accept that, we need to kind of take in these data points. And as for how people in Maine are feeling, he mentioned that video going to a town that I think has like 10,000 or so people roughly. And it's mostly like a traveler sort of like, fun sort of like beach town to the extent that Maine has beaches, I guess seasonally. And can you tell the California rubbing off the entire thing? Anyways, he filled hall, whatever, room, auditorium that has about like 3,000 or 4,000 seats. So you're talking about like a third of the city's population coming out to, an event. Now, to be fair, it's a small town. It's off season. So it's probably one of the better things going on that night. I need to stop. But like, I think there's something to say what I said in the beginning, which is this discourse that we're having right now means less than nothing to the voters in Maine. This discourse about a political candidate and some posts and some pictures like 8-9 months before a primary race, like my primary election actually happens, 6-7 months before any sort of debates like you're talking about, Bam. Like I've already lost 99.9% of everybody. Like no one's listening to me talk about this on a bus, in a bar, on a goat, on a boat. Like no one's listening to this, right? So let's ground ourselves in how niche this conversation is. That said, like, this is I guess like a particular space where people are keyed into Senate primaries in the state of Maine, like and stuff like that. So I'll get into the media piece of it. And I think this begins with, Bam and I, every once in a while, we get this moment where we see left media react in a way that shows like the mask slips off a little bit, where like it's not really about a politics of coalitional inclusivity and a continuing, practice of that. It's more a politics of the kind of politics that the left tends to rail about all the time. Politics of clickiness, a politics of insiders and favoritism, and one of putting those other, politics and supposed morals and values aside for ego, for pundit brain, for a number of these different things. We've done Left So White for like cases of Jimmy Dore and who's the current affairs dweeb? Nathan J. Robinson, and a number of others. But in this case, I'll shine a light towards, I mentioned them earlier in the show, Crystal Ball, Ryan Grimm, who has been in this Left So White crosshairs for a little bit, and Bam didn't like it, and I actually cared for him. So this is like a knockdown, because now we're in strike 2, strike 3 territory. Strike 8 territory, if we're being honest. And Emma, same thing. I think that the rush to say this is no big deal, or the rush to say, that's even something that Graham said, like, oh, this tattoo thing is like no big deal, or the rush for people to defend Graham before he'd even really said anything about this, before he had really made a statement about it, before he had done the things that you should do if this sort of thing is happening to you and you're acting in good faith, which I think he looks like he's doing so far, right? But the role of this media space is not supposed to be, and this got bastardized a lot, I think, by Cenk and the Young Turks era of like, okay, we'll report and commentate on the news, but we're also definitely going to pick certain candidates that we like and then highlight them and boost them up more with our platform and kind of decide we like them and give them extra benefit of the doubt. Basically like doing what other media outlets were doing with establishment candidates at the time. And, that's an approach. I don't agree with it, and this is the exact reason why. This is a similar coalition that has spent the past year saying, you can't throw parts of your coalition under the bus because you think you're going to win for certain things, right? You can't throw trans people under the bus because you think that the trans panic is going to win you more votes than it will cost you from LGBTQ plus people who are actually in danger, right? Throwing away immigrants off the side of the bus is going to be bad, because just because it's like this terror migrant panic wave, we're all bringing the immigrants for everything. you're going to enable those in power who are going to, as we were called crazy for about this time last year, using the federal government and using federal agents to round people up in the streets. Right? Like, there's something about, if you're really about a coalition, are you going to look past those things because you're in a moment that you like? Oh, here's the one I remember from last year. Remind me, Bam, if you remember this. I will not vote for a candidate who is not for an end to the genocide in Gaza. Like, that is a non-movable issue for me. And anyone else who sits outside of that, that is not a coalitional move that I am willing to make, right? I think those are fine, reasonable politics, all right? Like, I think, and I also think, as we talked about with the Palestine conversation, you have to weigh a lot of different things when you're looking at a particular candidate, especially one like in Maine, where it's either going to be a strong Democrat who wins, or it's going to be Suzanne Collins, and that's just like a Republican Senate seat, and we really don't need that right now. So, you know, that changes the calculus for maybe how clean, how refined, how, you know, quote unquote perfect of a politician you have in order to get there. But you allow a politician to get there, you don't make that, you don't, you know, do the work of that politician for them. And that's why I saw too many like Ryan Grimms, too many people, Ryan Grimm, Crystal Ball, Emma Vigland, people who like didn't make the Cenk and Anna TYT mistake last year, but are, I think, in this like sort of king-making thing, they see like the Zoran Mamdani thing, and I don't think left media had a huge role to play with that either. But it's a numbers game. If you can find these sort of like Pied Pipers of progressive politics and constantly boost them up and hype stories about them, then you kind of become economically tied to that person or that candidate. And I think it's simpish, pathetic, and outright fucking embarrassing that this far out of a primary campaign, there's a bunch of media figures who, you know, Ryan Grimm claims to be like a fully like fledged journalist. I know like objective journalism is pretty much dead in this country, and maybe that's a good thing. But how are you this quickly to like simp for a guy when, or, you know, like go to bat for a guy who has no political history, who has no political record, you barely even know of, and you're like, oh, this is an obvious smear campaign, this is an obvious smear job, when I think an easy test is, what were these people saying about Katie Porter? Because I was saying the same thing about Katie Porter just a couple of weeks ago before we went on our little break, that, you know, there's a smear campaign coming after her because she is the strongest non-establishment Democrat currently in the race for governor in California. There's a lot of people who've been waiting in the wings of, you know, Gavin Newsom to leave or Kamala Harris to leave, and both of them are out. So it's like an open season. And those Democratic Party fart snippers who believe that they should be rightfully, like it should be their term, they're polling like the woman from Maine, like worse actually, 2%, 4%. Alex Bakari or whatever, or Andrew Bakari, like all these other different Democratic Party figures, they're polling low. Katie Porter is the front runner. You know what they did with her? They released all the videos of her yelling at her staff and saying that she's abusive and she's toxic in her workplace. All these same East Coast like progressives sort of over talking about were largely dismissive, like, you know, oh, Katie Porter's not a strong candidate. You know, this sort of thing happens. And I said a lot just to like kind of set the stage to make my case and make my point about why I'm angry with this, but I'll put it like this. If we are just gonna have the conversation, who are you gonna go to bat first? The person with the Nazi tattoo who worked for Blackwater after his deployment, who was apparently during his deployment a guard at Abu Ghraib, like, you know, after the festivities, let's say, you know, and it's a deployment. You don't necessarily choose those things, but I mean, there's that. Or there's the woman who can maybe work on her anger issues with her subordinates and her staff, but other than that is like a leading front runner and so far has no Nazi tattoos. right? In fact, no, maybe a little bit too close to APAC related interests for, my taste in California, right? But real rush to defend the rural white guy with the Nazi tattoo. Total silence defend the white woman who is the progressive choice in California. And objectively a more fucking important state with more people in it, with a much more economic impact, with, if we're just going to talk about like newsworthiness, right? There's federal agents in California, they're talking about San Francisco now. Who knows when they're going to go to San Diego? That's like 3 major cities. I can't name a major city in Maine. Portland. There's a different Portland the federal agents are in. It's not the main one though, right? So this is all getting wrapped up in like I hate how West Coast biased the media is and how left media has kind of continued that weird trend. I think it's very weird how the choice was made even before Graham made an apology that we've got to hold our nose and go for this guy versus hold our nose and go for this girl, when I think I have the opinion for both Graham Plattner and Katie Porter that both these hit pieces came out in Politico. They are the publishers clearinghouse for hit pieces against the opponents of the establishment. They did the same thing with Trump. That's why Trump's on his media tear right now, and guess how that worked. And they'll do the same thing with AOC or Zora Ramdani or Bernie Sanders and any left of center Democrat who doesn't push that agenda, because they're the ones who have the connections to Politico, who will leak this stuff, who will publish it far and wide. And yeah, I just think it's funny how last point, we are supposed to, as Democrats, weaponize, as we should, text messages and imagery and rhetoric and all these other different things. And the same week, now we're going to go for a guy, like pretty willingly, without an apology, who has many of those same things on his record. Now, I don't think they're the same people. I think the words that come out of their mouths in the present, for the people who are on the MAGA side, it matches their past messages, and they're not apologizing for it. Even the vice president is telling them not to apologize for it. Here you have a person with remorse who immediately got the tattoo covered up, and he seems to be moving on. And even in those past messages, you're starting to see the sort of like anti-fascist, like left Dem social whatever person that Graham Plattner is running as today. I think what I did was a kind of rapid fire, going in a couple different places, a little bit of long-winded analysis, but my approach is way more responsible than just just pay no attention to the Nazi, stuff and all the military stuff. And, we don't know this guy, and we've been Fetterman before. Just trust me. He's a fan of the Majority Report. It's cool. It's cool. Trust me, guys. He's cool. Like, this is a pathetic display from some people that I generally like a lot. And I think I just have to say that for the record. A pathetic display.
Well, I didn't see any of those. I'm glad I didn't. Because honestly, I just feel like there's just something like that's the problem when you become like a fan of a politician. Like, don't be a fan, dude. Just, especially if they don't have nothing to do with you, really. Like,
welcome to politics. The strippers don't actually like you.
Right. You can say like, oh yeah, I like this guy's politics in Maine, and I think he's better than the old lady. Okay, then this stuff comes up like, damn, well, that's messed up, like that's really whack that he said all that stuff, we'll see what the people in Maine do about that. We'll see if they care, but like, you don't have to be like up his ass, like, because at the end of the day, it's a politician, like, and he's running the first time ever. So it's like, I'm gonna save being a fan of a politician until they do a lot, dude. Like, you gotta do so much for me to be like, you know what? I really fuck with that person because they went hard for like FDR amount of time. But a senator in Maine, like I'm sorry, dude. Like, you can be cool or not, but like, I'm not like you said. Like, these people are already like they hitched their wagon to him already. So when this stuff comes out, most people have too much ego to be like, you know what? Well, I guess I was wrong about that person. Like, fuck him. They're not going to do that. Which you could, because either way, it ain't like you're not voting for him. And Majority Report or whoever else, you're not going to swing one vote his way. Like, that's not happening. Like, the Somalis in Maine are not watching the Majority Report. So, like, yeah, but that's also how, like you're saying, like, that's media. Like, media is gonna, they're trying to build like a larger than life character out of somebody so they can, like, you know, hitch their wagon to them, and it's more exposure. You know, that's just like how media is. But I think it is irresponsible. It doesn't surprise me, but for me, it's just like, I don't, you know what, actually, I'm going to agree. It is, I think it's actually very irresponsible, because you're keeping this culture of being a fan of a politician, and really like that's how we got Trump, dude. Like, that's how we got Trump twice, because the culture of being a fan of a politician, like they work for you. They're supposed to work for you. They should be your goddamn fan. They should be coming to you and saying, oh, what do you want me to do? You know what I mean? Like, that's how it should be. But because, like, we have, you know, the world is just like caught up in celebrity worship culture and all this other shit. Like, people treat the politicians like they're like a celebrity, and, you know, then, and I'm not really judging Graham Planter.
Plattner, but I get it.
Sorry. I got to take what he's saying at face value, that, like, he's not that person anymore, because I think about myself, you know, 20 years ago or whatever the hell, like, I mean, I'm saying crazy shit on the group chats right now, but, like, you know what I mean? So, like, I can take him at face value to say, like, you know, he's apologizing and he doesn't believe that stuff anymore and he's a different person. That's cool. That's great. And we will see if you get elected. You know, if the people in Maine elect you, we'll see if you're a lying sack of shit or if you are genuinely about that progressive life.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, I'm not even saying you have to denounce him, all of that, right? Like, you could just go,
Right.
like, I think the right response was, hey, look, you know, we're interviewing this guy. You know, he says he's, you know, a fan of the show. You know, that's a nice thing to say. Curtis Lee was on the Breakfast Club the other day, and he was making fun of.
Are you for real?
Bam is pissed we didn't make. Bam is pissed we didn't make the entire episode about that.
That is insane, dude. There ain't a rapper. There ain't a rapper, dude. Like, goddamn. Can we just get a fucking rapper, man?
I will say it was very funny. There were two funny moments in that. One was when Curtis Lee said that he was offered $10 million to drop out of the race and no show job and a bunch of cars and everything. And he was like, "Are you kidding? I know Eric Adams got more. He was sitting around playing The Price is Right, seeing who was going to pay him the like." He's got some bangers like that sometimes. Secondly, because he was in the middle of that rant, this is kind of the point I was getting to. Curtis Lee said, Charlemagne, when he was on his show, he said The Breakfast Club was his favorite show. He listens to it every morning. Then he goes on 6 other morning shows and says the same thing. Oh, it's my favorite morning show. I listen to it every morning. How is he listening to 6 morning shows? How is he listening to one? We know he's busy, you know, nightlife Eric Adams at 4 a.m. He doesn't listen to morning shows. He's too busy sleeping it off. But, like, you know, if you, like, you know, be generally flattered by someone saying, oh, I like your show, I watch your show. But that should not be like the litmus test for the clearinghouse of, I'm going to give this person the benefit of the doubt always, right? You know, like, I've actually said this before in my personal life. For people that I meet who know me or know of the people I have been around or have interviewed or talked to or know people in this space, right? That's actually a red flag. Like that's not a red flag, but it's a yellow flag, right? Like, because I don't know, like, are you just like a lurker, like a normal person who watches these things? Or are you like 95 replies deep into a comment section from a video that came on like a year ago, talking about how like Ethan Klein said something about Hassan Pike? Like, are you an absolute sicko, or are you like, just into politics and don't like the old media's type stuff we have right there, right? So it's a wide landscape, and there's a lot of people like that, but we shouldn't just be given free passes just because they like blow smoke up your ass, like they compliment you, like, oh, I like your show, oh, they do this other different thing. It's access journalism. I'm going to give people nicer treatment because I have them on speed dial. They're more perceivable to be my friends, my comrades, my associates, people I agree with, right? And you just can't do that. And it doesn't mean you go like, I'm completely throwing this person under the bus, but I think you start and you just from the jump go, okay, this is a person I generally like their views and their values. This is how you can support them. Let's see if they can win. This story comes out and you're like, damn, that sucks. I think he seems to be running on stuff I agree with. His behavior in his life are things I definitely don't agree with. I think in this environment in 2025, there's a lot of room to show that people are growing from problematic things, but it can't just be, oh, you made some fucked up posts in like 2023 and like now you're saying you're straight. Like there's got to be work done and the context really matters, but by digging yourself into a person, a completely unknown person that quickly, you're just like setting yourself up for anything like that, right? And that just goes back to last sentence. It goes back to the discipline of the lost art and discipline of being in front of a microphone and talking to an audience. It's so easy to do it right now, but there is actually ethics. There is actually responsibility. There are things you don't do. And I think, the Taylor Lorenz article about CrowdStrike and the people getting paid by the Democratic Party to do media stuff like that without disclosing it. A bunch of people were there and they were like, I don't get what the big deal is. And that is representative of how much the lost art of being a objective reporter, an objective consumer of the news, an objective presenter of the news, that's how lost it is.
Well, I think also the thing is, people in the left media criticize, mainstream media for access journalism. And it's like, you're doing the same thing, dude. Like, it's literally the exact same thing. But it's just for like a smaller candidate, so, having integrity is not easy in that space, it's easy to get excited about people and, you don't have a lot of progressive politicians in America, so it's like, oh my God, like he's saying all this stuff, like, you're going to get excited, but can I say this? Should I say this?
Do it. But I'm going to say worse still.
I feel like, now these guys are not going to feel like this, but I feel like for me, like I'm already like, whatever politics you're saying you have, I'm already going to be somewhat like a little bit skeptical because you're a white guy. Like, especially you were in the military and shit. Like, I'm already got like a little bit of like I'm going to ask the person if I'm interviewing Graham Planter Peanuts, and he's got these, before the stuff comes out, like before all that stuff comes out, I'm going to be talking to him about his past in the military. What were you like back then? Did you have those politics back then? Like, I need to know that stuff because I think he could have got ahead of a lot of this stuff. Like, hey, guys, I was in the military. I'm from Maine. I'd never seen a black person until I turned 28. Like, what the hell? Like, so like, you can get ahead of a lot of that and be like, I was an idiot back in the day. I was on Reddit. I don't know how long that Reddit shit. I don't know how long Reddit's been around, but like that Reddit shit sounded like it was like 2018 or something. But like, he could have got ahead of a lot of that. And I don't know who was interviewing him and stuff. I don't think I've ever seen an interview of his, but For me, I'm like, you're like this age white dude, and you were like serving in Iraq. Like, were you dropping sand in bombs or what? Because I can forgive it. I can forgive it. If you're like, yeah, we were all saying towel head and shit. Okay, I feel you. But like, let's talk about it.
Yeah, like I hear you, and most of the audience is like white leftist men who like part of the reason there's this like issue in the discourse is that it's like when that side of it is called out, there's like a little bit of a discomfort that's there, right? Like just similarly as like there can be a discomfort as a cis men when there are leftist women or non-binary people who are like going off about how fuck ass like straight men be, right? Or cis men be, right? And like there's two ways to do that. You can sit with that discomfort and think about like, okay, why am I just like not comfortable? How are these things, like what can I learn from taking this, and like how can I actually use this to work towards being a better person, treating other people with more understanding. And it's just the truth that in a country that favors whiteness and maleness and straightness, if you're a beneficiary of those things and you end up kind of fighting for those things and very much falling for the propaganda that leads to those things, which is what you did if you are in the US military in the Iraq and Afghanistan war. That's just objectively, it checks all the boxes. Even if you are not white, male, or cis, and you were in the military at that time, the propaganda worked for you because you saw that as a possibility for yourself. You bought in to the myth, right? And so that takes unlearning, right? Just how, that takes unlearning for if Graham Plattner were black, it would be a similar type of unlearning too.
For
you
sure.
could say that maybe in older age, like some of the connections of being a black person and then some of those connections of being in the military, when you get older, maybe they come together and broaden your analysis and you become a more well-rounded person. That's great. I think that's a story that, to Bam's point, like that is a part of the interview that people should go down, because even if you want to be kind of sneaky and sly and be like, hey, we ideologically agree, let me help you out a little bit, I think that's the best way to help out a campaign. Like, just like, let's lay it all out. Let's hit it off at the past. Let's address it right here. And I think people appreciate growth. I think people appreciate normal stories. I think people like people who are not politicians, who are perfect and cookie cutter, and like Gavin Newsom, who like focus tested his smile and his grin and like which like hair mousse he uses, right? Like in a lab. I think people want that authenticity, but this is a left coalition, and to the extent that the coalition matters, I think like if you're over here saying don't pay no never mind to the Nazi tattoo, and then you're over here saying, no, I'm standing up for like, progressive rights and like your rights as someone who like may have been affected by the Nazis, is being affected by Nazis right now. Let's just be very real about the historical nature of where we're at right now. Feels bad, man. it feels nearly like it's not an exact analogy because this isn't a history for most of these people who like fell for the Graham Plattner thing, but we're going back to the same story, the same thing we're hitting back again as Jank. Do you think that you're going to win more voters or going to win more support or win more credibility or win more good graces or whatever you value or whatever you should value in the space? Do you think you're going to get that by sounding like a Republican or sounding like a right winger when it comes to issues that left people care about? Like you can't just go, oh yeah, trans and women's sports, that's weird. Like, we should ban that. Or Trendair Wagra is all up in these apartment buildings. Let's send the weekend warriors who can't even run a 14-minute mile. Let's send them in to helicopter into apartment buildings and zip tie naked children at 3 a.m. at night, right? Like that is the direction that TYT went in. That's not how far we're going, but it starts by, hey, you know what? Don't worry about that thing that you're very worried about. And the fact that you are worried about it and scolding me is a you problem and it's not a me problem. That's the tone I'm getting from a lot of folks this week. It's a very scoldy, how dare you tone. And on the other side, I agree with it. Let's not be so quick to throw people under the bus. next time I am on camera, and you know what, honestly, off camera with all these people, they're not going to hear the last of me. They're not going to hear the end of me talking about Katie Porter. And after that conversation, I better start seeing some public posts about, yeah, let's go for Katie Porter. Yeah, let's call her Stapler Katie Porter. I don't give a shit, all right? Because now that we're ranking things, yelling at your subordinates, we don't approve of it. There's also the guy running for Senate with the Nazi tattoo. We don't approve of it. There's also the fascist in the White House who's tearing down the, White House in the East Wing. We also don't approve of it. We don't approve of that last one very, very much. And so let's actually start to like have the conversations. And if you're really about this, like, let's not fall for these, smear campaigns, then be as quick to defend the smear campaigns that aren't on the East Coast, that aren't these like, rural white hillbilly elegy examples of what you want the white rural left to be. And maybe throw some attention to the woman who's trying her best to represent 40 million Americans in a state that is, really teetering on the precipice of some serious shit right now. But hey,
what do we know? Narwhal said.
Yeah, go ahead.
Narwhal said if the candidate had been black and had a gang tattoo unknowingly, there would be zero grace. Oh, don't you know it? Boy. Now, granted, if he was a black candidate in Maine, that's already a big red flag. But he's going to get one vote from the Somalis won't even vote for him. But if somebody had like a GD tattoo or some like a freaking Crip tattoo, oh my God, they're going to lean
Pyrus for Plattner. Pyrus for Plattner.
If they got that on some black cat, like there's gonna be like Netflix documentaries on the history of the Bloods. Like they're gonna go through every state. Like, what are you like? There would be no grace at all. But at the same time, I'm like I don't know if this is how I'm supposed to feel, but like I feel like it doesn't matter whether I give him grace or not. Like I don't gotta vote for the guy. We'll see what the people in Maine say. And I hope that, okay, Dan, here's my question, Dan. Was he having interviews on left media before all this stuff came out?
Yes.
And they
all
weren't
the people I'm talking to. All the people I'm talking to were, all the people I'm talking about. Emma, Crystal, and Ryan talked to Graham. To my knowledge, definitely Emma and Crystal. I'm pretty sure Ryan talked to him and interviewed him. Before all of this, and I only watched Emma, and this is awkward because of all of these people. This is the person I have the closest friendship with, and it's like a real intersection of my own morals about like my willingness to go full on the gas of criticizing someone. This is also a really dear friend of mine, but this is nothing personal, just business for the next couple seconds. All right. The closest Emma came into her interview was, "Are you John Fetterman?" Which is funny because like
he's not going to say that.
I'm just going to remove this in general. And I don't mean to look. I'll say like nothing personal, just business. That was a poorly framed question. You need to get very specifically to like what you're talking about to make it harder to lie and get out of that question. Because the way that question was presented. A couple of months ago, Trump was asked, "Hey, you keep showing around these plans for like a ballroom on the White House. Like, are you going to tear things down? Like, what are you going to do?" And Trump's like, No. I love the White House. It's a very beautiful building, and I'm going to leave it as is. This is all going to be funded, out of my own dime and through private donors, and it's going to, keep and maintain the White House and the good look of it." This week, backhoe to that bitch, like straight, like craning it out, and Trump's like, "Yeah, I told you I was going to do it. Yeah, I told you the White House was a dump the whole time. Like, why are you upset? Like, why are you surprised?" So, and even some people will say there were signs for Fetterman all along. And if you look back, there were signs. They were just, again, I don't think it was even the same group of people, but it was a similar sort of fervor to be like, hey, we need this seat. This person is approachable. He's not a career politician. He seems to be agreeable on some of our issues. He just has some things in his past that, you know, if he were to make a pivot in the future, you could connect A to B, but you could connect A to C at least. But right now we're at B, and we're at some point in the middle where we have to kind of make a decision if we can take this person at his word. And at that point, if I'm going back to Emma's moment of asking him if he's Fetterman, I don't know if you're going to get the perfect answer from that, but you got to get a data point. And are you going to be Fetterman is like a nice Dan way to end the question, but you got to at least go like Sam Cedar or Dan and like spend the 2 minutes before that asking a question to color it. I'm exaggerating, but at least spend 30 seconds before that to color the question and be like, look, it is very hard we want to be able to trust outsiders, but because you don't have a record, we have to take a lot of things for your word. So, you know, you're pro, you know, like you're pro ending the war and the genocide in Gaza. You're for all these other different progressive things. What happens when Trump deploys troops to Maine? Maine's politics, like, sorry, dude. I keep saying Zoran Mamdani's best days will be this campaign, and then everything else is going to suck for him a little bit. Because you've got to hit the realities of Mamdani managing a relatively blue liberal town and city where a lot of those agenda items can get done, like New York. This is Maine now, all right? So Graham is going to be not a New York, DC, California coastal leftist on a number of things. We got to try to pick at those things that are popular in Maine, like, what about guns? What are we going to do about that? Let's talk about this situation. What about
lobsters?
Reproductive rights. What about Jordan Peterson, the Lobster Army? Like, that's a big constituency in Maine. Like, you know, but like, you know, we need to, even if you don't know all these different things, we need to get him on record, because if he trips up in a future interview and contradicts himself in these Majority Report interviews or these Breaking Points interviews or these whatever interviews, then we can go back and we have a paper trail to be like, okay, you said A here and X there. So what do you mean? And maybe he goes through that. Maybe that's a mistake. But if we have 10 of those cases, then we get to look at the Reddit posts and the tattoos, and we can start to build a context and a profile of how serious this person is. Is this person willing to, you know, be truthful and forthright about themselves? Or are they hiding a little switcheroo, like in their back pocket? And yeah, I think the support and endorsement, and I cannot stress this enough, is profoundly meaningless from left media, from whoever's streaming with one view all the way up to Hassan Piker. Profoundly meaningless when it comes to changing the minds of regular voters. All right? Let's be real. But it is powerful in the sense that someone might be motivated to, maybe not to vote because they saw something on a left YouTube show, but if they do make the right decision to stop watching YouTube shows and start to get out in politics, they may go, I'm going to volunteer for this campaign because I've seen him on the Majority Report, or I've seen him interviewed with these people that I generally trust and like, and I'm willing to put that work in for you. So I think that is a really strong responsibility there. And so to close out, don't put out on the first date. Like, you know, like
basically
with politicians especially, like make them work for it, honey, please.
I don't know. I can't remember if it's in the rundown or not, but everybody in the chat is talking about some racist AI ad that Cuomo did.
Oh yeah.
And since you're a New Yorker, I would imagine you saw it.
So here's the thing. It was an online post and delete.
Okay.
It wasn't.
I want to see how racist it is.
Can you read some more comments? Because it's not in the rundown, but I know where to find it, so I just need some time. But I just want to tell you, Bam, you're not quite ready for how racist it is.
Okay, we'll see. All right, we'll see.
Like this, like it's funny and insulting in its own ways, and then you can look at it for like the historical thing that it is, and it's like, oh, this is like digital blackface meets the Central Park 5. Like this is actually some pretty dark shit that's happening here, but just done in a cartoonish way.
I'm
Anyways, Bam is
Okay, Narwhal said, I don't think Plattner is clever enough to plan the switcheroo, but he may do it from like a principle. He could. And yeah, and I don't really expect him to do that necessarily. But I do feel like, you know, my biggest thing is like, you know, it's up to Maine to vote for the guy. But if he's going to be on like left media, I would like for them to have like more integrity than like Trump going on Fox News. Like, but yeah, here's Sachi with the hyperbole. More outrage about the East Wing being remodeled than Gaza being destroyed. I haven't seen any encampments about the East Wing of the White House. I haven't seen any protests about it just yet.
Well, I'll say this, right? Like the people who are doing the protests for the Gaza are not necessarily the same people who are going to get all up in arms about like historical buffs and things like that. Really think it's that. Like Emma's my friend. There's nothing really personal about this. It's kind of just like this is a purely political disagreement, and I think your best friends are friends who like want you to be better in certain moments. This is one of those things. It's not a takedown. This is not a Dan destroys. This is not like this is not a don't trust majority report anymore. These things happen.
Good morning, comrades. You are listening to WHIV LP New Orleans 102.3. This is your weekly Good Morning Comrade. Welcome to the show, of course, our friend, multiple-time guest. We just can't get enough of folks around here. It is the one, the only, the incomparable Lauren Jewett, folks. What's going on?
Hi. Wow, what an introduction. So you can't get enough of me. I guess I can't get enough of running for office.
That's right. Well, this time we're running also for District 1, Congressional District 1 in Congress against our look, we know him, we love him, Steve Scalise, right? Yeah. We're in District 1 Congress. How you doing there, Lauren? What's going on?
I'm doing great. Thank you for inviting me on the show once again, as a current candidate for office in the state that we love, Louisiana.
Love Louisiana. I was just telling you off air before we got started. I made my first pot of gumbo just today before we got started, just because it's getting to that part of the year and we got to watch the Saints get absolutely destroyed. So you know what happens.
Aw, yeah.
So tell us about it. So you're running for Congress this time. What's going on?
Yeah. Also for the people who are listening that are new and don't know much about me, my name's Lauren Jewett. I am a national board certified public school special education teacher. I've been in the classroom for 17 years and I work in Orleans Parish, but I reside in Metairie in Jefferson Parish. And I am a candidate for Louisiana's 1st congressional district. I will be running in the Democratic primary, which is supposed to take place on April 18th of 2026, but that will potentially be moved. We can get into that later with the special session happening currently. But I am running in this race because I really believe that this district deserves somebody who has a history of documented public service, who advocates for our most vulnerable populations. And I really feel that at this time, a lot of our District 1 is facing a lot of vulnerable situations. There's a disregard for the way that our democratic principles are upheld when we think about the Constitution. And we have a lot of policy decisions that are going to result in cuts to healthcare, cuts to SNAP and food programs that we know our children rely on, cuts to education that we are already seeing happening right before our eyes, special education cuts have just happened in the last 2 weeks to OSEP, which is the Office of Special Education Programming. And then just also cuts state and federally that are going to impact our environment and our coast. And so I spent almost 2 decades advocating for vulnerable students and children, and I'm going to bring that experience to help advocate for people who don't feel like they have a voice in DC and in Congress.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And again, you know, the way that we sort of like look at how, you know, Congress has been, there's very few teachers that are involved in there. There are very few educators, and there really does need to be more of a voice of that, because they are the people who talk to children. They understand their communities, and they feel like I said this a lot when I was a teacher, like living conditions, not just in the immediate sense, but also in the sort of like more cultural sense. Those are working conditions for people, for especially when it comes to a student who can't, you know, who is essentially not homeless, or they have food scarcity, or they have other issues. They have to learn in those conditions as well. And it really is something that's not really taken a part of in the way that we sort of think. If a student is essentially like targeted by immigration, you know, or whatever, they're not going to trust parts. You know, that's one part of the government, and the education system is another part of government. Why would they trust teachers if their parents are, you know, or they themselves are essentially a target of for deportation? So it really is something that needs to be brought into this perspective more broadly. And I really do appreciate you stepping up for that, Lauren.
Yeah, I think, and you know, and maybe some of the listeners know who are familiar with me that I have run for office before. I ran 3 years ago for the local school board in Jefferson Parish and made it pretty far into a runoff by only 10 votes. And so, you know, votes do matter. We talk about that a lot. People think
10 votes. That's so crazy. It's still crazy.
No, and people say their vote doesn't count. And I think it truly does.
It so does.
It's like I tell that story so many times because, I mean, that's just 5 houses on a block with 2 voters, and you know, or even less households would have more voters. So, you know, I ran for that position, and then I stepped up the next year, ran for the state school board, Bessie, here in Louisiana. And I think I always of the mindset that it's important to have an educator's perspective on those school boards, state and local. Doesn't mean that every individual on that board has to have had education, classroom experience, but I think it is essential that you have at least a good balance of that. And running in those races, I always was looking at things from a macro level, but you know what we can do on those boards, and it's very centered around curriculum, instruction, like those kinds of. That's what's in our purview. Like, what is it that we actually have ability to make policy on? And I just was looking at what was happening in the last few months and seeing that these issues have just gotten bigger now. The issues have gotten worse and extended beyond the walls of the classroom, which I've always been running on. I ran on mental health. I ran on ensuring that our teachers also have a quality of life that extends beyond their workday. But now it's bigger. It's my students not getting essential nutrition. It's my students being anxious and concerned that they will be separated from their families or be separated from their classmates. It's their families worried if they are going to be able to afford going to the doctor to treat a small medical concern or a big medical concern. And we know, you've been in the classroom too, that a lot of our students are sometimes cared for by other family members, maybe a grandparent or a grandmother or an older aunt or uncle. And so, people who are older rely on programs such as Medicare, Medicaid, and so we just it's to me, the issues have just grown in magnitude. Our storms are getting stronger. The year before I ran for office, we dealt with Hurricane Ida down here. I had to get a new roof. I had to rebuild parts of my house that had damage. We know that these storms are not getting less stronger. They're getting worse, and just seeing all these things happening, it just really prompted me to feel like this is what has to be done. I just don't know what else to do at this point, but elevate these issues and ensure quality of life because here in Louisiana, because so many people I know have left or have contemplated leaving Louisiana. And I'm not from here originally, but I've spent most of my adult life here. And people who leave here always say, I miss it. I want to come back. I don't feel attached to the place that I moved to, or I miss it. I want to come back. And it's that kind of, there's dysfunction and some reason of why they left, that whether it's not lots of job opportunities, the natural disasters, the infrastructure, the way that things have worked in the state legislature. There are lots of reasons people have left, and we want to make this a place where people can stay, where there's a future for people. And because, like I said, people leave here and they're saying that they miss it, that they wouldn't want to be anywhere else, but that there's something that is prompting them to be. It's a push factor away, but then there's something that still calls and pulls, or they come back and visit because some of their families still stay here, or it's this attachment to place. It's this attachment to the culture here, and we have to fight for that culture. And I think what I feel in terms of representation and accessibility from the person who's supposed to fight for us in that way, I don't see that. I see that there's a lot of interplay with what's happening away from Louisiana and what's happening in DC. And I get that you have to establish those networks and those relationships to get things accomplished there. I don't disagree with that, but also don't make us feel like we have no input of what's happening, because as we know, we have not been able to have any in-person town halls. There has been just people I think have been left behind. Like I said in the beginning where I opened, I think there's just a vulnerability here that we're facing, and we are left we're feeling left on our own in a sense with all these cuts.
Mm-hmm. I also want to put another point on that too, is that there is I think it's a quite significant component of fear that is being sort of generated by in our politics more sort of generally, and I don't even necessarily think that this is a Democrat Republican thing. I think that there is just sort of a general sense of we have this problem with, for example, crime or immigration that is sort of bipartisan, and the solution, at least when it comes to the sort of establishment consensus of Washington, as you sort of put it, a moment ago is, well, the answer to that is more policing. The answer to that is for the National Guard to intervene and to, take over these cities, or for ICE to come in and to deport all kinds of folks that are, quite frankly, just trying to make a living here, regardless of their immigration status. And it's really a situation where it's exacerbating a lot of those factors that you mentioned, not just in Louisiana, but just sort of across the board, and making it more difficult to live everywhere. So I guess you want to speak to that, and do you even agree with that framing? I guess you could say. I could ask.
Do you mean like the framing that it's difficult to live everywhere?
Well, and that crime and immigration are like two incredibly linked factors, and that they're necessarily even problems in the first place, because that's sort of like the framing that we're seeing out of specifically Washington right now.
Well, I will say that immigration is a very nuanced thing, and everyone has different experiences with how they got here for whatever reason, whether they were leaving their home country and there was conflict, war, they were escaping a bad situation.
Sorry to jump in, but like in many cases, those bad situations that you mentioned were generated or exacerbated by the United States foreign policy. I want to really, really make sure to draw a line under that.
Yeah. Yes. So yeah, our own intervention in foreign policy, where sometimes we're sticking our nose in, and it's creating more instances of conflict. But I mean, there's a reason why people are coming here. Our country is a country of immigrants. And I think people people forget that. People forget that at least in our region, where we have been devastated by so many types of natural disasters and storms, and it's the people who've rebuilt this city, and is often our immigrants, and
who rebuilt the city, right?
Yes, and are doing jobs that people very hard jobs that people tend to not want to sign up to do, and that people aren't thinking about that analysis of that and the path, and that there's got to be a pathway there. And I will say too that what we're seeing now in many states, but I can obviously speak to Louisiana, we're seeing people be disappeared and taken to ICE facilities without due process, or for various reasons. We know people who have spoken up, they've been targeted, or people who are just being profiled. That is happening in different parts of our country, and that is resulting in people who have done all their steps, or what they were supposed to do, what they felt they were supposed to do, to coming to their check-ins, doing what they were supposed to do. And then it's resulting in people just being sent to these facilities, which are private facilities. We have, I believe, 9 of them in Louisiana. And
you're talking about immigration detention facilities.
The ICE detention facilities that are in Louisiana, and also Alexandria airport has one there, it's like the biggest hub where people are being picked up. So these sites are also private. So the standards in which they have levels of care for people when it comes to proper food, right? Proper medical care. The standard is not the same as it would have to be in a state prison, which I'm not saying is any better, but I'm just saying because these are privately operated sites, the level of scrutiny and accountability is not there. And we know from groups that have been organizing around this and who have kept in contact with people who are in there, that there are women in these facilities who are also pregnant. There's lots of things that have already been in the news about just the human rights violations that are happening on our own soil. And so when I talked about at the beginning about regard for the Constitution, like there's lots of things that are layered there and what I'm advocating for in this race. But we also have to understand about like people's due process rights and just in general, just general humanity, like that we just a few hours away, right? People are in facilities and, you know, some people are also now self-deporting if they end up getting out, like, and there's a lot of delays with the process with them going through the court system if they have been picked up. Like there's a lot of issues there that have nothing to do with something that is maybe related to a crime. And it's important to me that people feel safe, but I think we're creating bigger issues that like
it make people less safe even. Like, I'm sorry to interrupt, but like this sort of like crusade, I guess you could say, against quote unquote crime and linking that to immigration actually creates an environment where people are more precarious and they're in a worse situation. That's what like in addition to the horrors of the detention facilities and all of these other things, you're also seeing people, like you say, who dissenters or people who just don't fall in line with the sort of framework of what's going on in even the political sort of, you know, dictates coming out of either Washington or elsewhere. Like you're seeing that people are being targeted and victimized as a part of that. I'm you know, that's something that's extremely alarming to me.
Yeah. So it's unfortunate, and and I think as an educator, our kids are, even our youngest are not, they are aware about a lot of these things.
They're so aware. Their kids are so smart.
Yeah.
And people don't give them credit for it.
Yeah. And so, yeah, I mean, even just within weeks after the inauguration, like, or not even weeks, days, having protocol shift around some of these propositions or resolutions that were coming out of the White House about, okay, now like schools and churches and courts, or like, you know, those are no longer safe places. And I mean, that directly like was things that we were having to have conversations about, like to add on to what teachers have to do, the millions of things we have to do. So now we have to be vigilant and be trained in what happens if ICE comes to our schools, which we see was happening recently in Chicago, like outside schools. Like, I mean, this has been a huge thing in Chicago. And I know that Chicago is not New Orleans or Louisiana, but like, I think we have to remember that whatever happens in one place is always going to directly impact what's happening in another. Just like what's happening in one part of our state, it's going to have, like, you know, affect us down, you know, from, you know, North Louisiana is going to impact us in Southeast Louisiana. So yeah, I think when we think about people being pulled over, picked up by ICE, those people have families, and those people have families with children. That person may be the sole source of income for their family. So now we're leaving somebody with like a family without a source of income. It creates a whole culture.
It's a mess. It's a mess is what it is.
Culture of fear. It's the, you know, I have a lot of feelings about this idea of like the American dream, because we know that concept was always a broken concept for many people, like, because people didn't have access to like home ownership because of redlining and other practices like that just didn't give people a pathway to like wealth. But I think if people are coming here for better opportunity, like let's say that, there is not, or some hope, right? We are doing the opposite of that by like creating this culture of othering and this culture of fear among our neighbors, people who, like I said before, have come here and have rebuilt our city, like, and done.
I'm still doing work. I mean, they're setting up, patrols to make sure that people aren't hanging out at the Home Depot or whatever and attacking them. It's just it's really awful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I guess to sort of like circle around, I mean, you do have a policy platform on your website.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to talk a little bit about that? Your sort of vision for Louisiana and for all of this.
Sure. Well, I think, I have, my website is www.laurenjewett.com. And there's lots of things listed on the website, but I think the main things that I am focused on in this race is, of course, education, being an educator myself. And I'll get to that in one moment. And then healthcare, the environment, and our coast, because this is a very coastal district. And we should talk a little bit about what the makeup of the district looks like, because
totally
it might change, but we'll discuss that. And
so many moving parts right now.
So I said education, healthcare, our environment, just being able to have a quality of life, and be able to afford being a person in this country, because we know a lot of people are struggling with that. And lastly, just how are we having any adherence to the Constitution, checks and balances, separation of powers, like the things that we are supposed to be following with our guiding document of our country. So those are the 5 main things that I find are anchoring, and I've selected those because I think that they affect a lot of people. It does not to say that I don't have interest in other things that are happening to people, because I've been a fighter for a lot of issues that affect people in our state, whether it's LGBTQ rights. We've talked about immigration, and so those are issues I deeply care about. I also feel like everybody is worried about, can they afford their groceries? Everybody's worried about, can they afford their gas at the gas station? Education, we have a lot of even if you don't have kids, that is going to affect you, because we want to have a well-educated group of people, eventually serving us and doing the leading. And we know that strong education just leads to opportunity for everybody. And the environment, right? I've said to many people, Mother Nature does not look at what letter is next to your name, for voter registration. Mother Nature is going to roll up the coast and not cherry pick,
No.
which roof is gonna take off. Now, obviously we know that, poverty wise, there's racial disparities in where people are living, right? That is definitely a real thing. When we think about environmental,
Who gets hit first, essentially, right?
right? But as our coast erodes, that's going to make these storms move quicker up to areas that are further up that may not have dealt with catastrophic levels of storms. So again, like I said, what's happening out in Grand Isle or in parts of St. Bernard, that's going to move up, and affect people more prevalent, more, there's going to be more prevalence for it to affect people. So
first it came for Delacroix, and then it comes for everybody else.
Yeah. So, I mean, I feel like I went in a lot of different directions, but I want to start first with education because, recently we've had some cuts, but these cuts if we roll back to last year at this time, I was doing like a kind of overview with some folks, reading Project 2025. We each kind of took a chapter because, it's like a 900-page document. I did not personally read all 900 pages, but I kind of did something what you call a jigsaw with people. So each person took a section of it. We read it. We met on Zoom or met and like discussed what were the main points. What did you learn from it? What is going to happen if the election turns out in November in this way? And I took the education chapter, and I read it, and it talked about the Department of Education being defunded, dismantled, and we've seen that happen. And
literally, that was like one of the first things that they did.
And that chapter had a significant amount of information in there about the threats to students with disabilities, and what could happen if the Department of Education was weakened. So we've also seen that happen. So, and I bring that up because those things were kind of coming up in motion, essentially too, when cabinet picks and nominees were being named. And of course we got the nominee. She got confirmed,
Linda McMahon.
Yes, for those of you who don't know, her name is Linda McMahon. She's
the wife of Vince McMahon, who was from the World Wrestling Entertainment.
Yeah, they were also like involved in a lot of like sexual, like there's like sexual allegations.
Oh,
like
buddy.
the WWE or whatever they're in charge of, wrestling organization.
As a longtime wrestling fan, I am fully aware of all of
the listeners may not be, but like ultimately this woman is not qualified to lead the Department of Education. And there were very grave concerns about her being selected, but she is just, to me, a puppet of the Heritage Foundation and all these organizations. I think she was with, I don't remember the name, but she was with this other organization that like is similar in terms of like wanting to privatize everything when it comes to education. And she has made promises saying she's not going to like touch this special education like funding, but she's been pretty silent like recently on what's happening. And so anyway, I of course had concerns as an educator. I'd been watching it pretty closely. I'd been listening to different podcasts, talking to folks in the community. And I remember last year I was listening to something in November, and it just said, if people get one of two things could happen, right? The Department of Education could be cut, positions could be cut, and or, people are doged, right? People are let go and they're replaced with like cronies and loyalists and people who don't really have a concept of like what's going on or institutional knowledge to do these jobs.
Where loyalty is valued over any kind of understanding of what you're actually doing here.
Because people need to understand, right? People in these Department of Education positions or other other departments. I mean, some of these people have been civil servants and been in these roles for a long time, so they understand how things work. And their one big role that some people have, particularly in the OSEP case, is that they are the people who get the funding from federal government to the states. And I asked this question. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me just pause for station ID. You listen to WHIV LP New Orleans 102.3. This is Good Morning Comrade. Our guest is Lauren Jewett. She is a congressional candidate for the 1st District in Louisiana. She is running in 2026. The date of that election or primary is forthcoming and very much in flux. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but you were making a point about, go ahead.
Yeah, I was making a point about the cuts or the threats to the Department of Education. And so
Which can be applied across the board in the
Right.
rest of the government.
Yeah.
This is one example of what is broadly happening, I guess you could say.
Yes, and I bring that point up because of my profession as a teacher. So I was fortunate, I guess, and I was enough to get in my car one day after school, and I had a number coming through my phone before I drove off, and I picked it up because I actually thought it was a contractor because I got some housework done this summer, and it was not a contractor. It was a 504 number, but it was it just said, when I picked up, it said, "Stay on the line for a special virtual town hall with Congressman Steve Scalise." And I had heard from other people that they had been getting these calls, and I thought I was put on a do not call list because I said, I haven't gotten a call. No one's called me. And you have to pick up these calls when they come through. So if you don't pick up, it'll go straight to voicemail, but there's no callback number. There's no way to opt into this. It's not accessible. You just have to be sitting by your phone when it comes, and you just don't know when it's good. And this was maybe 4:30, 5 o'clock when the call came through. I mean, after the work.
Weird.
It's weird. It's weird. And it's happened to other people, right? And it's just a randomized list. It's like a robocall. So I had heard about them. And so I stayed on the line. I stayed on the line, and
You and me, we're sickos. We're the kind of people that would do that.
no, I really wanted to ask my question, Jeff. I really
Of
did.
course. That's exactly what I mean.
This is important to me. So, okay, I stayed on the line, and then once the call started, it said, if you want to ask a question, I think select one, and they'll put you through to the operator. So they're already screening the questions.
Right.
So I did get through to the operator, and I explained. I said my name. I said I was a constituent. And they said, well, what question do you want to ask? And I said, well, as a teacher, particularly special education, I want to ask what the congressman feels in terms of the Department of Education and what direction he thinks is going to head in, and where is his stance on it. So they did put me through. I was the first person to ask a question. I got to ask the question, and I mean, it was the same answer that anyone who's in support of the president gave. And he said that he wanted the education to be back to the states, which is what Linda McMahon is doing on her tour. And he said he supported President Trump's agenda for education. And that was really all I wasn't surprised, but that's what I needed to hear, because that to me is signifying that our representative is enabling what is happening. And it is not okay that type of action, these type of actions are happening. So, we've seen the cuts, and then this in the last 2 weeks, the cuts to OSEP, which is 400 something positions. There have been over 350 organizations that have come out and have denounced this, because OSEP is responsible for, as I explained, getting the funding to the states, or from the federal government to the states. This is funding that helps provide the technical expertise, helps provide funding for positions, because special education involves teachers, it involves related service providers like speech therapists and OTs and all the extra supports that kids need. And then they're also responsible for compliance oversight. And in the state of Louisiana, we have had a lot of audits of our state Department of Education that have pointed to the fact that some of this has not gone well with accountability, in terms of abuse of kids, when we talk about seclusion and restraint, when we talk about implementation of IEPs, and when we talk about the complaint process that parents should be going through if they disagree with aspects of how the IEP is written, how it's going through, in terms of application. And so there's already been instances this was when I was running for best seat. Those reports came out from 2023 to the end of 2024, these 3 reports. And then we're already under a consent decree in New Orleans. So to not have this oversight, this added layer of protection, these are civil rights violations for children. And these are things that parents, regardless of partisanship, because there are Republicans and no party and Democratic, like parents, families who have children with disabilities. These are parents that have fought for their children to have access to public education and have a fair and appropriate public education, right? We call that FAPE. They have fought for this. And so you are just letting this disintegrate years and years of advocacy. And so I see that as very problematic because, like I said, every day I'm serving children like this. And for me, my concern is, well, if you don't have these things in place, on top of that, in September, you've already cut grants to universities, colleges that in that state, like I think to 16 states that rely on this to help provide teacher training, all the things that go into having a qualified staff of special education professionals. It's only going to make our teacher shortages and vacancies worse. We're already dealing with it. And I have felt personally that if our congressman is enabling this type of stuff and is coming after my job, my colleagues' jobs, working class people's jobs, like it is only fair that we use our right and apply to run for Congress and do this job and fight for it because you're not doing your job. Like you're not protecting the rights of people. You're making life harder because it is expensive and it is stressful to be a parent with a child with a disability. They always have, you always have to advocate more. You always have to push for more. And they receive extra services that they rely upon that cost money in order for their kid to make progress. So, I mean, hopefully that answers your question about the education thing. There's so much more with education, but I can speak from the special education perspective that's one small, tiny one aspect, but such a big problem.
It's one aspect, it's one tiny problem. And like I mentioned earlier, like we're talking about the specific issues that are being created on education. And that is something that is being sort of like sloppily applied across the board, across of all areas of sort of governance, of essentially just deregulating it, sort of like taking it so that this sort of perspective, this 2025 2020, I'm sorry, what was it, the Project 2025 perspective, and essentially deciding that this is the form, this is the shape of what we want the United States government to look like, and it is being sort of like thrust into that square hole no matter what it looks like now.
Yeah.
And so when we see things like immigration and we see like huge crackdowns by ICE or whatever, that is to do sort of a very similar thing, which is to sort of create what this vision, which was, again, the ball was hidden, not particularly well, but it was hidden as an agenda by a lot of the people that did run for office in this previous term, and which does seem to be represented by the current occupant of congressional seat number 1, who's also happens to be the what is he? He's the Republican leader, or is he the whip?
He is the House Majority Leader.
Mm-hmm. Man, Louisiana is just like runs the House of Representatives somehow. How did that happen?
I've talked to folks and they feel like, okay, we've got, high leadership up there, but it's like, okay, we have to ask, okay, what
are they doing?
What is that in return? Right. I think I've been teaching in the classroom for as long as our congressman pretty much has been in Congress. And no, I have not been in particularly an elected office, right? I've run for office locally and statewide. And I had some people approach me and say, well, why don't you run for a state legislative position? Because I feel that it is important that we have great legislators in our state House and state Senate. But we've, Jeff, you and I have talked about this as well, is like, you have to have a job, like, because our legislative spots in our state do not pay for it to I couldn't be a teacher.
By design. That is by design. Like you cannot afford to live on the salary that you were given to be a state legislator, legislator, I should say, which makes it so that the demands of the job to be a state legislator are pretty intensive and pretty full time. So what that essentially does is it gates who can be in those positions, who can hold those representative seats, because you got to make enough money, or you have to have this certain amount of
independent
comfort or safety or privilege or whatever, economic security, so that you can hold that position, or you just have to have just be on 24/7, which is just seemingly impossible. And at least when it comes to the federal business, that has you can actually make a living off of that.
Yeah, and I'm not getting in this race because it's I'm looking for a new job.
Of course not. No. That's not what I'm implying at all, by the way.
I think for me, it's that I don't
know how you could be a teacher while also going to this special session that the governor just called. You know what I mean? How is that possible?
Right. And there's been so much.
You have to tell your principal, oh, I'm sorry, I have to go to the special legislative session because the governor just called it. It's what the hell? Get in the classroom.
Yeah.
Teach some kids.
There's been so many special sessions. So I mean, hats off to our legislators from across the state, because they really have it's been more than just the regular sessions that they've had to do. And I mean, but I'm not the fact of the matter is that we know as teachers, our jobs are very difficult and they're not sustainable. And now we have people who are making their choices, because they could make different choices, that are making this position ultimately more difficult. And I think it is to the demise, to point to the ultimate demise of public education, to make it so hard to be I can't do this anymore. I can't, it's either the people left behind have too much work, too bigger class sizes, bigger caseload sizes, not enough staff in the buildings. So it's either we're burnt out for the ones who are staying here, or we're just okay, I hold up my hands and I can't do this anymore. I want to be able to go make changes so that it's not my job's more sustainable, and that I can come back to my job, right? I don't want to sit here and be in DC for the duration of my life. Right. And so I think term limits can be a good thing.
It sounds like hell, quite frankly.
We have people who are not passing the torch over, and so I would love to be able to come back to do my job, and because education is my passion and it's what I'm trained to do. But I just don't see a pathway right now where my job is going to get any easier if we allow this just continue to happen. And I'm just going to stand up and say what I feel and advocate. And so to go back to what I was saying is, some people, suggested maybe you should do, a lower level role. I'm well, I already ran for the Bessie board, which is a pretty large, district. And while I might not have done what Mike Johnson did or Steve Scalise did in terms of being a state legislator first, because both of them were state legislators, and I might not have done that. But what I was doing when they were in the state legislature was getting my degrees in college, and then also ultimately learning to be a teacher and be in the hallways of a classroom or a school, and comfort kids when they needed something during a tough moment, and to teach them how to read and teach them how to do math. And so while I might not be politicking in the halls of Baton Rouge, I'm still having an impact of public service and doing it in that way, or driving the streets of New Orleans, dropping off food to children who don't have enough food and are food insecure. And so I'm doing things in a different way. And I think we have to do things in a different way.
Well, we definitely need to do things differently. I'm sorry, but if you're going to make the argument if you're them. It's like, why aren't you doing this or that or the other thing that's like within this line is like that has gotten to this place that we currently are. It's like, F that. Look at where we're at. Look at the position that we're currently in. Why would I go through this process of this sort of like fake cursus honorum that you've like created that has put us in this position where we have, people being attacked by ICE at their court hearings for immigration, or you have cities under occupation by federal National Guard forces, or you have $800 million in Medicaid cuts. Like, it's just like, if you think that doing the same thing or going through this process that has like earned people the way that things have gotten us to where we're at now, I'm sorry, F that. Like, throw that in the trash. That is no value to it. I'm sorry. There's useless.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean by doing something different. Why does it have to be this line of succession where you must be a state senator or a state legislator to then run. And I get it. It's also to prove like a viability of a candidate. But like, while I will say I have not won campaigns, I have certainly run campaigns, and we have a lot of people in elected office across this country who have never had to wage a campaign. And you know how important it is to me to have contests. And that's why I got in the Bessie race. I didn't
make them earn it. Make them earn it. They can't get it for free.
I didn't want to after running a whole race the year before, but I just believe in having that option, like at the voting booth. And so I think it's important that we not just count someone out and say, okay, they can't do it because they haven't proven that they can win. I think I know that people are looking for a different option. And when we have, 1 in 5 people in this state who rely on SNAP benefits, they're about to be cut on November 1st, and 45% of those of that 1 in 5 is children, and we have almost 50%, it's about like a little over 40% of people in this state relying on Medicaid, and these are the things that are being cut. We have to have someone who's going to be a fighter, and I get up every day and show up for my students. And work hard for them and advocate for them. And that's what I want from my representative. I want someone who's going to show up and do the work and be accessible and not just play this kind of, deal with this partisan theater, because that's what it feels like. And when I see my representative getting on like TV and speaking, it's a lot about defending like what the administration wants and not about what the voters and people who live in District 1 need, which is like protection from storms, expansion of the Affordable Care Act, which I will tell you is something that a lot of people in this district actually rely on and approve of, or we have like the coastal master plan here in Louisiana, and that is pretty much approved of by most people, but we see it being defunded or done away with, right? We had the Barataria project that just got cut from the state. We have levee protections that are no longer happening. Part of the big beautiful bill is the cuts to NOAA. What are we doing here? So like you said, it's like, if we keep doing the same thing and we keep voting in people who are allowing this to happen, it's enabling, it's a pathway to
regardless of how they get there, by the way, like regardless of their process by like, oh, I was a state senator and now I'm doing all these horrible things in Congress. It's like, oh, good for you, buddy. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry, but that whole argument is just like, I don't care.
30 years almost in elected office.
Like it's almost like, I'm sorry, but like if you are making that argument, you're making an argument for a career politician. Mm-hmm. And that is not like, people don't want that. Like what? Like I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm like really getting fired up. I'm really getting like worked up about that. But like that whole like, oh, why weren't you a state senator first or whatever the hell is just like, that's so stupid to me. You know what I mean?
I mean, I pondered about like running. I mean, people had approached me about running again for something, and people ask you like 2 weeks after you like lose a race, like, do you want to run again? And I'm like, what? I'm tired. And it's, I mean, and I'm speaking to people who've run for office, like who are listeners right now, because it's just, you just don't understand the experience till you've gone through it. And I have taken a lot of lessons, and I will say the biggest thing from both of those kind of campaigns is I really learned more about my community, and I learned more about how to better serve people. So, and I've always said, like, I don't have to be elected to serve. Like, I mean, I'm serving my community in many different ways, but like the ways in which I serve are now.
You're a school teacher, of course you're serving your community. What the hell are you talking about? You know what I mean?
But even just like I think about right now with the SNAP cuts coming, everything I'm seeing from the community is people like stepping up and saying like, oh, okay, we're going to do a food drive at this community event, and like people should give out more canned goods and things like that at Halloween. Like instead of it, like, so I saw someone say like it's trick or treat, not trick or eat. Like in fact of like kids, like like it's, but people are very attuned to like, this is what's happening now. So they're pivoting in the way that they have to serve the community. And I had to adapt my approach of how I now look at and how I serve the community, and just in terms of my experiences running for office. And so I see this campaign as a way to provide people not only with an option, but like to engage with folks so that we can be better equipped to serve them, whatever happens in this race. Of course, we would love to be the representative, because I do feel that I am equipped with the skill sets to do it. Whether I've served in elected office or not, like I'm doing public service every day, and I have proximity to the real issues, like seeing kids that are hungry in my classroom, or hearing about my neighbors not being able to afford basic needs. I'm seeing that because I'm here, I'm committed, and we deserve somebody who is going to fight.
Hell yeah. So I guess sort of in the last couple of minutes, anything you want to sort of say as we kind of move our way, and where can we find information about your campaign?
I think I gave my website, but I'll say it again. www.laurenjewett.com is the website. We are actively planning. We have volunteer meetings, so you can sign up on the website. Please donate, because we need the donations. I know it's already been covered by some outlets, but I don't have the same level of money that my potential opponent is going to be bringing into this race. But I think this is an opportunity to build a campaign that is built among small donations, but also like donations that we are very thoughtful about accepting, because I'm not accepting like corporate money and all that. Like this is not about
it's a people who run campaign.
This campaign is really, we like, why do we have we have billionaires, like we have people who like can't afford to purchase their groceries and like put gas in their car. Like that's a problem. Like this is something that, and I'm mindful of that. Like I understand that we have to be very good stewards of the money that people invest into this campaign. And so I'm looking for people to get involved and use and donate what they can, whether that looks like money or that looks like energy and time. I can't say that the election will be on April 18th. That's one last thing I probably want to say is we have a Louisiana special session going on right now. Our taxpayer money, taxpayer dollars are being used to have this special session. It ultimately is involving changing election dates to potentially be a month later. I guess May 16th is the proposed date in this bill. The session started last week. The session may last another 2 weeks, but that is going to impact the congressional primary. And so we don't know for sure when we will know if I am the Democratic nominee or not. So my encouragement is to email your legislators and tell them like how you feel about this special session, because ultimately the governor called it because we have a Supreme Court case being heard right now. Well, the oral arguments were heard on October 15th. And with that case, that could result in congressional redistricting. Like, so the lines may be redrawn of this district.
Which is like another huge factor when it comes to essentially justice and the Voting Rights Act and representation, and we're actually seeing in the sort of broader sense, and this is a whole another episode, but we're seeing essentially red states versus blue states essentially organizing themselves in such a way that they are going to they're going to essentially stack the deck, each side in their favor as hard as they can. And it really is, when you think about the knock-on implications of that in a broader sense than what you're talking about, it really gives you sort of a sense of a divide in this country, and it's really, really terrifying. And I know we don't have time to talk about it because
But I mean, right now, like, it looks like the election will happen at some point in late spring. We're going to do what we do. We're still planning and working hard. And right now the district is made up of a lot of different parishes, mostly St. Tammany and Jefferson and Orleans. And then we got Lafourche and Plaquemines and Tangipahoa and St. Bernard, Ascension, St. Charles, Livingston. Like, we've got parts of those parishes too. So it's 10 parishes that we have right now. But if they're changing any lines in other districts, that could impact District 1. And so I just encourage people to stay informed and stay tuned, because this is a case of voter education and voter suppression that could be happening. And so we haven't printed any materials really yet, like push cards or things we would hand to voters, because oftentimes we want to put the voting dates on there, and we got to wait until that happens. So we're just actively trying to engage with the neighbors. If you want to sign up, like I said, go to the website, and we'll take you with open arms.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Lauren. Thank you. And go to laurenjewett.com to get more information. Thanks, as always, homie. It's always great talking to you. And thank you to everyone for listening. This is WHIVLP New Orleans. We love you. Bye-bye. Good morning, comrade.
Okay, that was my best witch impression. Oh, there's a cat behind me. Hey everyone, it's me. Welcome to Kristina's Corner, and I'm here with Alex of Devil's Advocate Productions.
Hello.
Woohoo!
I got my horrific Joker's face shirt for Halloween.
I feel like I'm gonna be like this the entire time. I look like the Wicked, the original Wicked. I just need
The
someone
poster,
whispering in
yes.
my ear.
And the black
So-
cat behind you is perfect with the little
Yeah.
eyes peering out.
Very sinners like. So it's the spooky tacular episode of Kristina's Corner. Because I, like most people, watched It, Welcome to Derry, and so did Alex.
Yes,
and I have
we-
to
yes, I
say,
did.
I'm so stoked. Spoiler alert, no one's safe. Pennywise was treating the Losers Club with kids' gloves.
You know, you did say that beforehand, and I had that in the back of my head. But even then, I didn't really see it coming. But yeah, we'll do we'll do first maybe a spoiler free how you felt about it, and then we'll go deep dive.
Yeah, once I found out that this was going to be a thing, I was like, okay, sign me up. I'm ready. Any excuse to see Bill Skarsgård as Pennywise again? Let's go.
Also, just unheard of. A movie comes out, and then the same director, creative team, and main actor are back.
Yeah,
That's
especially when
pretty-
it's like almost 10 years after the second movie came out,
Yeah,
too.
right. But I felt, especially in It Part 2, that he had a lot of ideas for like spooky scenarios
And
I
an
could just
origin story.
Yeah, and an origin story, especially for Pennywise. And I felt like he just had notepads full of ideas. And Warner Brothers was like, well, these did really well. We want something to compete on streaming with Stranger Things. This is basically Stranger Things. So let's just do this
better.
as a TV show. Yeah.
I mean, because I don't know if anyone in the chat has ever read the original It novel, but it does a deep dive onto the origins of It, what it is. It's basically an alien, a shape-shifting, eluding entity. It's evil. It decides to take the form of a clown. Like Robert Gray was a real performer. It took the identity of to appeal to children because it in the novel it has a perspective.
Right.
And it describes how much he hates the kids. And it is like, I prefer the kids to be fearful because it's like salting the meat. It tastes much better.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yes. So that's another thing to think about. That's why the miniseries, which we all love with Tim Curry, doesn't really touch on its origin story, just the history of like, oh, every 30 years this thing comes back and it feeds on children. Like some weird event brings it back from the grave and it feeds on children. And the adults don't know because it literally put a curse on Derry so that the adults don't really bother or think about all the terrible things that are happening every few decades or so.
Yeah. And you got to imagine when Stephen King was, because when did the actual book come out? And you read the book.
Yeah, you could tell he was doing cocaine because the kids do an orgy.
Yeah.
When
And
I
they
was
do,
reading this,
and it's like 300 something pages.
I was reading it and I just got done reading Wicked. I was like, okay. And I'm reading it, I'm like, okay. Beverly has sex with all the boys. She only orgasms with Bill and Ben, which says a lot. But I'm also, the reason why that part in the novel happens is because it's losing their childhood, and Pennywise needs them to stay young and innocent.
Okay. Interesting way for King to express that.
Yeah.
But
he was on cocaine. I'm like, this is when he was doing cocaine a lot, wasn't he?
This was also around the time of a lot of serial killers. I mean, that Ed Gein show is out right now, and
John Wayne Gacy.
Yeah, John Wayne Gacy. That's the guy who dressed up like a clown.
If you ever watch, and it's on YouTube and on Tubi, The Story of Pennywise, how they made the miniseries, John Wayne Gacy he was a painter. He likes to paint. He had a painting of Tim Curry's Pennywise in his collection of paintings that he made.
Wow.
And another fun fact too, when they were casting the original miniseries, the director, Tommy Lee Wallace, the people who wrote the screenplay for the miniseries, they watched the Rocky Horror Picture Show and they're like, we want Pennywise to be like Frankenfurter, very flamboyant, bombastic. And then they were like, well, we want him to be like Frankenfurter. Why don't we cast one Frankenfurter? He didn't have to. Tim Curry was part of the documentary. He's like, I'm used to playing colorful characters. I didn't mind it. I didn't have to audition. I just got a call, said I got this, and to do it.
That's crazy. That's awesome. I never sat through and watched the original 90s miniseries. I know.
Oh, wow.
I know.
I
should.
saw it when I was 8.
Oh my
I
God.
forced all my friends to watch it, and to this day, they're like, "I've never seen the movies because you made me scared of clowns." And I'm like,
You were that one.
Yeah.
See, I was the one who would be like, well, I'm not going to Kristina's house because I don't want to see anything remotely scary. I was
and we were
terrified
home
of horror
alone
when I
too,
was
so
a
that
kid.
was the best part. When we watched it.
And ironically, Tim Curry in Home Alone 2.
Yeah, the better one.
Yes.
He even because he's in it.
I agree. And
But,
it's New York. I love New York. But yes,
It's interesting too. It's interesting too that the miniseries still has a legacy. Like most TV miniseries don't have as much as a legacy as
Very
it
true.
has.
Yeah, I can only like Roots. I think is the only
Yeah,
other one
Roots, yeah.
for very different reasons.
My mom's like, but it's so funny. Like a lot of older liberals are like, I understand racism. I watch Roots, and I'm like, yeah, that's still not. That's very surface level. But
That's one.
you would
piece of
vote for
media.
Obama for a third time,
So going into this, you were excited. I was tentatively like, well, they got the director back. They got Bill Skarsgård back. It should be at least kind of interesting, if nothing else. I'll definitely check out the first episode. And we did. Me and my wife checked out episode 1 that dropped yesterday. The next episode, I think they said, is dropping on Halloween.
Yeah, right in the middle of our
And then
weapons episode.
It'll be like every other Sunday.
Yep.
And so we chucked it out, and it was fun. It was what I was thinking, Stranger Things, but a different flavor, a little more hardcore. And yeah, we're interested. We're going to keep watching. So that's my initial thoughts.
And what's good is apparently they want to do a 3-season arc. They want 1935 after this one, then 1908 to be the last season.
Oh, interesting.
So there's going to be more ancestors of the Losers Club because if you pay attention, some characters share the last names of the Losers Club relatives who might not. I mean, spoiler alert, they might not all make it. Also, what I like about it, watching the trailer, it has ties to other Stephen King lore.
Yeah, that was
Shawshank Redemption, The Shining. The Shining. We have a character from The Shining in the show, guys.
Yeah, we're at the end of the episode. There was like 15 minutes left, and I was like, "What? We're at the credits. What is this? A bonus scene? It's a trailer for like here on this season of It. Welcome to Derry." And there's a character called Halloran, and my wife's like, "Halloran from The Shining." Like, so old Dick Halloran in The Shining is going to be in this show. We have it's more than a little. Stranger Things-esque because we also have an army base with the kids in the town being like, what goes on at that army base?
The Cold War happening.
Yeah, the Cold War happening. So it's very we can see the similarities. But I'm interested. I'm interested in going forward. I'm sure Warner Brothers, the studio executives are like, oh my God, we could build a whole franchise. This will be a whole MCU, but it's the Stephen King MCU. So we'll follow Dick Halloran to the hotel, and we'll follow, whoever to Shawshank Prison, whatever.
Yeah, because believe it or not, some of Stephen King's best film adaptations aren't his horror movies, but his dramas and thrillers.
Yes, that's true. Yeah,
so
Shawshank
a lot of
Redemption.
people. And he's not even a Halloween fan. It's so weird. The masters of horror, like Stephen King, Wes Craven. Wes Craven had dreams of directing like family, like from the heart. Like he had aspirations to direct, soft comedies and dramas, not horror films. But but it's funny.
Yeah, I mean, you get in where you can.
Yeah, and even Stephen King's like, I'm not a big Halloween person. I'm like, what? I mean, James Cameron, the reason why he became a film director was to fund his sea exploration.
Yeah, that's
he wanted to be a sea explorer. He wanted to go see the Titanic and the Mariana Trench and all that. And look, I'm like, yeah, you made 10 of the biggest blockbusters in history. Look at you, Terminator, Aliens,
I made Terminator,
Titanic, Avatar,
I made Aliens. Now I got all the cachet from Terminator and Aliens. I'm gonna make my dream project, Titanic. That's a huge hit. That's the biggest hit of all time. Now I have enough money to go
Straight
to the
man.
fucking ocean myself.
When I saw Titanic in the movie theater for the 25th anniversary with a guy I was briefly dating, and I was the only girl in there, and I'm like, oh, these dudes are here to see Kate Winslet naked. No, they were quoting the movie, and they were like, move, 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 turn, and I'm doing the same thing. Every time I see Titanic, I'm like, it can move, just move. And then I hear the guys going, I'll never let go, Jack. And I'm like, whoa. I'm like, straight man, fuck. Conan's never seen Titanic, so the day we cover Titanic, it'll be Conan's first time watching.
Oh, interesting. Stay tuned for that, folks, on Movie Night Extravaganza. But what did you think? We're gonna maybe go into spoilers now, folks. So if you haven't watched it, go watch it, come back. But what did you think about like the opening scene? For us, I thought we were going to be out because my wife has a whole like the whole scene in the car with the family, and then it went into a pregnancy horror. There's a lot of pregnancy horror recently. Immaculate, The First Omen.
Yeah, it really goes to show that pregnancy is body horror, people. It's just people are like, oh, pregnancy is a beautiful thing. I'm like, no, it's not. It's gross. It's disgusting. It's not some beautiful. I mean, for those who want to have babies, but like it's knowing more about like what goes on during childbirth. I'm like, yeah, I'm glad I decided not to have kids. Like it's gross. Like it's just you know, you might poop and like it's a whole like ugh. But
I mean, ironically, we're also watching a show on Netflix called Call the Midwife, which is about pregnancy, but it's one of the most comforting, heartwarming shows. And so going from that to this, literally, like we finished the episode, and we're like, let's check out this DERY show. And it's so fucking horrific.
So in the beginning,
silly.
See, in the beginning, a boy named Maddie, who you can tell he probably comes from like an abused home. He's got a few bruises and scratches on him. He kind of sneaks into the movie theater to watch The Music Man. Now, if you guys know the song Trouble, that song's gonna be like a repeating motif because we got trouble right here in River City, right here in DERY, and he gets out and he's hitchhiking because in 1962 kids could hitchhike without getting murdered apparently. He goes into the car of a nuclear family that's like, yeah, you know, we'll take you. We're going to Portland, Oregon, or no, Portland, Maine, or whatever, you know. Things seem fine, but even then, I'm like, something's up, because as soon as that girl gets out the livers, I'm like, oh no, what 12-year-old girl eats livers?
Yeah.
And the mother is like, oh, you know, you gotta keep your legs closed, dear. You're just a harlot like me, and I'm like.
Yeah, they start. I mean, it's just that's what made me think. Oh, he has a notebook of Andy Muschietti does. The director has a notebook of. It was giving what?
It was giving Christine almost with the.
Yeah. This motherfucker has to have a notebook full of scenes that he had ideas for while making the It movies, and he's just like, oh, okay, here, family. Driving down the road, and then they all slowly start to break, and everything gets creepy. And then the mother.
O-U-T. I'm like, get out. But you can't. I mean, Pennywise is that entire car.
Yeah.
And that's what my mom was like. Wait, Penny. I'm like, Mom, that's the whole point. And it doesn't just shape shift into like things. It can make illusions and trap you in them.
Yeah, and it's like. I guess the best way to describe it is like a telepathic shape-shifting. Basically, it's John Jones from DC Comics.
Yes,
real mean.
yes.
Because he can just like make you think, and then like you're saying, suppress all the adults in town's kind of fears and concerns. And you know, again, going back to the book, this came out around the time where all the serial killer stories are getting big. I'm sure Stephen King's a horror creep anyway, who's interested in this stuff. And then all the
very
suburban
realistic.
Parents.
Very realistic. You don't even know until it's too late.
Yeah. It's just toy. It's like a cat toying with a mouse.
Yep.
And then and it parallels the kind of fear, the suburban fears of, oh my God, we're not even safe in the suburbs.
Yeah.
You know, there could be a serial killer on the loose. And that's, you know, it is obviously inspired by John Wayne Gacy. I'm sorry, go ahead.
And she of course, the mother has a very graphic birth scene where she gives birth to a thing that kind of absorbs its own twin with wings.
Yeah, it's like a two-headed like bat creature that just flying around the car
and
with the umbilical cord.
Because it's still the umbilical cord is still attached to the mother, to the baby.
And that's the part where like you can tell how much fun the director has doing this, and almost to the detriment of the tone, because now it's funny. Now it's funny because of all the shots of it flying around and bouncing around the car.
Yeah.
And then it turns back to scary because
it's like looking at Maddie. I mean, that's the thing that scared me the most. It was just looking at Maddie while he's like covering his ears. And for those who don't, he's sucking on a binky. Like he's like a 12-year-old boy who still sucks a binky, which is probably like a comforting thing for him, because a lot of people thought it was a babe, like a ring pop. I'm like, ring pops were not around in 1962. I looked. And he still gets, because he doesn't have like a thing that could, like the binky could have represented something that he really believed in to protect him. Kind of like Eddie's inhaler, thinking it's placebo.
Yes.
Or or like I'm trying to think what other things. Stan with his birds, like his bird call, like naming all his birds in his Boy Scout, like that protected him against Pennywise at one point. But Maddie, the kid, doesn't really have that because he doesn't really know. Yeah. Besides these kids who were not really his friends.
Yeah. So then the story goes. So Maddie's the first to go, and then the story goes into the people that Maddie knew. And it was like these two best friends who kind of were just nice to him because they felt bad for him. There's the girl at the movie theater. Her father owns the movie theater, black girl. And she was nice to him because the usher was looking to kick him out and she told him to go the wrong way.
Yeah.
And then there's the girl who Maddie liked.
Yeah. And her father got killed.
Right.
He got killed in a pickle. He worked at that pickle jar factory, and I guess he got caught in and she blames herself because she told him to go back to the factory, and he got caught in a pickle jar making machine, and it killed him. And so they always put pickle jars in her locker to make fun of her.
Yeah, because Mr. Boone wants to come be on TV. Because every bully in every Stephen King property is the most ruthless, like devious, and also the people like what kind of bully? I get it. They were bad kids, man. But like bullying someone because their dad died
in a freak accident.
In a freak accident with the pickle jars. But then all the other kids who were like laugh at it and don't go, dude, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
In the movies, there was the main bully who like carved his name into one of the kids, and it's like, Jesus Christ, there's no police.
Yeah,
I mean,
he dropped slurs and everything. And also, too, we learned that the character Teddy is his last name. He's Jewish, which I was like, okay, he's a Uris. He is actually Teddy Uris is actually Stan's uncle. His older brother is Stan's father.
Oh, all right, cool. Yeah,
so that's why they wrote Teddy Urine on his locker.
Matt wants to clarify. Yes, this is it. Welcome to Derry. For folks who don't know, it is the prequel to the two It movies that came out. What was it, 2014 and 15? Something like that.
2017 and 19, I think.
Okay.
Or 2016 and 18.
So it is a prequel with the same director and the same actor playing Pennywise, Bill Skarsgård. And also, I saw a good question. Latino Mofuno asks, are there any clowns in contemporary pop culture that aren't villains? And I don't think so.
No, I mean, clowns have become, part of the It documentary about the miniseries is that they go over the fear of clowns and how some people were like they literally brought like a clown actor in a therapy session. The woman was like having like a nervous breakdown. I'm like, did I do this to my friends when I was a child? Yes.
Well, I think I remember hearing something about that. It's kind of like Uncanny Valley because of the makeup and the exaggerated features and whatnot. A lot of people, especially kids, but adults too, just there's something off and your brain can't compute it. And so you're afraid. I guess Roddy McDonald is kind of a good clown.
Maybe. We know what's funny too was when they did the miniseries, they were giving Tim Curry so many ideas on like, here's all these prosthetics we're gonna put on your face, and he's like, I did Legend 5 years ago. I don't want to do that again.
Yeah, word.
And I'm like, it's Tim Curry. His face is very animated. And then they're like, yeah, if we would have gotten the wrong actor, we needed prosthetics to add on. Just give a basic clown face and make him appealing. See, the problem I have with Bill Skarsgård is that he actually looks scary. He doesn't look approachable to kids in the clown makeup.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like that's, I mean, his
feel you.
suit is more accurate to the novel, but like the makeup, I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't approach that clown with a 75-foot pole.
I feel you on that.
Yeah.
The point is to subvert.
Another plot is Mike Hanlon's grandfather and his and Mike's father. They recently moved to DERY, and he's military, he's Navy, so he deals with racism at the base that he works at.
Yeah.
Of course, because it's 1962, and apparently, you know, black men in the military are not considered much, which is ridiculous. Because I mean, they fought for your freedoms as white folks, right? And you still don't give them the credit they deserve.
And they even have so like he shows up with his buddy Paulie, who's Italian. Clearly, his name is Paulie. That's the quickest way to just be like, he's Italian. And then they show up to the military base. So we got two characters at this base that's clearly going to be part of the whole season. And then, you know, he's put in charge of these men, and one of them's like, you know, calls him brother and doesn't really respect him. The colonel has to come out and be like, do we have a problem here? Like, is this a violation 89?
Yeah.
And which is probably like racism in the military.
I'm looking up right now.
Yeah. And then he goes, you know, so we have this kind of setup of a conflict. Then later he gets accosted in his room by masked men demanding, because he's like a pilot and he's going to fly this new special plane, right?
Yeah, I think he fought in Korea or something like that.
Hal Jordan.
Yeah.
And he gets accosted in his room by masked men being like, give us the specs of this plane or we're going to kill you. But here comes Paulie to save the day. I thought we were going to get some kind of resolution to like what the fuck that was. My guess was it was the racist guys.
Yeah.
Just trying to like see, you know, oh, he's unfit. He was going to give up secrets to the, you know, to the Russians or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got that whole story with
yeah. And with the kids, we learn about the girl Lily, whose father died in the pickle jar accident. She has a friend who's trying to be cool, and it's like it's always the nerdy girl who tries to be cool and has a friend who's prettier than her, but she's considered even more weird and detrimental to like her popularity. So stupid, I hate it.
Yeah, she's trying to get in with the mean girls.
I can't wait to figure out who she ends up being. Like, is she gonna be Beverly's like mom, or because you know we don't know. I mean, we know the last names of some of these kids, but some of these girls, who do they end up marrying? Do they end up marrying like a Toger or a Marsh or something, like, because you know there's going to be a lot of lore and connections for the Losers Club in the future. Kind of the point of why Teddy Urus becomes a character. Anyway, we also learned that Teddy and his one friend, who's a fucking perverted nerd about like and big on aliens,
and he was doing his best Finn Wolfhard impression.
Yes,
because he was the chatty kid who's like always joking and whatever.
And fun fact, for those who read the It novel, we actually see references to, wait for it, the turtle, the entity, the good entity that helps the Losers Club fight it in the novel. Because, I hate to spoil it, but we got to talk about the ending too. Because, I mean, so Maddie ends up giving Lily a charm bracelet with a turtle on it. And also the middle school's mascot is a turtle. But in the end, they go to the movie theater because the one girl whose dad runs a movie theater, she even hears voices in the drains of her house singing.
Yeah, so like
Trouble.
setting up. It's been a year since Maddie disappeared. They all, you know, the chatty kid thinks he's dead. The other Teddy is like still hopeful that he's alive somewhere. Maybe he ran away. But then they all start getting spooky visions and getting scared, and then they meet each other and whatnot.
Yep, and I'm like, yes, we got a 60s Loser Club, let's go.
Yeah.
So they go to the movie theater after dark to watch a clip from The Music Man, and it's the Trouble number. What do they see? Maddie in the screen holding what looks like a baby. And they literally like, Maddie, come on, come out. I'm like,
because they're like, they don't believe each other at first, and they're all have like this different pieces of a clue and whatnot. So are we here? Like, is what we're seeing real? They all have to believe each other, and now they're sharing in this. Oh my God, we all see Maddie on the screen here in the movie theater.
Yep.
So come here. I don't know. You know, can you get out? Like, what the fuck is happening?
And then Maddie starts talking like, you lied. You're the reason why I'm dead. And then he does the Pennywise. smile. Like I can't do it. I mean, I can do it. And things start to get fucking weird. The girl is locked in the projection room. Maddie comes out, gives and turns into the baby, but he's got the baby with the wings has gotten bigger. And unfortunately, do not get attached to any of these kids when you're watching this show, guys, because Teddy, the Richie Tozier lookalikes 5-year-old sister all get got by Pennywise as that baby. They all get brutally murdered. And Lily, the one wearing the charm bracelet with the turtle on it, survives. I mean, they brutally murdered a 5-year-old. Like, when my jaw dropped watching this, I was like, oh, like, Pennywise treated the Losers Club like the kids' gloves, man.
They show, it's like off screen for most of them. Because the black girl's up in the projection booth because she knows how to run. It's her father's theater, so she goes to put on the Music Man, and she's watching through the projection booth, and you see Teddy splat against it.
Yes,
and I'm like, oh shit, we're actually killing kids in this shit. Like,
I know,
fuck.
brutally, and we see it. Usually, that was always alluded to. I was like, I mean, after watching that ending, like her screaming, I'm like, oh, so there's really not gonna be a Losers Club. We cannot get attached to any of these kids at all.
Yeah.
Fuck.
And I like that subversion because, again, I'm coming into this cynical, being like, oh, Warner Brothers just wants their own Stranger Things. So this is going to be, here we go. We're setting up all the kids, and these are going to be our heroes going for. Nope. Just 2 of them live.
It's very much almost like Stephen King's Stand By Me with the kids, especially the time period as well.
Yeah, and the time period is significant because we know the original miniseries came out in the 90s, right?
Yeah.
The It movies, I think it's fantastic. What would you say? I think it's fantastic. The way they ended Sopranos is meant to be ambiguous. I agree. I like that. I just actually watched The Sopranos for the first time this past couple years and finished it this year, so I can talk Sopranos a little bit now. But yes, Paul, when he said my name's Paulie, that's the first thing that popped in my head too.
Yeah. And another thing too is
what
that,
I was going to say is that the It movie, these 2 It movies that came out take place in the 90s, right? Because that's when the miniseries was. So now this show is 30 years earlier because the It entity only comes out every 30 years.
Yep.
And I thought that was clever.
Yep. It just makes a lot of sense. And there's always some big event that wakes it up. And there, even on the wiki, there's like a timeline of like when it wakes up, especially like in the novel, the miniseries, and in the movie.
Oh,
like there's each adaptation has its own lore, like its own like timeline, which which makes sense. But we're not gonna see Bill Skarsgård as Pennywise just yet. They're like, we want you guys to see what it can do.
Yeah.
The power it has. The fact that it created a car with a nuclear family that went ballistic and killed a kid shows that it has a lot of power. It can make the strongest illusions that you don't even realize.
Yeah, it can do anything. Like it's just shapeshifter. So I do appreciate them being like, it's not just the clown. The clown's just the iconic form that it takes.
It chooses to be because it's appealing to children. Like it keeps up with the times. Like it would know what like this is why like Robert Englund said like if they were to do another Nightmare on Elm Street, he's like, I would like Freddy Krueger to fuck with a kid who has OCD, who has autism, who has like something that they're insecure about, that he can really pick at. And I'm like,
there's I think it's Nightmare on Elm Street 3.
Yeah, Dream Warriors. He kind of does that.
Where they're in like a mental hospital, and each kid has their own like fear or whatever.
And power. I mean, he gave what's her face a drug overdose.
Yeah. That's
he gave her fucking. I was like trichtophobia. Like holes. I don't like it.
So yeah, it was cool. It was interesting. Like I said, in the first scene with the family giving birth and whatnot in the car, it was touch and go if we would continue with the series. By the end of the episode, my wife was like, I like this. I'm down with this. Let's keep watching.
I showed my mom some scenes. She's like, I don't think I could watch this.
Yeah, that was pretty visceral right up front, right in the beginning.
Yeah, then the ending, I'm like, oh god, none of these kids are gonna make it. It's so funny because again, it's basically the false protagonist.
Yeah.
Because I mean, the whole point of it is that it kills kids, and we don't actually see that really happening in any of the media adaptations besides the novel.
Yeah, really, that's true.
We just see like in the miniseries is alluded. We just hear about kids getting killed. Also, none of the Lewises die until like they're adults because Stan killed himself. Because if Stan had lived, they would not have made it out alive because he was their weakest link.
Right.
And of course, Eddie ends up dying because he actually tried to stand up to it as an adult, and he died a virgin. Anyway,
but I like that we're getting, because now it's a series. Now we could just, oh, you thought Teddy and his buddy are going to be the main character? Nope, it's not them.
Psych.
And maybe, we've seen this girl in the trailers, but we don't know how many more episodes she's in. She could be the main character, maybe not. And again, like you're saying, if they have 3 seasons planned and each one is going to be 30 years prior
to the,
we're going backwards in time.
Yeah.
And I think that's an interesting setup.
I would love it if we had a surprise Tim Curry cameo in this show somehow.
I'm sure we got it.
That would be so fucking dope because we got in the second adaptation, the guy who played young Ben in the miniseries, the younger John Ritter, was in the scene with Ben in the architect meeting. And I was like, oh, I recognize him. I know him.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I love when they do that.
It would be cool. It would be cool. Like maybe he plays one of Pennywise's illusions or something like that.
Yeah.
A harmless old man in a wheelchair who suffered a stroke. I mean, Tim Curry did have a stroke, unfortunately, but like he could play it.
Yeah, but Tim Curry's been like coming out again, doing like interviews and stuff, right?
He's got a book out, Vagabond.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So
cool.
I'm excited, and it would be so cool. I think a good actors on actors would be a Bill Skarsgård and Tim Curry interview for Variety or something like that.
That'd be great.
Yeah, because I mean, I remember when Bill Skarsgård got cast, they asked Tim Curry because he was starting to do Comic Cons at that point. He's like, I'm a huge fan of Alexander Skarsgård and Stellan. He's like, so I'm wondering how, he's like, I'm sure this Bill kid is going to do pretty well.
I mean, there are like so many of them. My
they just
thought the
there's
kid
a new
playing
one.
Teddy.
There's a fucking 13-year-old one who's getting bullied, and I'm like, I'm sorry, but kids, you do not make fun of a Skarsgård. That's a good sign of nepotism right there. Okay.
My wife thought the kid who played Teddy looked like he could be related to Skarsgård to the point where I looked it up. I was like, he does look like him.
Yep.
But yeah, it was fun, folks. Like if you're looking for something spooky and you don't want to watch that awful Ed Gein TV show, check this out. Check out Welcome to Derry.
Yeah.
We're gonna be watching the rest of the season, I think.
Yeah, I'm so excited.
So did I get to talk to you about the finale of Peacemaker?
Yeah. I don't think we have. I thought it was fine. It's like this season of Peacemaker was just world building.
Yes,
really.
Very much so, world building. And you said you watched Weapons?
Yes, because we're covering it on Friday for Halloween. So I'm going to dress up as Tiffany Valentine from Friday Chucky for fun. I got my Elmer's glue stick ready to conceal my eyebrows. I got the tattoo and everything.
So I saw Weapons and I thought that was certainly a ride.
Yeah.
But again, that kind of did make me think about like because we saw the ads for Welcome to Derry before Weapons, and I was like, what would that series look like? And we're getting a clue with this episode that it's gonna have all the stuff you love from Stephen King. There's a mystery. What's going on with the air base? What's going on with it? We're gonna get touch on the Native American aspect. Because they're the ones who like fought it in the first place.
Yeah, the way they tackled that in the second movie was so out of left field. I was like, they really didn't have to add that, but whatever.
They tried.
Because it was like because Mike gave Bill like a drug and they're hallucinating and everything's weird. And I'm like, they really did. I'm like, this is why it has a 62% rating on Rotten Tomatoes. Like,
well, it's because fucking Stephen King wrote 300 some odd pages on coke about this. There's an entity of evil and entity of good, and good is the turtle, and evil is this shape-shifting thing. It could be anything. And what if it crashed into Maine? Because I live in Maine, and it just gravity wells this town and just feeds off fear and so much. There's so much. I've never read the
That's
book.
why a lot of people are like, who asked for this? I'm like, people who want more about its origins. Duh. Like, I don't get it. It's so funny.
I mean,
to
who
me.
asked for anything? Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Everyone's
Who
like, who's
asked
this
for a
for? I'm like,
live-action
for
Lion
me,
King?
for me. It's like all the white folks who've now talked shit about Sinners. They're like, it's good until the vampires show up. And I'm like, do you not understand what the vampires represent in the movie? Like, what is the point of Sammy's gift if Remick doesn't want to use him?
Yeah, dude. I mean,
I'm one of the good white folks who understands the point of Sinners, okay? This is why I'm invited to the cookout, okay?
We're watching.
I'm serious.
Sweeney Todd. I saw you were watching Sweeney Todd on Twitch.
Yeah.
But I happened to watch it
My favorite
recently
Tim Burton
on
movie.
Pluto. And just, I don't know, some older movies in general, just, they let you, there was subtext. There was things that, you know, a shot where there's light hitting your eyes and everything else is in shadow, but then you cut to a wide shot and the lighting doesn't look like that. Now people will be like, that's a cinema sin. That's why this is bad. This movie's bad. They don't know how to do lighting. It's like, no, that moment was supposed to mean something and convey something. It's art. It fucking doesn't all have to be super
The aspect
realistic.
ratio. Also, too, people want to bitch about cinematography. I'm like, yeah, but you're still fine with everything looking urine yellow. Like Sinners has color. It has color to me. Like it has like good. I mean, but again, I think they shoot on IMAX, and Hoyte, who did Oppenheimer. I mean, a lot of Ryan Coogler's people who worked on Sinners also worked for Christopher Nolan on Oppenheimer, which explains why it was shot so well. But that IMAX camera, they got to make an IMAX camera that's like this, not like 200 pounds, and it like you have to literally hold it. You have to have a lot of weight to it, and the problem is you can only shoot like a minute at a time with the IMAX camera.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and the fact that Christopher Nolan managed to film Oppenheimer in 2 months is crazy. Anyway,
crazy. He's a lunatic.
Yeah.
I've the most advanced camera I've ever held was a Red 2, I think, and that shit is big, and you have to like harness it into yourself so it's on like a gimbal, and it is terrifying to hold because you know how expensive it is if you trip.
Recently, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Dead Meat. James A. Janice, he is a YouTuber who basically does a thing called Kill Count, and he counts all the kills in all of our movies. He did one about Sinners, and he explained a lot of behind the scenes stuff. And he also explained like a lot of people think Remick in Rocky Road to Dublin was stealing the black folks' culture in that scene by making them know the Irish song and letting them like know it and dance to it like they knew it all along. But even Ryan Coogler said, no, he's not doing that. He's not stealing their culture. He's introducing, because Irish folks had culture until the British colonized them into Christianity when they were all pagans. So what he's doing, he's trying to introduce his culture to people who understand what it's like to be colonized. So Remick is like Killmonger. Like Ryan Coogler, we should all know the villains that Ryan Coogler writes are very convincing, more than 4-dimensional type of villains too.
Yeah.
I would join Fellowship in Love. Fellowship in Love. I mean, the whole point of, because I didn't know this until soon after, but them singing "Pick Poor Robin Clean" that's a black folk song. So Remick's like, we're singing a song that they know. They'll let us in. We're the good ones. And I'm like,
interesting.
I'm like, no, they're not. Except for Smoking and Cornbread, which kind of foreshadows their fate.
I liked yeah, that's true. They do. There are the ones who are like, yeah, why not? They have money, right? I like you're saying that comparison between Killmonger and Remick. They both have understandable reasons for what they're doing. Yeah. But what they're doing is actually
it's not the best. Like, I mean, he was honest though. He's like, the Klan, we're gonna come and we're gonna kill the Klan too. Now we're gonna rectify those bigots too. We're gonna do it. Come join us.
And I like that was the other thing, that those two clan members, the husband and wife, were like, we want to start a new clan of peace and love. And I'm like, oh, that's Manson. You're gonna go be Charlie Manson.
Yeah, you're doing because the thing with the vampires is they have Remic's hive mind. So when he's like sir, like he was offended when he said it was part of the clan. He's like, no, he's like struggling because he can see their memories of like killing Black people and because they're part of the clan too. He's like, no, we believe in equality of music, and he also is probably thinking, stop with your memories. It's interfering with my flow.
I haven't watched it yet, but I saw that FD Signifier put out a big video about Sinners.
Yeah, I gotta see that too.
Interested to watch.
Because it's just so funny to me when people, no matter what, like I feel like a lot of white folks misinterpret Remick to seem like they're, that they're not that racist. I'm like, listen, if Ryan Coogler is saying that Remick is not someone who's trying to steal culture, like he's trying to introduce these folks to his culture because he wants all their cultures to mesh together because they know what it's like to be colonized.
Trying to unionize.
Yeah, I would take Ryan Coogler's interpretation of Remick than some film critic who doesn't know a whole lot. It's like when people say Die Hard's not a Christmas movie. I'm like, the guy who wrote the screenplay says it's a Christmas movie.
Yeah.
Stop arguing every year whether or not it's a Christmas. It is.
Freaking, we have that argument every year. Die Hard is a Christmas movie. The events of the movie cannot happen unless it was on Christmas. That is the point.
Thank you. Also, A Nightmare Before Christmas is not a Christmas movie. The guy who wrote it, he says it's a Halloween movie.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I always watch that at Christmas because I think, well, I can watch it either time. It works for both.
I watch regardless. I watch it. I got a Jack Skellington Nutcracker that I put back here for Christmas all the time. So
I think because when we saw Sinners, when I first saw Sinners,
I was the only white person there. Oh, yeah. I was like, this is gonna be fun. I love it. When I saw Black Panther, I was the only white person in theater, and I'm like, I love Black art because like people like art that represents a certain like demographic.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, they don't get to appreciate it because it's not something that doesn't end up getting enough credit or gets mainstreamed unless it's by someone like Ryan Coogler or Jordan Peele. So when we were watching Us, people were laughing. I was when she's like, Ophelia, call the police. Now I'm playing Fuck the Police by NWA, and I'm laughing my ass off. And they're looking at me like, girl, you get it. I'm like, I get it, man.
So when we came out of the theater, we're initially like, what was the point? Like, what was the message of this? Because he was the bad guy and they defeated him. But then we have, what was it? Smoke and his girlfriend, Haley Steinfeld, Stack and his girlfriend showing up in the 90s. So it's like, well, were the vampires bad? Or was it just this guy like kind of mishandling the power? And but the way, you tell me now that Ryan Coogler was like, no, he was never meant to really be like a bad guy. It was just his methods weren't great. And so, Stack and Haley Steinfeld, they're seemingly keeping to themselves, not spreading like a cult or whatever. They're just like, we want to be together. We love each other.
With Remick dying, even though the hive mind breaks when the main vampire dies, you still have to kill them individually as vampires.
Right.
So
that was the other part I didn't get. I thought they killed him and then they all exploded. So we were confused when they showed up in the post-credit scene. But then after seeing like other videos about it, I'm like, oh, no. They were just all in the sun.
Yeah. And they also can feel his pain too.
They can feel his pain. Right. But
yeah,
they were in the sun. That's what killed them. And Stack and Haley Steinfeld must have just ran off before they're like, fuck this.
I mean, when I found out, I was like, okay, Annie's explaining the lore of vampires and knowing her fate. I'm like, she's going to get killed off. And the most shocking thing to me is seeing like Stack and Mary be all happy. Like, yes, she's going to be one of us too. And then when Smoke kills her, they're like, no, like they, because their souls are trapped. They still have some type of feeling. It's just, they're kind of evil now.
Yeah.
I'm ready for Oscar season because I Lied to You better be nominated for Best Original Song, and they're better. They didn't have performances last year at the Oscars because who could top I'm Just Ken? But they should do a Sinners medley with a recreation of I Lied to You with people of different cultures dancing around the audience, having Rocky Road to Dublin, Pale Pale Moon. I'm gonna want that so bad.
They got to do. I mean, there's a lot of music this year, so they could do Wicked. They could do Sinners. What
Yeah.
else we got?
Yeah, wait. That's about it, I think. We got a lot of music. 2 movies. That is.
I mean, but like, who watches the Oscars anymore? I
Only we do. Over at Movie Night Extravaganza, guys, we are the only Oscar stream worth watching. Actually, there were some. The first time we hosted, people thought it was the actual Oscars, got confused, and they stuck around. More people watched us than other Oscar streams, which was weird. I was like, but they get you. If like Conan would have like an audio feed, and they kept knocking us down last year. I'm like, man, that ABC must get a whiff, and knock it down.
Yeah. I mean,
it was crazy. I
what
was
were you
like, let
streaming
us
it on,
enjoy our
YouTube or
stream.
Twitch? YouTube or
I mean,
Twitch?
I
you're
love
streaming it?
see me and Conan playing the Oscar season because we will go over movies like Wicked, and we're already done Sinners, but we're not really sure how much competition is going to be this year. I mean, one Battle of the Number is probably going to win all the awards, in my opinion.
Which one?
One Battle After Another, the Leo DiCaprio movie,
I think
Paul
so.
Thomas Anderson.
Yeah, that one's definitely an Oscar baity. Hey, let's make all these rich liberal elites feel good about themselves for voting for this movie.
And
like
the Springsteen
they did with
movie,
Green
that's
Book.
a biopic. The Springsteen movie.
Oh
I mean,
yeah.
I like the Springsteen movie, but I feel like one of the main critiques that a lot of people didn't like, they're like, it took place during a sad period. Like one of his lower periods. I'm like, it didn't take place during Born in the USA or whatever. Like, it was a more interpersonal character film. And I'm like, I get it. I mean, I'm from Freehold. It was nice seeing some spots from Freehold in the film. My mom and I were like, up, represent,
I mean, and that's Jeremy Allen White. That's the dude
Yeah,
from The Bear
and also
Shameless.
too, he's a TV star. He's not a movie star. So like, part of the reason why the film didn't do so well at the box office is like not a whole lot of people know who he is outside of The Bear and Shameless.
Yeah, I have only seen him in Shameless. I have not watched The Bear yet, but I think he could. He could hold his own in a scene.
Yeah.
I think he'll be all right.
Yeah.
This is his big debut.
For a film.
For a film.
Yeah. I think also too, people are just tired of the biopic genre because it's so cliche. Like in a post Walk Hard and even post Weird Al movie, it's like everyone's doing the same cliches except for the Rocket Man, the one that Elton John did. He's like, do not do Bohemian Rhapsody and sanitize, don't sanitize my legacy, warts and all. And that's why Rocket Man is, in my opinion, one of the best musical biopics in recent years, because Elton John was like, show gay orgies, show my spiral into drug abuse, do it. I don't care. Make it a musical, make it a fantasy.
Yeah,
It's
that's
so
the
good.
big thing now is that these people are still alive that they're making movies about.
Bob Dylan. What's the point of a Bob Dylan movie if we're not going to know anything about him?
I mean,
We don't even know the truth.
My wife's favorite band ever is the Sex Pistols. They came out with a series called Pistols on FX like a year or two ago. And Johnny Rotten, being the fucking asshole that he is, sued and they had to pull it down. So it's a whole TV show that now doesn't exist because one guy had fucking problem with it. It was based on one of the other members' books. So
Yeah.
like, why do you
Remember
have carte blanche over
Sid
this?
and Nancy with Gary Oldman?
Yeah, we watched that one. That one was ridiculous. That was actually not a great movie. That was just scene after scene after scene, like with very little connecting. We also just watched Waiting to Exhale recently, and that she had good memories of it. And Whitney Houston, this is going to be fun. Angela Bassett, that is also just scene after scene after scene with like very little through line.
I will die on this hill. Angela Bassett should have won the Oscar for What's Love Got to Do with It. Because she,
I have
besides
not
lip
seen
syncing,
that.
she became Tina Turner. Also, Selena, the director who directed Selena, did Why Do Fools Fall in Love, which is about singer Frankie Lyman. He was that, that one clip on Twitter where the little black kid is singing, and it's like, here's all the white folks reacting to finding out this 13-year-old kid was black. Well, he got into drug abuse, died of a heroin overdose when he was 26 because his voice got deeper. He was no longer reliable because he got into drugs. They made the movie about his 3 wives he was married to at the same time, one of them being from Augusta, Georgia. They focus on the court case, but not on him. Halle Berry, Vivica A. Fox, and someone else was in it, and Lorenz Tate was in it too, who was in The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and a few other. He played Quincy Jones and Ray, the Ray Charles
I don't
movie.
know any of these.
So when I watch it, I'm like, the guy who made a good biopic like Selena made this garbage?
Well, folks, I have a special guest on my show coming up next in 10 minutes that we're going to bring up a little bit early. This is Sora from Down Under. Hello, how are you?
Hello.
Originally.
Hey.
Y'all can hear me, right? I did actually unmute my mic. There we go. I did. No delay this time. Either.
Yes. So
I've been loving this conversation, by the way. I learned so much because this is not my strong suit.
You don't watch movies very much?
Not particularly. I'm a bit too ADHD for movies. I like TV shows just because like the 43 minutes gives it like just enough narrative, and then you can move on to the next episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we get a complete arc in one episode. You get a full story.
Yeah.
I do
so
know
what have
quite
you
a bit
been
about
watching?
some like good TV shows. What have I been watching recently? Well, I've been watching Gen V, the second season, which is fantastic. It still boggles my mind to this day that it took like conservatives up to season 4 of The Boys before they were like, this show is woke.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. They're making fun of us. What?
Dude,
Like,
Gen V. I want to talk about Gen V. Gen V, I remember them saying they were going to make a second season. I didn't see any fucking advertising for this. And then all of a sudden I'm on Amazon Prime and I see it's already out with like 3 or 4 episodes. And I'm like, oh, it's here. Okay.
Oh, yeah, they dropped the first 3 episodes on the first day. They did that with season 1 too. There wasn't much advertising on it.
There
at
wasn't.
all.
So I
most
watched
of the advertising I saw was on like the Vought International YouTube page.
Yeah.
They're so awesome. Like I love that they do that. They even pay
very
bots to go and be like, support Free Homelander in the comments and
really
stuff.
Yeah.
That's really cool. I love the marketing for that. But again, where was the marketing for this season?
Yeah, they think one of the characters is gonna get Charlie Kirked, and everyone's like, if they do that, I'm gonna be mad. I'm like, so people can't get assassinated on TV shows?
They did that already.
They've already done several
The writer
assassinations.
for the show, Eric Kripke, has said like on multiple occasions, because people are like, are you guys just like copying politics? He's like, no. The world keeps copying us. We write and produce all of this before any of that stuff happens. It's just the world keeps mirroring media.
I need a contact with Etsy.
So
which
is it because I keep forgetting to watch Gen V because I'm so trying to follow South Park and see when they're actually going to fucking air because this season has been so spread out. So I've been forgetting to watch Gen V. I got to get caught up.
Oh,
is
you
it
need
worth?
to. They just finished the season.
Okay.
Let me put it to you this way, without too many spoilers. To enter the campus for the university now, there is now a humans-only entrance and a soups-only entrance. There are signs all over the campus of Homelander's face saying, make America super again.
Massa.
Look,
Oh my God.
yeah,
they're leaning hard.
What's worse too is the superheroes are complaining about how human extremists are dangerous to them and are trying to exterminate them. Meanwhile, they can like destroy the world with like that. Like the Homelander could laser through the planet. The humans, the Antifa, they're coming for us. They want to kill all the soups.
The Starlight.
You know what this reminds me of a lot? Like because I did not read any Harry Potter, but I did watch all the films, including the Grindelwald stuff. This is exactly what Grindelwald was trying to tell people. Like, he's like, we have no problem with the no magic or the muggles. It's the humans who have no magic that's going to destroy us. There's gonna be another war. We're gonna be othered. But yet his followers like, but muggles too, who have magic. They're humans who have magic. He's like, no, they're still considered mythical witches and wizards too. They're like us too. It's the people who actually don't have any magic who are going to be the danger to us.
The enemy both has to be the strongest, most terrifying demonic force on Earth, and also pathetic, weak, and cowardly. It has to be both.
Yeah.
Also, what's funny too, before it's pork roll, not Taylor ham.
Oh God,
that's the one thing Jersey will for. It's either John Bon Jovi or Bruce Springsteen or Taylor ham or pork roll. And the fact that people say Central Jersey does not exist, I'm like, I'm from Central Jersey.
Central Jersey,
I know it exists. How dare you, ma'am? How dare
Are you
you?
from Jersey too, for Sora?
I am. I'm from Jersey too. I'm from North Jersey.
Okay.
Like right by Manhattan.
That was going to be one of my
I'm
first questions. How'd you end up in Australia?
What's funny about Freehold is that the best part about living in Jersey is that we were like 15 minutes away from the beach, 10 minutes away from Great Adventures, because a lot of people are like, what's Great Adventures? I'm like, Six Flags, but we call it Great Adventures because that's what it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dun, dun,
I didn't
dun,
know
dun,
it was
dun,
not
dun,
called
dun,
Great
dun, dun, dun.
Adventures elsewhere.
Yeah, because
I
thought the whole title was
own
Six Flags Great Adventures.
Yeah,
like I
right?
thought it
Yeah.
was the whole thing.
Yeah, usually it's Six Flags over Georgia, Six Flags over here, but we just call it Six Flags Great Adventures or something.
Yeah. That's
Some of my
correct,
fondest memories
because
is
we're-
going on the haunted hayride and not being afraid.
One of my greatest disappointments with Australia is the lack of theme parks. There is exactly one state in Australia, which is Queensland, that has theme parks. And that's it. Like, you want to go on a roller coaster, like a real one, you got to go to Queensland. There's nowhere else to go. There's the Luna Park in Sydney, which is shit. It's like a children's roller coaster. And that's it.
It's like the SpongeBob one where they're like, ah! Ooh.
Yeah, basically. But although the one in Queensland is the tallest and fastest hypercoaster in the Southern Hemisphere. And since I've also ridden the one in the Northern Hemisphere, I could say I've ridden both. The one down this one's insane. They don't lock you in. There's no like clip. There's metal bars that come down and they point downward, so you can't even really hold on to them properly. Oh my god. But you're going so fast that you're upside down for like a good 30 seconds and you're not slipping. Like the velocity is keeping you glued to your seat.
Holy shit. I was always too scared to go on roller coasters.
Same. I don't go on them. I like to be on the ground. Like I'd rather go on like the Himalayas, like the ones that go around and around real fast and then backwards, but like nothing up in the air.
The only time was one time I visited
How
my
dare you.
grandfather in Florida, and we went to our. They said you could either go to Disney World or you can go to Universal Studios. Which one do you want? I'm an adult. I'm in my 20s when I do this, and I'm like Universal Studios. 'Cause they got, you know, the movie stuff and all that. And then I was like, you know what? I might as well try one roller coaster in my life. So I went on the Incredible Hulk coaster, and I was like, all right, I could do this. I could do this. Not too bad. Not too bad. But I'm scared of heights. My friend, photographer, has a pass to go to Empire State Building whenever he wants to take pictures. So he'll take people with him. And whenever I go up to the top, I'm holding on to the center. There's like metal beams in the middle.
My dad won't even go up there. When I was younger, we went to San Francisco once, and like mom wanted to like walk across the San Francisco Bridge. And I'm like 15, and my dad is hugging like the rail to where like the road is.
Yeah.
And if I just step just like an inch too close to like the railing so I could see like, I don't know, over the bridge, just pulling me back like, no, gust of wind will push you over.
It was the same thing when we actually went to the top of the Twin Towers when I was a kid. And me and my mom were over the side looking over, because I wasn't always scared of heights. But as a kid, I wasn't. So I was looking over there, and my
9/11
dad
do that for you?
hugging the wall. What?
Sorry, a bit of a bad joke there. I said,
No,
9/11
the 9/11
do that for you?
No, it was just over time. Like, I don't know. I started going to like Madison Square Garden, and I would be up in the stands, and like I'm suddenly clutching onto the seats next to me. I don't know what happened over time. I guess I just realized how high up I was.
I remember going to the original Yankee Stadium for a game in the nosebleed section. I was like, oh, like stadium. I was like 3 or 4, but I remember going to a Yankee game at that young, and I'm like, we're up really high. I'm afraid I'm
3
gonna
or 4 in like a stadium. Maybe it's the like neurodivergent in me, but that would freak me out. Like that seems like a very loud environment for a 3-year-old.
Yeah.
Hey guys, do you want me to stick around, or you two got plans? What are we doing here?
I mean, you can stick around, absolutely.
You can stick around. Always happy.
Cool, I'll
to
be
have
here
you
till 7.
Yeah.
We're gonna be talking about like
all kinds of
movies, TV, and games, basically.
That's right.
Nice.
So yeah, Nick, whenever, roll us over into my show. Hi, folks. I'm Alex. I'm the devil's advocate. I talk about movies, music, TV, video games, whatever I want to talk about, and politics on this space. We have special guests, Visora and Kristina, and Mr. Rune is on my lap right now because he just wants to be over.
Hello.
So I have a couple things I wanted to talk about today on the show. First, I wanted to ask Visora, how did you get to Australia?
How did I get to? Well, that's actually an interesting story. In like 2018, I left the U.S. I went to Turkey. I lived there for like 6 months, and when I was in Turkey, I had a job, and my boss didn't want to do like the job that she had anymore, and she needed someone who spoke English as an interpreter because she wanted to start a pig farm for some reason. So we went to Montenegro. I acquired this woman a pig farm. And then I was either going to come back to the U.S. or I was going to just like keep traveling. I had an internet friend that I'd never met in Australia. Like that was the only person I knew, but I'd never met this person in my life. I didn't know anyone here. And I was like, screw it, let's go to Australia. And then I came here, and then I've been here for like 6 years. So like that was kind of it. It was an impulse decision.
You like the scary big spiders and animals. See, I would rather live in Denmark. So this is my dream. To commit crimes and spend the rest of my life in a Danish prison. Have you seen those prisons? They look nice. Very nice. Like
yeah, they do look nice. They do look nice.
I'm like, damn.
You say you don't have giant insects?
Not really. Not if you live in like near a big city. If you're out in the outback, like in the bush, sure, yeah, you're gonna get like big spiders. You're gonna get like snakes and stuff. But anywhere like near an urban area, most of the spiders you're gonna see are harmless. In fact, the bigger ones you actually want to keep around when you're in an urban area. The bigger spiders that you'll see are huntsmen, and they kill the worst spiders.
Oh, okay.
I know people have pet huntsman spiders, so
just don't go into bushes and you'll be fine.
So the first thing that I wanted to bring up is some breaking news that unfortunately Turning Points are not going to have their own competing Super Bowl halftime show.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to that. It was going to be such a hit. Who's that buddy again?
They're due to lack of interest and being unable to obtain a right-wing star large enough to draw a crowd.
Oh, Kid Rock ain't big enough then?
That's what's it. What happened to Kid Rock?
I think it's funny when people are like, I don't understand Bad Bunny. And then they're like, and then they listen to, Sean Paul or something. I'm like, Sean Paul speaks English, but you can't understand a word he say because his accent's so thick. Also, bring back Sean
Kid
Paul.
Rock finally
Make
got
music
arrested
again.
for being a bit too into children.
Kid
Dude
Rock.
wrote a song about it, so maybe.
Also, same with Ted Nugent. They're all the same. What's funny is that Kid Rock's whole thing is like, I'm a redneck, from the South. Dude, you're a white rich dude who grew up in Michigan. You're not even Michigan was not even a state during the Civil War.
True. I mean, look, they are all like losers. Have you? One that's been making me laugh quite a bit lately is Drew Pavlau, or whatever the fuck you say his name.
Yeah.
Oh, the guy who threatened to blow up the Chinese embassy or whatever the hell. That guy, yeah.
Well, he was a liberal. Now he's just a neo-Nazi. But like, he made a post recently saying like, I will not have Zoran Mamdani destroy my country. Like, mother, you live in Australia. Like, I can say that if I wanted to. At least I'm American.
Yeah, and also too, we didn't have to buy blue check marks. We could tell who's real or not, because even the bot accounts that are from India are claiming they're Israeli or they're American, but they're all from India and Russia. And it's like, okay, Elon, you say you're going to put the country of origin in people's bios. When is that going to happen soon? Because I cannot wait to find out that 99.99% of these accounts are from India or Russia.
They almost all are. It just goes to show how much of a scam AI is, because even like the AI bots on Twitter keep turning out to be Indians, Pakistanis, and Malaysians, just like when like Amazon Fresh did that thing where, they're like, oh, the cameras will AI scan so you don't have to like actually scan at the counter. Turned out to just be fucking Malaysian dudes.
Yeah, it's funny because I can tweet something and then someone will accuse me of being an animal abuser, and I'm like, I'm posting about like a meme about something. You're talking about Hassan under my.
Speaking of Hassan, I'm glad you brought that out because that's the next thing I wanted to talk about. Is we're all streamers here.
Oh,
we're all hoping
the Turks.
We're all
Why you
hoping
said
to
that?
get as big as Hassan one day.
Stabby,
and
my
we
man.
are going to talk about the rally as well. But I wanted to bring up this clip that I just saw, or I didn't even watch, but
John
Stabby,
Marco.
one of our favorite comedians, and John Marco. Funny story about John Marco.
Scorsese here, like he's talking about this as like the average person. Like I'm sure that
not
like,
the
he knew
weirdos.
that Hassan doesn't like abuse his dog, but like when you watch the clip, he's gonna say that like, oh, like I may have been wrong, I wasn't sure, and that how obvious it is that this is all made up. But to be fair, like everyone should have known based on like Laura Loomer's posting about it. You probably should.
She eats dog food for money. Like, come on.
Let's check this.
She's
out.
taking
Because
food
you-
away
you're
from
the only
dogs. That's animal abuse.
One that I felt like I could get good advice from on this very particular topic.
Sure.
Was I wrote Stavros was one I wrote because I did Hassan Piker show, and there was all the like dog electric collar things.
Yep,
and I'm like
yep.
looking on the internet, I'm like, the internet's crazy. But is this a thing? Should I be worried? And I had you had to understand Twitch, you had to understand Hassan, you had to understand the internet, you had to understand comedy.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, there's so few people that I know.
Yeah,
And
I
I
mean-
just met Stavros 3 weeks ago, and it's like, well, here's it. But it was funny in that I'm taking in all these things from the internet, people saying Hassan Piker abuses his dog.
Yeah, well,
and then the second I walked in there, into his home, and like the dog comes up and runs to me, I'm like, this is crazy.
No, there's no way. I mean,
this is insane.
You know, that's funny because I didn't even think about the context because of you not really knowing that world. But like, when in doubt, it's just guys mad at Hassan.
Yeah.
He is the biggest lightning rod because like. Between I mean literally they act towards Hassan the way they think he acts to his dog, where it's like he's like you have far left politics, which immediately kind of people attack you for whatever, but then he's just a piece of ass. And what most of the and he's rich, and what most of the like when
He's got a great ass,
he's like
by
the
the way, too.
perfect guy in a lab. He's like a hot Muslim who fucking like talks about left politics and got rich off their platform for video games. But he talks about how Trump is bad on it, and it's like, of course, it's like you invented a guy for the stereotypical like groiper incel whatever fan to be mad at. Having said that, he is a piece of shit. He's a Turkish dog, as far as I'm concerned, and I don't want to. Do not clip me. Whatever you do, not clip me giving him compliments.
Yeah.
That is my one thing. I would like. I don't want to be seen on the record as supporting Hassan too much because I also hate him for those exact reasons. And I am looking forward to his inevitable downfall.
And you know what's so funny? That one account that like Yeet or whatever the hell, like the TMT for streamers, that account it's gonna clip that, say, look at Stabby criticizing Hassan, it's over. And I'm like, do you not understand the sarcasm in his tone? Like they do this all the time with like Hassan's friends are calling him out. And I'm like,
they either don't or they don't understand the sarcasm, or they willfully ignore the sarcasm. I mean, this is what Bill Burr's been complaining about for 15 years that I listened to his podcast. Is like, you hear a joke in a comedy club with an audience and everyone laughs and understands the joke. You write it down in an article for CNN, it's going to come differently when you read it in an article. Anyways.
Hey, I take that back. No, that is not true. Stabby is much more hotter than Ron Jeremy, and he's never raped anyone. Just saying. Also, Stabby was part of Cumtown, right? I think that's.
I believe.
That's what he was,
I don't know, man, because
Again,
I've seen Cumtown recommended to me on YouTube, but I was like, I'm not watching a show. I assumed it was a right-wing show.
I just assume that anything that I haven't seen yet is a right-wing show these days.
Exactly.
But
I was saying this morning. I don't know about any of you, but I've been thinking a lot about Les Mis lately. You know, the musical.
Hear the people singing the song of angry men. Oh, sorry.
The saddest part is they lose in that movie. Like, all of them die in that movie, and it just kind of feels a bit too close to reality.
This is my best impression of Hugh Jackman's voice. Bring him up.
Look, still better than Russell Crowe, all right?
Oh my
Javert is terrible.
You might as well have casted Gerard Butler as Javert in that because
100%.
They're like he's got a background in rock music. He's perfect. No, he was not.
But in terms of people getting dogpiled on the internet, I'm making a weird comparison here, but this is Miss Rachel, who is a child's entertainer and has been standing up for children in Palestine.
Gen Z's Mr. Rogers, man.
Gen Z's Mr. Rogers.
I knew who Miss Rachel was before Gaza because I used to clean for a woman who had a baby during the pandemic. So when she was in her office because she worked at home, she had Miss Rachel on, and her son was glued to the TV. Hi, hello. So when I started seeing her get famous, I'm like, wait a minute, I know who this girl is.
And she's doing great. And this is an interview she just recently did. 17 seconds. Let's play this.
It's been painful, but I always think about what people in Gaza are going through. I think I also think about what kind of pain I would feel if I knew that I didn't say anything and could have helped.
Yeah, let's play this, Visora. Copy address. There's another clip that Visora just popped in the chat. Let's check this one out.
Yeah, this shit made me nearly cry today.
I wanted to help her have the best day ever. I called a place and
So this is a couple months ago. She did this. Brought a refugee from Palestine with no legs, and gave her like the best day ever. And this is her recently telling the story.
Skip.
Yeah, doing the story
it was
behind.
So cute. It made me cry.
City that I thought Rahaf would have a great time at. And I explained that she's a double amputee, she's 3. I explained that there would be no press, no pictures, just her having an amazing time. And I was talking to the business owner, and the business owner said, let me think about it. And I was just crushed. I didn't understand why she would say she needed to think about it. I realized it wasn't going to be a good atmosphere. So I just said, actually, never mind. I'm going to try somewhere else. And then she said, yeah, so sorry. It's really complicated. And I was like, it's actually not complicated. So then I called another place, and this time I was very hesitant on the phone explaining the situation, but I did explain there'd be no press, no photos, so I was gonna rent the whole place. So there'd be no other customers, which you can do for a birthday at these places. And the woman on the phone was so kind, and she said, definitely. She said, we even have a Palestinian employee. So I was so touched. This is gonna be so great, and I was so excited. And then I got an email a few days later saying, we have to cancel due to the safety of our staff. And I was in shock because actually, in both circumstances, it's illegal to say you can't rent this space for, a birthday party, like an event, because you're bringing a Palestinian person. I just can't imagine what the employee felt, because the person who owns the place was basically saying, because this little girl is Palestinian like you, she's not welcome here. Could have said, I'm gonna rent the whole space for a kid's party and just shown up. I shouldn't have had to ask permission, but I guess I just thought maybe I should, and that maybe they'd make it extra special. Oh, and then the fourth place I called, I didn't even mention the first one because it's a long story, but the fourth place I called, explain the situation, and they were like, of course, we're so excited, you can take pictures, you can do anything here, everyone's welcome. And I don't even want to say where the business was that welcomed us with the most beautiful open arms.
Yeah, they would get so much hate.
Because I don't want them to get backlash for having her, who gave Rahaf the most amazing day ever.
Yeah, that's
Like
fucking
if you're mad about this, like if you're not like mad about her doing this, not mad about like the difficulty that it took to actually get a damn like birthday party for a amputee Palestinian refugee, you're not human. Personally, like I just can't see anyone who would look at Miss Rachel, first off, be mad at her for doing that, or like give her I just can't see them as human. Like going into like what we were going to talk about in regards to like the Homeland Security Halo memes, I would literally prefer talking to the fucking Covenant or the Flood. Like that is more human to me than a person who looks at that and says, no, you deserve to suffer.
We're gonna get there, but I want to just finish this segment out with how Hassan has reacted to some of this constant criticism that he's gotten.
God, I hate the left. I hate liberalism. I hate everything that's going on every single fucking day of the goddamn week. I hate my life. I hate fucking streaming. I hate socialism. I hate
it's over. No, he says this every week.
The peak of activism is just being the most annoying, holier than thou, the most ultimately woke leftist. It's just, you did it. You did it. You have unlocked the fucking nihilism within me, okay? I am black-pilled. Nothing will ever get better. We are never going to make it out.
And this, I think, both of them, they are two people in different ways making media, creating media to promote values that they think would be beneficial, not just to them, but for everyone else, people they don't know. And we're going to get to the rally as well. But something Bernie said is, are you ready to fight for someone you have, for a stranger? Are you ready to fight like hell for someone you'll never meet? And that's what both of them are doing. And they are both getting shit for it. Hassan,
but that's why they're getting shit for it.
That's
it's
why
because
they're getting shit for it.
Effective.
Because Republicans hate fucking Sesame Street. They hate the idea of people being told, kids being taught sharing is caring. They fucking hate it. They think it's communism. They don't want their kids to have to share with someone they don't deem human. They want it to be normalized that some people aren't even fucking human. Black people, Palestinians, Mexicans, whatever the fuck. And it's fucking crazy. And I understand Hassan freaking out like this. And I understand Miss Rachel, Miss Rachel's a different kind of person. She's doing her own thing. She's not
the opposite person I thought
every single day, so she has moments, I'm sure she has moments she's pulling her fucking hair out going, what the fuck is going on? But
with a baby
it
too.
Just broke her fucking heart.
She's got a son and a daughter.
I want to hear what you have to say about this. You have two
but
points you said?
Like on Hassan's point on that, I also crash out like that fucking regularly. And part of the reason for this is because of like the virtue signaling and the infighting on the left. And I said this yesterday to my community. I would literally allow Henry fucking Kissinger into my community as long as he would help fight the Nazis. Would I trust him? Not for a damn moment. But my priority right now is fight the Nazis. I can deal with Henry Kissinger later. As long as he'll help, welcome in, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that was in reference to Graham Plattner or something, but like this, I don't care. Whatever it takes to fight the fucking Nazis. That's what we're gonna do.
I've had it. I mean, I've had a podcast. Jennifer, like these are liberal wine moms from the Midwest saying shit about the Democratic Party. That a podcast like that, we found our Joe Rogan of the left. It's this podcast. These liberal wine moms who were very critical of the Democratic Party. I feel like the typical white liberal woman would listen to those girls than someone like Hassan or whatever. And I'm like, I'm taking it. I'm taking this as a win.
Point too is like Dieter McBusiness always says, different representatives for different audiences. Hassan is talking to the people on Twitch. Gamers, whatever, fucking politic brain people, debate lord people, whatever.
People who want the game.
Miss Rachel is talking to these suburban white moms. Because she's a children entertainer. She's talking to parents. She's a white woman. She has that kind of authority. She's a mother, whatever. That is what
everyone has a role
there
to
is
play.
Not going exactly. Exactly. Everyone has a role to play. There's not going to be a Joe Rogan of the left. First of all, Joe Rogan isn't even of the right, really.
Yeah,
he's a fucking idiot.
weird.
He just goes
Yeah.
where the fucking wind blows. And where his friends goes.
Incoherent centrism.
Yeah, incoherent centrism. And that's most people's politics is incoherent. You want guns, but you don't want fucking taxes, but you want roads, but you want your hospital, but you want free health care. You're mad at the cops for beating you.
Grab 10 Americans off the street and ask them questions, and you will find their political positions aligned with this. Like, some of them are like, all right, they're like, the same guy will have beliefs that would be like perfectly normal within like Hitler's cabinet, Stalin's cabinet, Mao's cabinet, and like I don't know, Reagan's cabinet, all within the same human being's mind.
There are people in AOC's district who vote for her because she cares about their needs, but they also end up voting for Trump.
Yeah.
Like people don't realize that there are people in these like bluer districts who are Republicans who do vote for the Democrats, because some of these Democrats are actually worth voting for, but they'll still vote for Trump for president because they know that AOC is not the same as a Nancy Pelosi type, an establishment Democrat.
And speaking of AOC, let us transition to my day, going to my very, very first political anything.
You've never been to a political rally before?
Never been to a political rally. I've never been to
I've
a
been to
protest.
like 6 Bernie rallies. It's I got selfie with him. I got to stand behind him. I got to hug him in the sweat. Oh God, in the heat. Yeah,
So-
and I got the selfie after his heart attack. He looked good. I'm like, put that shit in. It worked.
Wow. I live posted my experience at the rally, and I just thought I'd share with this space community. So this was the line to get in. We're separate lines. If you can see back here, there's a small contingent, about 10 people of pro-Israel, pro-Cuomo protesters. And no one yelled at them. No one like heckled them. It was just kind of like sad.
It's like 10 people who have
Yeah, it
nothing
was
better
just
to do.
kind of sad to see, like pathetic. Yeah, there, a little closer.
No, you know what's so funny though is everyone's like, oh, Zoran endorsed 9/11. I'm like, he's 7. First of all, you know who actually cheered on 9/11? Israeli Jews living in New York City, because they got interviewed and they're like, now the U.S. knows what it's like. Good. This is good that this happened. I'm like, I'm sorry, but Hassan saying what he said is not even close to what they were saying on the freaking day it happened while the towers were burning.
Not to mention Hassan was correct, but you know.
Yeah. He trained Osama bin Laden as a CIA asset. What do you think and destabilized the Middle East? What do you think was going to happen? And you ignore the warning signs.
So this is the stage.
Set the stage.
Spotted Emma Vigeland in the audience there.
Did you go up to her?
I actually did. I ran up to, because we were sitting up in the bleachers, so I ran up to the edge of the bleachers and said, Emma, hi. I was wearing my Max Left hat, so she was like, hey, nice hat. And I was like, hey, I work for this space, the letter hacks this space. Will you come on? She said, sure. So I sent her a DM. Always be promoting, folks. Always be telling people about this space. Always be asking for interviews.
Absolutely.
But yeah, this is the video I took as the rally began. We were just having like a little music.
And the place is packed.
Oh yeah, it gets
Like,
way
this
more
is
packed.
just at the beginning. Like,
This
wow.
is the beginning. Then Sarah Sherman from SNL came out and was the host.
Oh, who played that anti-Semitic Italian Catholic, right? Or whatever.
Oh yeah,
That coffee, Michael. Like I do not understand like how they're like this is a stereotypical New York Jew who they're making fun of. I'm like, first of all, she's like an Italian Catholic. I don't understand like what's the deal here.
Thank
I
you,
mean, she's
Letterhack,
played by
for
a
the
Jewish
compliment on my
comedian.
camera work.
Yeah.
yeah, that was crazy. So yeah, this was Sarah Sherman.
Oh, seems like your comment to Emma worked, Alex.
Oh,
They did.
Oh,
Really?
Oh,
what did they say? Reference frame. Give me a clip because I missed today's show.
It was, you know what's so weird? When Anna Kasparian mocked me for being poor on Twitter, Emma literally showed like what Anna said to me, and she's like, and this is how Anna treated a quote unquote friend, support Kristina, support cosmepolitics, and then people were like, oh my god, I was talking about you, and I'm like, I'm listening while working.
Wow.
Emma's
I mean, yeah,
bitch,
that was fucking
genuinely.
horrible, dude. That was horrible.
She's like
There
a
was
little
crescent
sister,
moon.
and by that I mean she's only a year younger than me.
There was a crescent moon there, and I was like, oh, crescent moon, like
Ooh.
Islam, like, is this a
symbol of
sign?
Turkey.
Inshallah. Yes, Turkey. So I was like, oh, it's a sign that we're gonna win. Fingers crossed, knock on wood. Julia Salazar came out with a bunch of other elected DSA people to encourage everyone to sign up for DSA. Brad Lander, Mr. Ally himself, I said.
Yeah.
Look at how packed it is.
Put him in charge of something.
At the end, they had a chorus come out and sing before Zoran came on, before AOC, Bernie, and Zoran came on, and he was out there
Like a
dancing
prayer?
with the chorus, out of step, out of tune the whole time. It was
Of
fucking
course.
great.
And you know, if Zoran did not run, I feel like Brad Lander would have been everyone's pick to be mayor, probably, because he seems like a really like he might fumble on a few, but like he clocked the Cuomo campaign for being very Islamophobic.
Yeah, he did, and I appreciate.
And he actually
Love
gets
how it's,
arrested
like,
multiple times.
Entirely normalized to be Islamophobic in this country.
They
Like,
brought it back
Yeah.
from the fucking. It's not that it ever really went away, but like they ramped up the heat again, like after post 9/11.
Yeah, Elon has
Iraq
his
war.
whole entire fat ass stomach on the scale when it comes to Twitter algorithm right now, because everything's like a quote.
Yeah, because he's trying to flip England into a Nazi hellscape at the moment. So and he's succeeding, mind you.
So now this is one of my favorite parts was when Kathy Hochul came out.
She said she didn't know what they were saying. I'm like,
I
bitch,
know.
stop lying.
But watch. Can you understand what the chants are, audience? Let's see.
No bills. I mean, what?
So if you couldn't understand what the chants were, folks, everyone was chanting tax the rich. And throughout her speech,
No go
people
bills?
kept interrupting her. People kept yelling things, and then we would all go into a chant of tax the rich. Now to the point
It got so
where
bad that Zoran had to stop them.
yes,
It's like,
she
guys,
was getting frustrated, like visibly
our
frustrated.
governor.
And she was like, so you guys really just want to see Zoran, right? And so he came out on stage, did a hug, holding up hands together, and then walked her off so that the other two people who were up in Albany could speak.
This
And it
reminds
was
me
fucking hilarious.
Of the remember the DNC was like 12 hours aired 5 days a week. You know how long that, and they didn't have time for a Palestinian voice, but like the mood was like we'll have like AOC and then Kathy Hochul, well Bernie, and then some like fucking moderate Republican who's anti-Trump. And I'm like this is not how you cast the wide net of people, or what I was like, this is just the mood. It's changing.
The mood
It just
is
reminded me of that.
But yes, and then you referenced that the next day Hochul had an event and was asked about the chants, and she was like, I couldn't really hear what they were saying, but she said on stage, I hear you. She was trying to get us to shut up so she could finish her speech. I hear you. And then the next day says, I thought they were saying, let's go Bills.
I mean, remember that this is the same woman that after Brian Thompson got shot and killed had all of the CEOs in New York City have group therapy that you paid for. They got socialized.
Like they can't afford
group
it.
Therapy. Exactly. So like, I don't blame them for streaming Tax the Rich at her.
And but I think the fact, I was watching Majority Report yesterday, and Sam Cedar was like, that vision of 14,000 people chanting at her and that energy that they have for him, but not for you. Not one person in this city has that much energy for her as they do for Zoran. And so whenever she thinks about saying no to something, she's going to remember this image.
You know what's so funny too is that a lot of people approach Assad asking him the real serious questions. Like, I mean, questions that need to be asked, and I agree considering what's been going on. Like asking, when is Assad going to game? Gaming Frogs want to know.
But this is when AOC came out, and watch this.
Yeah. You could be Riley Gaines for spinning contest. I tell you guys, standing behind a politician at a rally is not what it's cracked up to be. My mom got kidney stones from standing behind Bernie with me. But you stand there for hours before he even shows up.
I'm sure.
Wow, it's packed.
It was
Because
packed.
when I went to, because it was a Medicare for Y'all rally, which clever. We were like I wanted to be the first in line so I could be in the front row. And then this guy was like, could you? Because I was talking to this other girl with my mom, and she's like, could you three ladies come here? And we're like, oh my God, we're in trouble. They're like, how would you like to stand behind Senator Turner and Senator Sanders? And I was like, yes. Yes,
yes, please.
That's awesome.
And so one of my friends who was filming the entire thing and taking pictures, there I am, like I'm like on the floor, like standing. My mom's behind me, and she's like, I can't stand up for too much. I'm like, well, don't lock your ankles because you'll pass out.
For this rally,
And I got to shake Bernie's hand.
There was no one, as you can see in the beginning, there was no one back here, right? They had signed. Then before they brought out AOC, that's when they packed everybody.
They just randomly pick people in line, which is pretty cool. Because it was funny because Nina was like, I remember you. She's like, were you in Aiken? And I'm like, yeah. She's like, I recognize your hair because my hair was very curly. She's like, it's good to see you. And I'm like,
that's adorable. This is when Bernie came out.
Yeah,
Stuff
look at
like
him.
This makes me wish I was back home so that I could attend.
Stuff like this makes me wish he was president. Like, he's older than Biden, older than Trump, and yet look at him, fresh as young as a spring chicken on a whatever.
Clearly,
like,
being a good person is good for your health.
And being active. He plays basketball, he plays softball, he jogs. Like he's very active. And everyone's like, how come out of all the old senators and congressmen, he's not seen now? Because everyone else is. Chuck Grassley, that one woman who now has dementia. Like it's crazy. Everyone's like, what's Bernie's secret? I'm like, he
Also,
challenges
like God
himself.
knows how many of these like congressmen and senators are like doing drugs behind the scenes, and I know
Well, yeah.
one fact, Bernie Sanders ain't doing lines of coke in the bathroom at the
No.
Capitol. Like, that much I could guess.
I think years ago when Trump was first in office, a doctor leaked. He's like, you don't know how many of your senators and congressmen need a cocktail of drugs, prescription drugs to keep them going.
They had to sanitize the White House before Biden came in because they didn't know, like, God knows what was left all around the place.
I know it was clogged toilets and rat infestations because Trump barely kept up with it.
Oh my God. So this is
like
Bernie
remains
bringing
of
out
children.
Zoran, and check out this energy. This is, we've been sitting here since the doors opened at 5 o'clock, right? So we got there like 4:30, milled about. We're sitting there for hours. This is around like 8:30. And
Yeah, you
check
gotta
out
be
this
there
energy.
early if you want to.
Modafinil doesn't count, Buncore. I'm on that one too. It's not even a narcotic. We give those to our Air Force pilots.
Also, it's crazy that this man is only like 2 years older than like myself and Alex. Like I'm 32, he's like 34, and I'm like, Jesus.
Yeah, man.
Luckily 4,
yeah,
but
it's wild.
So I got this last shot of them all on stage. I mean,
oh my
it
God,
was
they're doing a
electric.
sing Heil.
Oh, actually, that exact photo got clipped and was being used as like putting like
and Zoran has like his
photo
fist
under.
up. I'm like,
Yeah,
Oh my
this is
God.
not a
Hands
Nazi
like
symbol.
this.
This is a fist. This is like power, and they're waving. Like we all know what a sing Heil looks like. I'm not really gonna do it, but like
Every
like, we all
time
know
I
it.
see one of these comparisons of like a left-wing figure to Elon, it just makes Elon's Sig Heil look worse.
So much worse. So much worse. But yeah, rally was awesome. First political thing I ever went to, and I'm glad I did. I was anxious I have big time anxiety about getting somewhere late or missing something, all because of getting in late to go and see All Dogs Go to Heaven when I was a kid.
Oh my God. I
But
mean,
we got there on
political
time.
rally-
It was perfect. It was so fucking fun. The
Going to a
energy.
political rally is
amazing.
something different because you're with people that you can get along with, and camaraderie. Like
Yeah.
this is why
Yeah.
this is the thing, you know, when people like this is what I say when it came to Jonestown. Like no one willingly joins a cult. They join a political organization, you join a church, you join something, and you're with people that you end up loving and being friends with. And then sometimes maybe things turn sour.
There were people
But,
in
like-
in the line that we were talking to who just started talking to us, just trying to like get a vibe of like why we're here and you know are part of some kind of organization. I was plugging this space as much as I could. Even talked to spotted Kristina Brown, who shows up on Olay and Friends a lot. And I was like, hey, would you like to do an interview with this space? So
like
you know,
you're on that grind set.
I'm trying grind set mindset, folks. But I got a clip from Zoran last night. He was on the Daily Show, and I was like, "Ooh, I want to talk about this on this space." So let's check out this clip with Jon Stewart, Zoran Mamdani. 2 minutes. Let's check it out.
What do you think you need to do to close the deal to keep this? You are clearly right now in the front-running position. I can tell because they've gone 9/11 on you.
Now, I want to mention also at the rally, they were like, both Bernie and Zoran said, you know, our odds are like 90% we're going to win, 95%, but that's what Andrew Cuomo thought on primary day. Don't get relaxed. Don't
get cocky.
You know, don't get cocky. Don't get penisy. So
that's clearly the liberals' biggest mistake.
Clearly,
they read the
sign
polls.
of
the closing argument.
A closing argument.
Yeah.
9/11. So what do you feel like you've
Jon
got to
Stewart
do
has
to
more
close
respect
the
for
deal with
9/11
New
than
York
all the
citizens?
people making
it is
9/11
in many
jokes
ways
about
the same thing
Zoran.
that got us here, which is canvassing.
Oh, really?
You know, for all of the focus on rallies, on commercials, on debates, it really comes back to people speaking to other New Yorkers about the city that we all love. We have 90,000 volunteers right now
on your campaign.
Our campaign.
Do you all ever see a politician that had to make a campaign ad saying, please stop giving me money?
Yeah.
Because
and they're
I
still
hadn't.
giving him money.
Ever. He said it again at the rally. He was like, please stop. Please. Seriously.
They're like, never.
Give me your
It's
time.
90,000 people who are picking up the phone banking someone that they don't know. 90,000 people who have knocked on a door of a New Yorker they've never met. 90,000 people who just wait for 15 seconds.
No, listen.
And then hope
what
that someone
do
will
New
open
Yorkers
that
love
door.
more than anything? It's strangers coming to the door. Or
Bring
calling
pastries.
them.
I've talked about this.
Bring
Yeah,
pastries.
you know what's-
Yeah, literally, because I tell my viewers all the time, like, please go talk to your neighbors. And they're like, I'm scared. What if they get mad? I'm like, go to the store, buy a box of cookies, and put them on a plate, and someone won't take your cookies. But, you know, if you're
know what?
offering free food, people are far more likely to talk to you.
I feel you. That's a good idea. But as a New Yorker, I would be more suspicious if they showed up with cookies.
Once some candy in this van. You know what's funny? When I was doing back in 2020 for the Bernie campaign, I was one of the first volunteers. We didn't really have any people of color, and I told the campaign, like, I'm like, there's no way in hell a white woman like myself who has privilege should be going into poorer black neighborhoods, because why the fuck would they want to vote for Bernie if I'm trying to explain to them?
If you're the representative.
Yeah,
We need
so I
the
was
right
like-
kind of representative for the right.
And I was organizing canvassing. I'm like, okay, this is like a middle class white neighborhood. We'll get some the young working like middle class white kids here. We'll put some of the men of color in this area. We'll put some of the Jewish people in this area, Mexicans in this area. And it paid off, because my small town of Aiken knocked on 13,000 doors, the most in the entire state. We beat
Wow.
out Columbia and Charleston.
Kristina doing the work.
Based.
I
So,
also, I got a
that's
lot of
what
trouble
happened.
though. I got a lot of
Of
trouble though,
course you
because a lot of people kept asking, how does Bernie pay for this? Well, his literature that the campaign approved did not explain how he's going to pay for it, just what he wanted to do. So I looked up and printed out literature that explained how he's going to pay for it, which got us in trouble, but we still kept using it because, again, that was the one thing all the canvassers were like, we don't know how to explain how Bernie's going to pay for his policies. And once we started doing that, people were like, yeah, he's got my vote. My taxes don't increase. Awesome. I don't have to pay
Look,
anything
all
for
I say
healthcare.
is
Great.
just take everyone who earns over $1 million a year and make their tax rate 99%, and that's it. That's all you got to do.
And they'll still be millionaires.
Yeah, you will.
But, you know, I think this is the thing, is that for people that we're often characterized as being rude, I will tell you that New Yorkers have been so kind in the experiences they've had with our volunteers.
New Yorkers
because
are a
what
lot
they're
nicer than the
speaking to is another
Southerners.
New
I
Yorker.
said it.
Right.
And it's an understanding that politics is not something
Southern
you have,
hospitality
it's
is a
something that
myth.
you do. And in this moment where politics has become just another word for division, for not just Republicans, but also Democrats.
Sure.
These New Yorkers are ones who've understood that you never hate someone more than before you know them.
Right.
And knocking on that door, having that conversation doesn't just win the election for us, it also starts to build the city that we want to lead.
What's the kind of feedback that you get from your volunteers in the field? And what about for you canvassing? Because I have to tell you, one of the most, I thought, shrewdest campaign moves, and this was in the primary, not in the general, is when
about
you
the AI ad?
walked from the top of Manhattan all the way down to the bottom. And
Chef's kiss, right?
And met people.
Yeah.
You've got to be very confident in yourself to do that, because New Yorkers will generally
I kind of did that
tell
one
you
time.
what they think.
Yes.
When it's New York City.
When they
Penn
see
Station.
you.
And even
all the way
when
to
they-
the
But are
second
you
help
Osama
to
bin
Colbert.
Laden, Kristina? But
Sorry?
you're not Osama bin Laden.
Yeah. I know I have not walked the entirety of the length of Manhattan, but I've walked from 96th Street down to the West Village.
I used to have to walk from 182nd to
on at
downtown.
mushrooms.
Also, too, it was like July. Like I went because I wanted to be like really early when I went to see the Colbert Report, and my sister like, "Careful, Hell's Kitchen's a nightmare," and I'm like, "It's 2014. I'm sure New York's a lot different than 1970s. It's apparently not that with that AI ad that Cuomo did with about criminals from Mamdani, but like we walked from the train station because we took the Mattawan train station because that's usually where you would go to New York. We walked there all the way to 52nd Street in Hell's Kitchen.
Yeah.
And my mom's like, we are taking a cab home back to the train station. And my mom's like, oh my God, what train did we go on? I'm like, North Branch. She's like, okay, pay attention to that. Pay attention because North Branch is the Mattawan from Mattawan to the city.
Let's finish this out.
And even when they are telling you something that's technically supportive, it sounds like you're being heckled. I was.
That is what we do.
I was on Nostrand Ave a few days ago, and this woman just pulled up in her car. She was like, "I'm voting for you." And I was like, I don't thank you. It just sounded like I was about to get my ass whooped, but it was by my voter.
Right.
So
I still think that like we don't appreciate just how big of a deal
what do you
it
think
is
you need to
that
do
the
to-
capital of capitalism, New York City, is likely about to elect a socialist for mayor. It's the capital of capitalism.
Yeah, and everyone says who's going to leave. They ain't going to leave. Because believe it or not, those rich folks
Why
don't
would
have
they
some sort of
leave?
like corporate tax break of some sort. They're not going to. Where are they going to move to? Florida? No. A lot of
Again, like,
people who-
did they
who
leave
moved
New Jersey? Did they leave New Jersey? No.
They ain't leaving New York. It's New York. It's the
Yeah.
greatest
And
city in the
also,
fucking
like,
world.
the
conservative influencer-
disrespect to New York, to be able to call this like the greatest city in America, like these
The
people
9/11
who are like,
happened.
oh yeah, and the 9/11
This is a
happened. But, you know,
shithole.
the greatest city in America. I love this city. They're gonna destroy my city. What? You're just gonna fuck off and dip the moment like one person you don't like is in charge? Is that's how much you care?
Yeah.
Also, too, most of your income is in like offshore Swiss bank accounts. Whatever. Like, also, too, most conservative influencers are leaving places like Texas and Florida because they realize it actually does suck living in red states.
Yes, it does.
It does. They're moving
So-
back to California and Illinois and New York and New Jersey. Like, I'm sorry. Like, what do you
So-
expect if
don't
you're a
remind me,
token
Jersey's
conservative
probably gonna flip
influencer?
red.
If you're a conservative influencer of color or trans or a woman, you're shit out of luck if you move to a red state like Florida or Texas. You're better off living in California or New York.
So one of the.
I'm
sorry,
just
go ahead.
one
Sorry.
more I had to say on here. Mamdani looks like he's definitely going to win the mayoral election in New York, but Kathy Hochul doesn't look like she's going to win the governor. It looks like New York's going to go red for governor, even though
Who's running
we
against
get-
her?
Oh, God, I can't remember the name. Hold
Is
on.
it?
Curtis Lerock. Just kidding.
It's not
It
Andrew
is-
Giuliani's son.
That would not be funny.
Antonio
You know what's so funny?
Delgado? No, not Delgado.
People are like, "Oh, Rudy Giuliani. Can we just say that the reason why he was called America's man, he just happened to be mayor during 9/11 and did nothing."
Oh, it is Delgado. No, it's
Antonio
Stefanik.
Delgado.
And Stefanik's
Oh,
trying to run
Stefanik. No, you're right. It is
Yeah.
Stefanik. I was reading the wrong thing.
Stefanik is narrowly leading Hochul right now. So,
When they get their freedom cities up and
why,
running, they'll
that's
leave.
probably
Sure, they'll
why
definitely
Hochul
go
is
to
there
Night City.
at the Zoran rally, is to be like, hey, don't forget, you need me there. Because if you get
without
Stefanik-
New York City, New York would be a solid red state because most of New York is actually rural.
Stefanik is going to win, though, and that's the issue because, like, we even had Hochul come out and say, "Hey, if Mamdani wins in New York, like the state, like, will support him, like us over in Albany at the state capitol will support the mayor." That's not going to be the case if Stefanik wins.
Well,
and they're already trying to deport Mamdani.
They are trying to deport Mamdani.
That's
But
why
if
she endorsed him.
Zoran gets out there and endorses her, and we got AOC and Bernie coming out and be like, yes, rally around Hochul. You all came out for me. We got to come out for her, or else we're not going to get that money so I can do what I got to do. I think she might, we'll see. We'll see. But I wanted to shift gears a little bit and talk about video games.
Yeah.
Rasor, you play video games. I play video games. Kristina, do you play many video games?
Yes, I have a Nintendo Switch. I'm a gamer.
There you go.
I need
You
a
count.
computer though, so I can play The Sims the way I want to. Like
And
freaking mods,
I am
custom
old
content.
enough. I am an ancient enough being to have remembered the first console wars. A lot of people forget there was a first console wars. Nintendo and Sega, and Nintendo won because Sega stopped making consoles. That's how you win. And now Xbox is getting ready to stop making consoles themselves and focus on cloud gaming and stuff. So PlayStation is looking like it's going to be the victor.
I thought they were still
console
making a
wars, too.
console, but their new console was supposed to be kind of like a Windows computer. Like,
Yeah,
it was supposed
well,
to be,
it's.
like,
I think that's what
segmented.
they're doing. They're just
Like a hybrid?
integrating it into a computer. So effectively, there is no Xbox that you plug into your TV anymore. Ergo, PlayStation won the second console
That
war.
is
I was
true.
on the
That
right
is
side both times, folks. I just wanted to point that out. But GameStop
Did
put
you
out
make
a
a
statement
bet?
saying GameStop declares the console wars over. Whereas
Trump
for
used
the
to have
past
that.
2 decades, the global gaming community has been engaged in an ongoing, increasingly petty conflict known as the console wars. Whereas said conflict originated in the early 2000s. No, it didn't. You getting it wrong. It was the 90s. It was Sega and Nintendo.
Typical GameStop,
With the
not even
release of
knowing.
Halo Combat Evolved as an Xbox exclusive title, whereas Halo Campaign Evolved officially coming to PlayStation 2026 with cross-platform play. This is the same thing that
Just a
happened
reskin of Infinite.
when Sonic came to GameCube and Game Boy. So this is the signal that it's over. And you're saying that Halo is a reskin of
Campaign
Infinite.
Evolved, yeah, like it's just Halo Infinite, but then like the graphics put onto Halo CE. Like
Oh, okay.
if you go look at the video of the gameplay, it's 1-to-1.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I had a Game Boy Advance when I was younger because the Scooby-Doo movie had a game, so I was like, I want the Game Boy Advance so bad. Like, I wish I didn't throw it away because I could have still played it like Andrea does. But on the Nintendo Switch, you can download if you have a monthly membership to like Nintendo Switch and expansion. You can download games that were on the Nintendo 64,
Yes.
the Game Boy,
Very
the Game
cool.
Boy Advance. So I'm working towards
Except they
getting that.
won't let you get old Pokemon games.
Not yet.
Which sucks.
Yeah.
Well, that's because they want to be able to keep making remakes so that you'll buy them.
Yes.
And they
I
hate
want the old
emulators.
school
Nintendo, not the
style
best
to
company.
play.
But one of my favorites because they got Donkey Kong and Mario and Zelda.
love Mario Kart.
GameStop acting under its authority as a neutral entity in the world's retail gaming and trade destination. Brad declares the official cessation of the console wars. All claims to exclusivity are hereby dissolved. Console loyalists are instructed to cease hostilities, disband militias, and enjoy this new era of gaming. GameStop will continue to operate as a demilitarized zone, offering hardware, accessories, and trade-ins to combatants on all sides. Just a clever little way to, advertise himself.
And then
in
Trump
this
made it
regime.
about him.
And
I'm
then
like, what does this have to do with you?
the White House posted this.
Trump doesn't listen to music. He
And
doesn't really watch movies. He just
hold on.
watches
And
musicals. He doesn't game.
Department of Homeland Security posted this. Finishing the fight, destroy the flood. Now,
That sounds like something a Nazi
Vasora,
would say.
I am not a Halo player. The first Halo game actually that I owned is Infinite because it was free on the computer. So I play a little bit of
Halo
that
professionally. So
okay. So I also saw this response.
Oh, that's perfect. Yes.
Which is great. You sent me this, but I want you to explain to the good folks what the Flood is and why that meme.
The Flood are basically zombies that take over like a human or like really anything living's body and then turn it into this like abomination that wants to destroy all life in front of it. Obviously, like it's a zombie, but
like
it's an
20
alien.
years later.
It's the remains of an ancient alien species, and if enough of them like come together on the same planet, they all kind of like merge into this giant brain. Here's the thing. It is incredibly Nazi-esque. Yeah, that's what the Flood looks like.
This is the Flood.
So
they come get you.
Homeland Security to be referring to human beings as the Flood like this.
Yeah.
But, and as much as I hate this, because I love Halo, this is not the worst use of the property in a propo, considering in the actual, like, canon lore, the Spartans were not made to fight aliens. Like, they were made to crush a human rebellion.
The Spartans being like these guys, like the main character.
Yeah, like the Master Chief, like these guys. Yeah, they were made to kill human beings who were rebelling against the single world government, which is incredibly fascistic. It just happened to work out because then aliens got involved and then we needed them to fight the aliens.
Also, fun fact, I cleaned for the man who invented the Commodore 64.
Wow. So, and reference frame is right. The first console war was Atari versus Commodore. My bad. Second console war was Nintendo versus Sega. And who won Commodore? Atari had to have won, right?
Yeah, maybe.
I believe so.
A lot of people said.
And now we're at the end of Console War 3, CW3, with PlayStation coming out as the victor.
Remember?
Is there like a middle ground, like Civil War here with Gamergate?
Oh my God!
I'll tell Brianna Wu, she'll just insert herself and claim to plead the victim.
Oh yeah, and then GameStop had their own little dunk on Trump in the White House, posting this meme.
Dude,
every time I look at this image, all I can think of is JD Vance's South Park voice, like like the hey boss, but like as Cortana.
So Cortana, she's the assistant, I know, in Halo, but I don't know what her like lore is.
She's an AI that's developed from human brain tissue. Basically, like the scientist lady that made her committed several dozen crimes against humanity.
Oh, so Peter Thiel creating
JD
Vance.
Basically, yeah, like the Spartan Master Chief, right? He was kidnapped as a child from his family, like when he was like 4, and replaced with a clone that would die within like a month. So that like there was no question about like what happened to these kids. And then these kids were then like essentially brainwashed, indoctrinated, tortured, and then surgically amplified, and most of them died throughout the process of like becoming Spartans.
You know, I was on with Jake of What You Can Do a couple weeks ago talking about Warhammer 40,000 and the Space Marines in Warhammer 40,000. Very pretty much just Spartans in Halo, also genetically amplified, kidnapped from their homes. Most of them die going through the training. And just the way it is, again, going back to what we were talking about all the way back on Kristina's show. Sometimes art had subtext, even like blunt subtext, like The Boys, like Warhammer 40,000, where we are openly making fun of militarization, fascism, and all these kind of themes, and people just don't get it. People just are like, "Oh, cool, big armor dudes fighting space."
Or they're like, "Oh my God, you're making fun of Nazis! How dare you!" I mean, people, Gen Z and alphas, are dressing up as Nazis for Halloween, and back in my day, you would get the shit kicked out of you. But now, when you do get the shit kicked out of you, as there are people who will defend you, saying he's a patriot doing what he wants.
Yeah, you'll get a Fox News.
We defeated the Nazis, though. Why are we praising the losing side?
Kristina, did we? Because it sure seems like we may have lost World War II in hindsight.
Here,
I mean, look at the Confederacy. My God, we didn't punish them enough. That's what happened.
We didn't do
We didn't punish the
Reconstruction hard
losers
enough.
hard enough.
We didn't denazify hard enough. I said this a billion times. In
Yeah.
1946, in post-World War II American-occupied post-Nazi Germany, we polled the population and we asked them how many thought the Nuremberg trials were unfair. In 1946, 6% said yes. We came back 4 years later in 1950, asked the same population the same question. 1 in 3 said yes.
Interesting.
In 4 years, it went from 6% to 33%.
And
That's
a lot of this
them
has to
forgetting.
do.
That's
Yeah,
them.
it's
The
not
time
them
passes.
forgetting.
It wasn't that bad.
It's every accusation is a confession. Because
Yeah.
I firmly believe that about Nazis, and I've yet to be proven wrong, but one of their accusations is the woke mind virus. The confession version of that is the Nazi zombie virus. It's 1-to-1. It even functions the same way they describe the woke mind virus functioning.
They just project their fears onto. I mean, even as a kid, before I got into politics, the idea of if black people's deepest dreams is to enslave white people, and it's like, well, no, that's what you would want to do. That's what you expect, because if you were enslaved, you would want to then re-enslave the oppressor.
I mean,
black people just want fucking freedom.
Look at Rosewood and I think it was the African Americans had to build up their own affluent communities because white folks were saying y'all gotta pick yourselves up by the bootstraps, y'all gotta and then we destroy their communities and y'all wonder why they're on welfare, why they're getting Section 8 housing, why this, why that, because white folks forced it with redlining and destroying their affluent communities where things were doing well. Because it's not like these people would have been, people were still into segregation at this time too. So it's like, what were you trying to do here with
we're
it
doing that
boggles my
again
mind.
now.
Yeah.
We're doing that again now. Like, there was just another video that came out today. Remember that whites only community they were trying to build in Arkansas?
Yes.
That same guy's trying to do it in Tennessee now too.
They're doing communal
and there's
living,
no one
which is
stopping them.
communist.
No one can.
All right,
Yeah.
you want to bring up Carlos if he's ready?
Yeah.
Ready,
We're
Carlos?
just headed towards like
I'm gonna throw you on.
a dark future.
I don't think he has headphones on. Yeah, okay, I got the thumbs up. There you go. What up, Carlos? Oh, you're muted.
Oh, we can't hear
sorry.
you.
There you go.
There you are.
Howdy, everybody.
What's going on?
Hanging in there.
Hanging in there. That's what we're all doing. We're hanging in
Yeah.
there.
Doing our best.
Exactly.
Well, I want to thank Kristina for staying up with us. I want to thank Vasora for coming on. That was awesome. I appreciate you. I'm glad to get to know you a little more, as opposed to the 10-person brawl that we had last week where you were on a delay. And we're trying to.
It was still fun.
I was there. It was great. It was great. And we've gotten to a rhythm of just letting you speak, and then we would all speak. We can figure it out live on this space, just like Bill O'Reilly on Inside Edition.
Goddamn right.
We're gonna hand it off to you, Carlos, and
Appreciate it.
everyone. We're gonna learn some actual news that happened today.
And then after
Thank you.
Carlos is movie night extravaganza where we go over the Love Witch Baby.
Yes,
And before I hop off, by the way, I would happily have all of you on my show as well. So if any of you ever want to come on and talk about
Absolutely.
anything, feel free to let me know.
Last thing I want to say is I did make a video today. I made a video of this game, Ball Pit. I have been addicted to it. So I made a little review of that. I got some album reviews, South Park from last week. South Park is coming back on Wednesday, and I am so fucking excited. Going to make a review for that on Thursday. Tomorrow, I think I'm going to make a horror movie recommendation for Halloween video. That's what I got going on. But folks, this space brings people together who never met before. Look at all four of us. I never seen Carlos or Vasora before this space. Sorry to say, because they make great stuff. And now I get to fucking experience it. Letterhack putting together his own network just so he can sit back and watch leftist content all day.
True.
Is a fucking
Big
genius
shout out to
move.
the Letterhack.
I'm convinced
Big
that's
shout
the
out to
reason
all
why he
the
did it.
editors too.
Yeah.
Because we couldn't do this without the editors. People
Nick.
like Etch, Jet, Nick, thank you to all of you. Thank you to this space. Support independent media. Donate to this space.
Spread it like the fucking woke mind virus. We are the real home of progressives. Post it in the TYT chat. Post it in the fucking Reddits. Post it in Easy Klein's. Post it everywhere. We're gonna take over the fucking internet. All right, let's go.
Yeah, I love this energy.
We get so caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and how we can survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day. We go into the struggle, the fight with one another. Complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult to prove truth.
Welcome to the Tuesday stream. I hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday. Welcome, everybody. And thank you to Devil's Advocate Productions, Kristina, Alex, and Visora. That was pretty freaking cool. Excellent stuff. Round of applause. Round of applause, folks. Epic indeed. Johnny Too Late, Jet, Latino Mifune, Rich, P, Heat, how's it going? John Lithium, welcome everybody. Matt, the reference frame. Buncore, Groove Dragon, Jet, welcome everybody. I hope everyone's doing okay. All things considered. Folks, it's the top of the hour. Do all the things, folks, please. If you haven't done so, hit the like button, subscribe, share, comment, spread the word. We are here Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. We've got live content. We've got syndicated content. There's something for everyone on this space. So make sure you spread the word. I got mentioned twice. Oh my goodness. Heat, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Loving the theme music. Yes, this was one of the last pieces of music that was made by me as A Difficult Truth with the original A Difficult Truth band. It was me and Bree from A Difficult Truth, the original founder of the band, who made the intro song. It's sick, man. Makes me want to run miles. Ha, nice. Hope you're doing. Hope you're well. Thank you. I'm hanging in there, you know. Jet's a good egg. Deserves to be getting mentioned twice. True. I didn't know you literally made that track. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, no, that was from scratch. That was from scratch. There was some beats that were laid down digitally, since we didn't have the drummer and the basic background melody or rhythm, if you want to call it, and then me, the guitar. The incredibly talented Mr. Truth. Just a little bit, just sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. All right, folks, we got a few things to talk about, folks. Should probably get started. I talked a little bit about this yesterday, and I figured we should probably talk more about this. Get it out there to as many people as possible if you haven't heard this about this, or if you haven't seen this. So to preface this, I know some of you may have seen this yesterday, but to preface this, it was announced that Halo was coming to PlayStation. This new campaign Evolved, which is a remake from the top to bottom of the original Halo game, is coming to not just Xbox, but to pretty much every platform except Nintendo, from what I understand. It's coming for the Xbox, the PC, and PlayStation. So immediately, the White House accounts and the Department of Homeland Security accounts started posting these AI memes after this announcement. Power to the players, which I think was like the GameStop motto, which this makes absolutely no sense whatsoever, because there's no world where someone like Donald Trump would be a Spartan. It just wouldn't happen, because the whole part and the story explores this, but the reason why Spartans exist is because the government did some very ethically dubious, to say the least, incredibly amoral things to get these Spartans. They were taken as children. They were robbed. They were kidnapped as children, and usually they were kidnapped on the lower rung of society. They were vetted for some characteristics, but for the most part, they weren't like kidnapping rich kids. Okay, so this would never happen. First and foremost. Also, him standing near an American flag when it would be the United Nations Space Command. None of this makes any kind of sense. Super gross. Yeah, this is very cringe to begin with. Unnecessary. Stop repackaging classics and give us new stuff. I agree. I mean, like, it's not like, maybe I'm just biased because like I'm a super fanatic when it comes to Halo. But yeah, I would rather them continue. I would rather them make a new continued story. But anyways, it is what it is. He wouldn't fit the suit to begin with. Yeah, no, none of this makes any sense. But that's not the point. This is just pure cringe, right? However, this here on the right-hand side, and by the way, both of these posts are real. You can go look them up. They're on Twitter. Both of these posts are on Twitter. The second one here on the right, where it says, Department of Homeland Security, finishing this fight, destroy the flood, join ICE. For those of you that don't know, in Halo, in the original Halo, where all of this started, there is a level where you meet the Flood. The Flood are essentially parasites. And that's pretty much all you need to know about this post. The Flood are parasites. So what they're comparing immigrants to are parasites that must be destroyed. There's no other purpose of putting destroy the flood in an immigration ad with the content. Because whoever made this obviously knew who the flood were in the game. Like, the person that made this post for the Department of Homeland Security knows the lore, or knows enough of the lore behind the flood to post this under a ICE ad. Yeah, 100% racist. 100%. What I want to know is if Microsoft is okay with this. If Microsoft is okay with the government using their Golden Goose IP to promote racism and xenophobia by having their characters be put on an advertising with the implication of relating immigrants to parasites that must be destroyed. And what are they going to do? Sue the president? I mean, they could sue the administration to take this post down, I guess. Ladybug, welcome. I'd like a statement from Bill Gates or anyone at Microsoft. Their silence says a lot. Yeah, it's exactly what I'm getting at. Because this is not just like run-of-the-mill, right? This is literally the government account, the official government account, making a recruitment advertising for ICE in which they are relating immigrants to the flood that obviously must be destroyed. By the way, I would also like to mention that in pure fascist ideology, of course, the only way to destroy the flood, or at least that's how they present it in the game, the only way to destroy the flood is to destroy their food source, which is anything organic. So the only way to destroy the flood is to literally destroy all life. It kind of really puts the nice bow on top of everything, right? When it comes to fascist ideology, right? Because that's how it ends, right? That's how fascism ends. It destroys everything. It destroys everything, all in the name of trying to destroy this this perceived enemy, this other. And of course, it just doesn't escape me that this is what they went with. Yeah, it's too on the nose. That's exactly it. It's too on the nose for it to escape me. That it just so happens that also in the lore that you kind of, it's implied that in several places of the game that really the only way to beat the Flood would be to eliminate their food source, which is just destroying all life. So that's cool. Very cool. Could we get a remaster instead of a remake? Remaster, keep the game basically the same, but with updated graphics, versus remake, remade from the ground up, big changes. I mean, like, they did a remaster with the, what is it? Combat Evolved Master Chief Collection. But it wasn't too bad. I enjoyed it. That's what the rings do. They nuke the entire galaxy. Right. Exactly. Exactly. So it doesn't escape me that that just happens to fall in line with perfectly within fascist ideology. They're also releasing Halo on PS5. Yeah. This is what prompted the whole thing, by the way. The announcement that Halo was going to get a remake, and that remake is not just going to be limited to Xbox or Microsoft. It's going to be on PlayStation as well. That's what kicked off this whole conversation. Remaster's gonna be hard to do though, depending on if they have the original code or not. Yeah, I mean, it seems like they're building it from the bottom up, keeping, like, you know, certain things the same, because they're building it in Unreal Engine 5, and so I imagine this would have to be some kind of project that would require them to do this from the ground up. Because I was wondering why the F is this even a thing I'm seeing. I mean, look, I didn't decide. I, as the Department of Homeland Security account, didn't decide to start posting incredibly racist and fascist memes, taking advantage of the announcement of this Halo game. And it's very clear the person who runs this account knew exactly what they were doing. No doubt about it. No doubt about it in my mind. Halo being remade with the Unreal Engine is just weird. Yeah, it might look cool. I've seen a couple of short gameplay. It might look cool. It might work. I don't know. It might just be a money grab, you know? Sometimes it's good to sleep on something before posting, just saying. Nah, these people, they hit that send button as fast as they could input the prompt for the AI to generate the picture. That orange head looks ridiculous on that body. No, this would be absurd. This would be absurd. I'm more concerned, like, this is just, like, absurd, but this is the right-hand side is where I'm more concerned. Self-awareness is a quality that tends to destroy conservative beliefs, so the two don't tend to coexist very long in nature. True. It caught fire was so fast. Yeah, they didn't even... As soon as the news broke, they're like, boom, finishing this fight. Destroy the Flood. Join ICE. Yeah, okay. President Trump is the Master Chief. Yeah, okay. Anyways. You know, seems kind of odd that this is the type of stuff we're talking about. The government posting xenophobic and racist Halo memes in the year of our Lord 2025. But here we are. But here we are. True. Bobbleheads that look less ridiculous than that picture. It looks like an action figure that you swapped the head of. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I would never think that I would be talking about Halo and the government posting xenophobic memes. But, you know, here we are. You can look it up on Twitter, by the way. You don't need this screenshot. You can literally look it up on Twitter. The crazy thing is how badly their side needs their propaganda. 100%. Like it's nonstop. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. Speaking of ICE, while people are about to lose food stamp benefits in just a few short days, we are going to have tens of millions of people lose their SNAP benefits and WIC benefits because they will run out of funding November 1st. ICE agents are getting paid. We have air traffic controllers being fed by the airline companies as they are about to lose their first paycheck. Meanwhile, ICE Gestapo agents will still absolutely be getting paid and be getting paid very well. Priorities, folks, priorities. Conservatives don't have any culture of their own. They can only appropriate and then mutate existing culture. Yeah, and even when they do it, like, haven't you ever noticed that, like, any time, like conservative or fascist art happens, it always looks so, like, how do I put this? Lifeless? Like, does this really, do you really believe, like, is this, like, does this, oh man, I took it out. Okay, anyways, you guys saw it. Does that really look like real? It isn't. And they do this every time with every single piece of art that they manage to get their hands on. If they don't outright destroy it, they make a husk of a parody of itself. Nerfing my favorite weapon in the game. The assault rifle and the rocket launcher combo. Nice. I'm one of them. Sorry to hear that, Jet. I know two people. Two personal friends that are about to lose their SNAP benefits. Both work full-time, by the way. And, they will have to prepare to make do without. As the government shutdown persists, ICE agents are among the still paid employees receiving super checks, including lost pay and overtime. It pays to be in the Gestapo. Also, the regime knows that they need these people extremely and incredibly well paid. Otherwise, they may lose. They may lose that loyalty, and they can't have that. More than 700,000 federal employees are going to go without pay as the government shutdown moves into its fourth week. A group of 70,000 law enforcement officers is one of the exceptions. CBP patrol agents and ICE Gestapo officers, Secret Service special agents, and TSA air marshals will continue to be paid during the ongoing shutdown. The DHS spokesperson confirmed to Fortune their pay is covered under the One Big Beautiful Bill, which gave ICE an extra $75 billion in funding. Homeland Security Secretary Kristina outlined on social media last week that these personnel will receive super checks by Wednesday, covering their next pay period, as well as lost wages from the first few days of the shutdown and applicable overtime pay. Very cool. I agree. This is ridiculous. Not all essential workers have been so fortunate. Well, if I may, I don't believe that ICE agents are essential workers. Among the hundreds of thousands of government employees are not being paid for are air traffic controllers who have been deemed necessary employees. You know, the people that keep airplanes safe and literally balance people's lives. Those people don't deserve to get paid. Many are working 60 hours, 6 days a week, and some are taking on gig jobs such as serving at restaurants or driving for Uber or DoorDash, according to Nick Daniels, the president of National Air Traffic Controllers. To think that somehow we can live with, you'll get paid eventually, that doesn't pay the creditors, that doesn't pay the mortgage, it doesn't pay gas, it doesn't pay food. No one takes IOUs, and the air traffic controllers are having to feel the pressure as well. And mind you, these people are literally balancing people's lives. Okay? Those people are about to miss their first paycheck. But of course, the Gestapo gets super checks and back pay and bonuses. I agree, Latino. They are prostituting themselves to the fascists for their 30 pieces of silver. It won't absolve them. It won't absolve them in the end. It will not absolve them in the end. Those decisions of who get paid and who doesn't during the government shutdown depends on the department personnel sorting employees into a respective group of essential and non-essential, as well as appropriations for salaries that may or may not be impacted by the lapsed congressional budget. But this employee selection is completely arbitrary and subjective, highlighting a failure of government shutdowns, which ultimately are more expensive than keeping the government operating. Again, the only reason we have a government shutdown right now is because Republicans are refusing to budge on the issue of Obamacare subsidies that are threatening to significantly increase insurance premiums for Americans. That's it. That's literally why all of this is happening. It's because they refuse to budge on extending the Obamacare subsidies. That's literally why this is happening. Okay? According to Linda Biles, a public finance expert and senior lecturer at Harvard University's Kennedy School of Government, EY Parthenian chief economist Gregory Dako estimated for each week the government is shut down, it would translate to a $7 billion economic hit and a 0.1% reduction in GDP growth as a result in part of delayed procurement of goods and a drag on demand. Also, like not just like this, because this is kind of like nonsense, but like the ripple effects that happen when the government is shut down. If you have all these people not having their paychecks, they can't buy stuff. Okay, we're talking about a massive amount of people who are about to not get paid. And if they don't get paid, they can't buy stuff. If they can't buy stuff, that I can imagine all of you understand. If you can't buy anything, the economy doesn't move. Okay, the federal government is, if not one of the biggest employers, right? And if you have a significant amount of people not being able to buy stuff because they're gonna have to be essentially tightening their belt to the last rung, then yeah, the economic fallout of that is huge. Is huge. Democrats finally decided they don't want the football pulled out from under them. Yeah, and they're standing strong on that, which is surprising, but they're pretty firm on that. This is a bit overarching dysfunction of the entire. There is this overarching dysfunction of the entire process. Baum's told Fortune, every time you get into one of these situations, which have been on average 4 times a year for the last 4 to 5 years, there's an arbitrariness in who ends up being paid for their work and who ends up working and who ends up being furloughed. The arbitrariness is almost inherent in this dysfunction, a feature as well as being a bug. There have been 20 government funding gaps in the past 50 years, following a 1974 congressional budget reform law in response to President Nixon's impoundment attempts on funds. Congress had already allocated. While presidents had significant control over the budget for the better part of the 20th century, the 1970 reform put more power in Congress's hand. That's right. Wow, almost like some kind of dysfunctional excuse for a government, even by bourgeois political scientists' own understanding. As a result of a series of fiscal and appropriation committee overseeing government budgets, the process of allocating and approving funds is convoluted. Baum said, for example, the Department of Veteran Affairs has a 2-year budget, meaning their funding does not lapse when government fails to pass an appropriation bill. The Patent and Trademark Office, conversely, is not funded through congressionally appropriated money, but rather through patent fees, and likewise does not have employee pay impacted by the shutdown. But even furloughing employees during a shutdown or giving them temporarily unpaid leave can end up costing more than just continued pay to them. Government contractors are typically furloughed, but unlike many other federal workers, they are not guaranteed, and in many cases not paid back pay. These contractors are aware of potential disruption in income because of the frequency of shutdowns, and as a result, pad their contracts. Baum's posited that in order to resolve the arbitrary payment disparity during shutdowns, there should be an automatic resolution, creating an automatic extension of the previous budget. This, however, would not be ideal because it would make less urgent conversations about planning, strategy, and addressing long-term problems that accompany new budget decisions. An alternative would be to have the whole government run on 2-year budget to avoid the quarterly stop-and-go that have become the current precedent. Otherwise, the process does not serve the American public. In my view, she said, it's like spending money on shooting ourselves in the foot and deciding which foot we want to shoot first. Yeah. So they could just pass laws to ensure automatic funding for certain things like wages. Yeah, I mean, clearly there's like arbitrary money to wherever you want them to go to, right? Like they have money to fund and to make sure that ICE gets paid, but not the important stuff like air traffic controllers. So yeah, it's 100% a policy choice. This is a policy choice, and the policy choices are very clear. The Gestapo and these agencies need to be funded, right? But important stuff like air traffic control, not important. Not important. Jake, in other words, she'd like to divide the power of Congress by 8. Just like they could abolish needing a separate vote for authorizing borrowing in order to fund already approved spending. Yeah, I mean, they could, right? They could just say the authorization to spend is the authorization to borrow per se, as like the default legal assumption unless otherwise explicitly stated. They don't. Again, policy choices and pretext to hide behind. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Yep. This needs to be discussed with the state denying humanity of our freedom of movement with political violence. Yeah, I mean, this is what better example? Like, this is the priorities that are being put in front of our faces, right? Shifting gears here, folks. President Trump has been talking about running for a third term several times. He's made a mention, not just recently, but prior. And of course, I'm assuming by now, a lot of us have already seen the clip of Steve Bannon in that interview where he says that people should just get comfortable with the idea of Trump being the president for a third term. Well, sorry to hear that, Bella Greasy. Hang in there. Speaker Johnson has decided to come out and say that there is no path for a third term. Is he serious about this? I don't know. I have a hard time believing Speaker Johnson when all he has done is support the president at every turn. So his words to me don't mean squat. Yes, empty talk. Right. Cheap talk. His and his ilk can impeach and remove the moment they think the line is crossed. Right. Their behavior is empty talk. They co-sign everything that the Trump regime is doing. Yeah. So yeah, just to be clear, like, I don't believe Speaker Johnson. I mean, where was Speaker Johnson when some of his colleagues were calling for a reform to the 22nd Amendment? He didn't say a word. House Speaker Johnson said on Tuesday today that he does not see the path for President Trump to seek a third term. It's been a great run, but I think the president knows. He and I have talked about the constrictions of the Constitution, as much so as many of the American people lament that. We don't. This is delusional. Pinker about Mike Johnson's words are about as flimsy as one ply. They're not even enough to wipe your arse with. Yes, I agree. Johnson said he's spoken to Trump on Tuesday morning. The president is currently in Japan for a 3-country tour through Asia. I don't see a way to amend the Constitution because it takes about 10 years to do that. As you all know, to allow the states to ratify what 2/3 of the House and 3/4 of the states would approve. So I don't see the path for that, but I can tell you that we're not going to take our foot off the gas pedal. Yeah, but like here's the counterpoint. What if they don't care about the Constitution? What if they just don't care about that? Trump has commented multiple times about a third term, despite it being barred from the Constitution. The 22nd Amendment explicitly states no person should be elected to the nation's highest office more than twice. On Monday, Trump said he would love to do it when asked for a potential bid of a 2028 bid. Am I not ruling it out? You'll have to tell me, Trump said when pressed on the matter. All I can tell you is we have a great group of people, which they don't, he added, referring to the Democratic Party. Last week, Steve Bannon, former Trump advisor, said in an interview with The Economist that there is a plan to get Trump a third term, but didn't provide any details. The official merchandise for the Trump Organization has been selling hats that say Trump 2028 since earlier this year. Johnson on Tuesday argued that the Trump 2020 hat is one of the most popular that's ever been produced, but suggested it was a move to provoke Democrats. Ah, yes, memes. Memes, got it. They're just for the lulz, The guardrails will definitely hold in this scenario. The speaker said that Trump has a good time that trolling the Democrats whose hair's on fire by the very prospect, but I do believe we got these 3 extraordinary years ahead of us. That's great. I'm so glad that we're just trolling. It's just for the memes, folks. It's just for the memes, Just like how we're posting memes about comparing immigrants to parasites that must be destroyed. Just memes. A president having retail stores so disgusting. Yeah, the Trump Organization. Yeah, I mean, whatever. Rules don't matter. The president has gotten billions of dollars richer just by being in office and exploiting that fact. But, whatever. Rules and laws, they don't matter. So what makes us think that the Constitution matters to these people? I agree, Seth Evans. If they really wanted to, based on all his actions, they could have removed him a while ago if they really wanted. If they really wanted to, if they really believed that the stuff that's been happening is so egregious. But of course, none of that happened. Yeah, it doesn't matter until Dem is in office, then it prevents him from doing any systemic change. Yeah. I suppose importance of due process would demand that. Yeah, well, due process, what is that? No one cares. What is due process? But if a Democrat would have said this and would have just been like, I don't know, Joe Biden 2024 or whatever, Joe Biden 2028, right? Oh, these people would have moved for articles of impeachment that day. Yeah, the corpse of Joe Biden 2024 and 2028 and 2030 and beyond. Calling now, if we ever have another Dem president, they will pardon Trump and probably most of the cabinet and admin. If they do that, that'll be like there's no coming back from that. He'll have due process. He'll just have to wait in line behind the ICE detainees. Just do him like the Emperor of Mankind, entombed in some kind of throne. Poetic. He would like that, yeah. I mean, Trump fancies himself a king, so... Small lowercase w. Small lowercase w. A judge orders daily meetings with Border Patrol official Bovino on Chicago immigration crackdown. Excuse me. Who that went the wrong way? Who? My drink went the wrong way. I agree. A judge in Chicago took the rare step on Tuesday, today, to brief her every night, an unprecedented bid to impose real-time oversight on the government's immigration crackdown in the city after weeks of tense encounters and tear gas being thrown by officers. Greg Bovino, who had become the public face of the Trump administration's city-by-city immigration sweeps, must sit for a daily 6 p.m. briefing to report on how his agents are enforcing the law and whether they are staying within the constitutional bounds. More of this, please. Now, of course, I would like to see a more heavy-handed approach, and more importantly, I would also like to see how this gets enforced, because it's one thing to hold these people in meetings, but we have to make sure that these actually have some kind of result, right? Ideally. Oh yeah, I'm good. I just the drink that I've been drinking, this seltzer water and electrolytes, just went down the wrong pipe, and man, oof, that was rough. That was rough. That's funny, Jake. Ellis also demanded the full use of reports from agents involved in a blitz that netted over 1,800 arrests since September. Yes, ma'am, Bovino responded to each request. Phil Turner, a former federal prosecutor in Chicago, said the judge's order is extremely unusual. I've been a lawyer for almost 50 years and I've never seen anything like this, Turner told the AP. Bovino got an earful from Ellis as soon as he settled into the witness chair in his green uniform. The judge quickly expressed concern about video and other images from campaign against illegal immigration. The hearing was the latest in lawsuits by news outlets and protesters say the agents have used too much force, including tear gas during demonstrations. This is really important. And also, just to kind of add to that, I would say that this, if anything, this should encourage people to keep filming ICE, okay? If you see ICE phones, okay, and start filming, okay? If you see ICE phones and start filming, that it clearly, even something like this, even something as so simple as just pulling out your phone and start filming them, makes a difference, even when you think it doesn't. It does. It does. I don't trust electrolytes since that one movie. It's what the plants crave. I hate when that happens. Yeah, it's rough. And I tried to hold it because I felt it. You know, when I took my last sip, I was like, oh no. Oh no. This is going to be bad in a second. My role is not to tell you that you cannot enforce validly passed laws by Congress. My role is simply to see that the enforcement of those laws, the agents are acting in a manner that is consistent with the Constitution. Bovino is the chief of the Border Patrol sector in South Central California, one of the 9 in the Mexican border. The judge wants him to meet her in person daily to hear about how the day went. I suspect that now, knowing where we are and how that he understands what I expect, I don't know what we're going to see a whole lot of tear gas deployed in the next week. Yeah, I mean that's pretty good. This is the kind of stuff I like to see, honestly. Status quo footage outside of the courtroom was a treat. Status quo does a lot of good job, a lot of good on the ground reporting. I'm just gonna put this one up because I can't do the voice right now. Maybe in a second. Ellis zeroed in on the reports that the Border Patrol agents disrupted a children's Halloween parade with tear gas in the city's northwest side of the weekend. Neighbors had gathered in the streets as someone was arrested. Those kids were tear gassed on their way to celebrate Halloween, which, by the way, is like incredibly bad. Tear gas is like very toxic. It's not good. It's not great. It's not good for you. And they're tear gassing children. So yeah. Come on, guy, relax. See, that one's easier. These kids can imagine their sense of safety was shattered on Saturday, and it's going to take a long time for that to come back, if ever. Ellis ordered Bovino to produce all use of force reports on September 2nd from agents involved in Operation Midway Blitz. She first demanded them by the end of Tuesday, but Bovino said it would be physically impossible because of the sheer amount. Lawyers for the government have repeatedly defended the actions of agents, including those from the Gestapo, and told the judge that videos and other portrayals have been one-sided. Yeah. You know, the cameras are painting. The cameras are painting us in a bad angle. You know, it must be the angles that they're catching us abuse people's rights. Yeah. Just to be clear, like, that's the problem, okay? Like, the problem, it would be one thing if, if, like, even then, it's, like, really dubious, but let's just go with it. It would be one thing if police were doing their job, right? No one would be complaining about that. The reason why it's one-sided is because you're violating people's rights. Like, that's the problem. That's what people are zeroing in on. Okay, there should be zero. The number of civil rights violations and constitutional violations should be zero. Okay, you can't just go around interrogating people and kidnapping people. Okay, you just can't do that. In a normal and regular world, that would not be happening. Because the incident of that would immediately be investigated by the Department of Justice. The use of tear gas in warfare is considered a war crime, yet in domestic use of law enforcement is legal. Yeah, and it's very toxic. It's not great for you. Besides his court appearance, Bovino must still sit in for a deposition and interview with lawyers from both sides. The judge already ordered agents to wear badges, and she's banned them from using certain riot control techniques against peaceful protesters and journalists. She subsequently required body cameras after the use of tear gas raised concerns that agents were not following her initial order. So, yeah. Over the weekend, mass agents and unmarked SUVs were seen on Chicago's wealthier, predominantly white north side, where video showed chemical agents deployed in the streets. Agents have been recording tear gas several times over the past weeks. Bovino also led immigration operations in LA in the recent months, leading to thousands of arrests Agents have smashed car windows, blew open a door to a house, and patrolled MacArthur Park on horseback. Phenomenal stuff. Phenomenal stuff. I'm just going to go over this one real quick because, I mean, like, there's not much to say other than I want it documented that the administration has done yet another illegal strike on boats. This is yet again another strike. They're just killing people. They're just killing people under the pretense that they're somehow dealing with drugs, which A, that's not what you do. B, you can't prove anything. We don't know who these people are. Some of them have been reported as just being fishermen. This is yet another war crime that's being documented. This time in the Eastern Pacific. They hit 4 boats, killing 14 people. This is not a divisive campaign, just to be clear. This is just war crimes. And that's it. It is really disturbing that they're continuing to do this with impunity. They can just kill people. There's just a dozen people just obliterated. It's unclear whether or not any of this is true, and even if it was, this is not how you would do enforcement. You know, Trump spoke a while ago that he says that, like, the thing that he liked about President Xi of China is that President Xi, he says, doesn't have a drug problem because he just kills all the drug dealers. And this is him doing exactly that. Or at least that's what he thinks he's doing, because it's unclear who these people are. Like I said, some people have reported that they were just fishermen. In the cases that they've had survivors, they were just sent home. If these were really, really bad cartel people, why would you just send them home? Wouldn't you want them prosecuted if these are real, legitimate cartel members? Or whatever? Terrorists or whatever, the false pretense? The whole thing is just they're just killing people, right? As far as we know. They're just picking random boats, random fishing boats, and just obliterating them. Random speedboats. As far as we know. And it's pretty disgusting. Each one of these is a war crime. Each one of them. Each one of these incidents. And we have yet another day of this. All right, folks, I got to get out of here. It's close to 8 o'clock, so I'm just going to do my last impersonation and hope it works. A difficult truth is so scared to impersonate me. He's scared, he doesn't like to hit me as hard. I'm gonna take him to court and throw his ass in jail. Another way to silence the woke mob. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. You see, it worked out at the end. Thank you all. I appreciate all of you guys being here. It's 8 o'clock, folks. Movie Night Extravaganza is coming up. So show some love to Movie Night Extravaganza. Thank you all for being here. Folks, do all the stuff. Like, share, subscribe. We're here Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Doing all the things from live content to syndicated content. Spread the word, folks. I'll be back Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. You can catch my show Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday on Twitch and YouTube. As always, folks, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one, Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. See ya!
We may be grown women, but underneath we're just little girls, dreaming about being carried off by a prince on a white horse.
Tonight, we're continuing our Witch Night Extravaganza month by talking about Anna Biller's 2016 horror satire, The Love Witch, which she wrote, directed, edited, produced, and scored. The film stars the stunning, almost otherworldly actress Samantha Robinson, who was pretty much unknown at the time, as Elaine Parks, a modern-day witch who has been recently widowed, who uses her powers to make men fall in love with her. Only her powers are almost always too intense for them, as it makes them feel too much in ways they aren't used to. And it leaves a wake of destruction as these men are consumed by love and desire and get destroyed in her wake.
Oh. I feel strange. Dizzy. What was in that drink you gave me?
Organic berries, vodka, hallucinogenic herbs.
The Love Witch is meant to satirize the fact that so much of our horror, thriller, supernatural, and just cinema in general is shot from the male gaze. Anna Biller points to a specific time period in the 1970s where cinema started to tailor so much of its horror and exploitation to the male gaze. As an avid watcher of classic cinema and someone who was inspired by Laura Mulvey's seminal 1975 essay, Visual Pleasure in Narrative Cinema, Anna Biller looked back to the 1920s to 1950s, what was sometimes derisively known as the woman's film.
It's because movies became very masculine starting around the early 70s. And, you know, these older films, one thing I loved from the time I was a very small child, I loved the gowns and the glamour. I loved all the female characters and all their witty dialogue. So I love the pre-code movies and the noir films and, you know, the women's pictures. There were just tons of women's pictures, like All About Eve or, you know, Vertigo. They're all about a woman's experience in the world. I feel like I learned a lot about being a woman, you know, growing up into being a woman from these movies.
A genre of film which is best remembered as often starring huge stars like Joan Crawford, Bette Davis, and Barbara Stanwyck, even Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind. Rather than being action-driven, the women's film utilized romance, drama, escapism, and usually had a female protagonist. These films had their peak during the Great Depression and then World War II, when it was believed that in Hollywood that the primary audience for the movies was women who often needed to escape. It also harnessed psychoanalysis and the popularization of medical terminology and centered around women's issues, usually of family, class, and repression. In retrospect, film studies scholars have pointed out that these films spoke different visual languages to women and men. These elements would all become staples of soap operas, and the term woman's film would disappear for a while after the 1950s. Some famous examples are Gone with the Wind, Rebecca, Gaslight, Mildred Pierce, All About Eve, and Gigi. Elements of this genre would consciously appear again in films like Norma Ray, Grease, Thelma and Louise, and Titanic. The conscious stylization and uniqueness of The Love Witch also reminds me of Charles Laughton's Night of the Hunter, a film that Anna Biller has talked about quite a bit on Twitter, put on her letterbox lists of films that inspire her. It's the filmmaking of an auteur who intrinsically understands horror as a genre and is happiest consciously defying convention.
It's a male gaze. And then, you know, I think she revised, she made like a revision to her essay where she said, she actually included the women's pictures as movies that were for female visual pleasure, but she didn't in the first essay. And I think that's correct, because I think this is one reason I latched onto those movies, is because they were made for women and for female visual pleasure. So rather than, I think, like being a film student and having all this anxiety about, you know, it's sort of being politically incorrect to do glamour or to do all these things that may have seemed retrogressive. I just thought, actually, it's not retrogressive. What it is it's female. And it's not even necessarily like it's female in a bad way. It's just female. It's just about being a female. These movies are about what it is to be a female. And it's just all the different like kaleidoscopic aspects of it. So it isn't really whether it's about, for me, it's not about exploitation if I'm talking about myself, right? If I'm talking about myself, my own sexuality, my own interests, my own desires, that's not exploitation.
The Love Witch appears to take place in that gap between the 1950s and 1970s, carefully curated and stylized to appear to be a 1960s film, although that's never exactly established. It's both styled and colorized to look as if it's a Technicolor film from that era, with bright colors, red and vivid pink, often utilizing kaleidoscope and soft filtered effects. Anna Biller wanted to use that double visual language, speaking to her own visual pleasure and desire, while also crafting this film to be far more terrifying for a male audience. It's especially notable how well she was able to do all of this, considering it was only her second feature film. Anna Biller's mother was a fashion designer, and her father was a visual artist, which clearly had a lasting impact on her filmmaking. After going to UCLA and then CalArts, where she studied film, specializing in 8 and 16 millimeter film, she had her feature film debut, Viva, in 2007, a sex comedy that was inspired by Playboy photos from the 1970s. She decided that her film would take those photos and create characters in a film based around them, satirizing and recreating the 1970s sexploitation genre. And started Anna herself as a bored housewife who leaves her husband, is picked up by a madam, and brought through all the worst excesses of the 1970s sexual revolution. After releasing Viva, it took 7 years to write, direct, and release The Love Witch.
You said we need to give them what they want. Well, what do men want?
Just a pretty woman to love and to take care of them and to make them feel like a man and to give them total freedom in whatever they want to do or be.
But what about what we want? How are we going to be equals with men if we keep catering to all of their needs?
I think that if you want love, you have to give love.
The Love Witch stars a pretty unknown cast: Samantha Robinson, John Keyes, Laura Waddell, Jeffrey Vincent Parisi, longtime Anna Biller collaborator Jared Sanford, Jennifer Ingram, and Robert Seeley. A lot of the cast have had guest spots on shows like NCIS, Supernatural, and General Hospital, which makes sense when you look at the fact that the woman's film genre was replaced by the serial soap operas on TV and radio. After her husband dies, the Love Witch, Elaine Parks, moves into a Victorian house in Arcata, California, a town that tolerates witchcraft, where she continues trying to use love magic to make men fall in love with her, leaving destruction in her wake when the magic ends up being too powerful for the emotionally stunted men she charms. After a professor she gave a hallucinogenic potion dies and she buries him with her urine and a used tampon, police begin looking into the strange death. The cinematography was done by M. David Mullen, who has previously done Jennifer's Body, Aquila and the Bee, Twin Falls, Idaho, and The Astronaut Farmer, as well as The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. It was one of the last films to cut an original camera negative and be edited on 35mm film without a digital intermediary.
Please send me a beautiful, sweet man to love me as I love him. To love me. Love me. Love me.
Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, which I'm obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content, and we'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are 2 more places to follow along with us. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. We are live right now on This Space. If you aren't following them, join This Space TV on YouTube. Link below. Kristina Oakes is a co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, a streamer on Twitch, twitch.tv/cosmopolitics, a host at This Space, hosting Kristina's Corner, and is across social media at Cosmopolitics and on Letterboxd at Kristina. Josh Duggan is the co-host of the SVU podcast, Munch My Benson, as seen recently on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and the nostalgia-driven movie podcast, Unkind Rewind, which I was on recently talking about The Sting. Go watch it after this. I, of course, am your host and a lonely professor who's never felt love like this before, and I'm scared, Forrest Miller. Love Witch, baby.
Josh, welcome back.
Oh, thanks.
You see a faded sign on the side of the road that says 15 miles to the love
Witch.
But it's our good friend Josh Dugan from Unkind Rewind and Munch My Benson.
Yep.
Dude, that picture of Jimmy Kimmel where it's he has a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire thing, and then it says Munch by Benson is like that blew my mind. I was like, yo, I know that guy.
It's so weird. Like we still don't know how it happened. I know somebody who works on the show, but they did not write the clue.
And then he got canceled over it. Oh,
We got him canceled. Yeah. So that part was left out of the news, sadly.
Yeah,
because that would have brought more listeners.
They were like anti-Trump SVU podcast.
I mean,
Munch by Benson.
That is an apt description.
Yeah.
I just realized I look like the original Broadway Wicked poster.
You kind of do.
Totally.
Yeah. Wait, I wish I could change the. There's probably a way to change the colors. I could turn you green.
Oh,
Green.
cool.
Nice. I mean, you could do it on your. You can actually do it on your Brio because there's the app. I don't know if you have the app the Brio app. You can actually change it to be green, and you can make yourself into the Wicked poster.
Nice. Yeah, I'll do that when we cover Wicked for Oscar season.
But yeah, I like this. I like this movie a lot. I missed it. I missed it when it came out, and
was this the first time?
Yeah, this is my first. I've always meant to watch it. I've seen the pictures of it, and I've seen the "Love Me" part, but I completely I don't know. I just blanked on it.
As a Tumblr girly, this film was everywhere on Tumblr when it came out. I was like, because I mean, again, Letterboxd one-liner, so much Lana. This is a Lana Del Rey coded movie, so there's a lot of the day he left me was the day I died. So TikTok edits audio of transformations and all that. It's so this movie has been in and out of my life, and I did see it when I found it on Tubi a few years ago, especially when I considered if we're doing witches, we should cover this movie because it's a very different witch movie.
Dude,
there's different types of witches. There's blood witches, love witches, green witches,
Green witches, that's the whole category. It's the one Kermit is in, I think. But no, there's even when I hadn't heard of this movie, right? I still had seen the screen grab, the Tumblr screen grab where she was like, "Well, I'm back in the dating pool again."
Yeah. This was something that was really popular during COVID.
Yeah, it's definitely super meme forward. It's almost designed to be memed, it feels like.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. And that's what's so cool about it. And also too, this is one of those, it's inspired by a lot of other Bell Book and Candle, which was the first one that we covered this month. It's very underrated, but when you look at the people who created this movie, it's oh yeah, this makes sense. Because when I first saw this movie, I thought this movie was as filmed from 1974 or something like that. I thought oh, this is an old movie.
Yeah.
And then when I found out it was 2016, I'm like, more people should have cinematography like this. Even with The Apprentice, the Donald Trump Roy Cohn movie, they made it they stylized the cinematography like a 70s, 80s documentary, which I feel like not too many people are obsessed with Urine Yellow as a color base for cinematography. Yeah. Bring back color, bring back classic looking.
Well, there's the thing people have made so many jokes about with both Sicario and Breaking Bad, where it has that yellow tint to it, and they're like, "Oh, I guess we're in Mexico again because everything's yellow."
Yeah, because they really, in my opinion, if you're going to make a movie that takes place in a different time, you should make it look like a film from that time.
So the guy that, the cinematographer, M. David Mullen, last movie he did, not that he didn't die or anything, but he went to doing prestige TV. So after this movie, essentially, in 2017, he started doing The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. And that's his, which shout out to Superman and Lois Lane for but that's his big project. But before that, one of the last films that he had done, I think it was the last film that he had done before this. He it's cool that he's one of those people that doesn't do projects all the time. But one of the last ones he had done is Jennifer's Body, which is another movie
which is getting a sequel now.
It's I don't know, but that's another movie that's visually kind of a crazy thing, right? And so he became known for doing these I don't know, vibe aesthetics of different time periods as his main thing. And then obviously The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel takes place in the 50s, and he did a whole thing with that too. Sorry, this dog's going crazy. I don't know if you guys can hear it.
A lot.
But yeah, Josh, when did you see it for the first time?
I saw
I know
it.
you like it.
I lived in LA when I saw it for sure. I didn't see it in the theater. I saw it like when it was streaming. Yeah, I really dig this movie. I may be reading it wrong, but or reading it maybe not as the author intends, or auteur here. But yeah, the style is great. I think it's like just a full-on comedy, basically. And everyone she kills is asking for it. Yes. I'm rooting for her to keep killing.
All right, so that's like, so you are reading it the way the author intended it. The interesting thing, I was watching a whole bunch of interviews that she's done. She's such a fascinating artist, Anna Biller, and she made a bunch of short films. Which the first big short film she made was written by Jared Sanford, who's the guy that's the creepy, very handsy, like wizard kind of guy that converts her. That it seems like sexually assaulted her. Like that's the vibe.
Oh yeah, he's a rapey warlock.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. So that character is actually her like collaborative partner, and actually runs Anna Biller Productions, like her production company. And essentially, she makes movies every takes her like 7 or 8 years to get these movies together. Because Viva, the first one she did was in 2007, and she was like the star of it, plus doing all the other things she did on this.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I was watching a bunch of interviews with her, and she was talking about how visually and like textually she wanted men and women to each feel different about this movie. So she wanted men to feel like
uncomfortable,
uncomfortable. Like she wanted men to actually feel like this is a horror movie because it's being done to them, and she wanted women to watch this movie and feel a level of like both like cathartic, like comedic relief, which is what I maybe I'm female coded too, because like I was like,
you're a feminist, Forrest. That's what it is. F,
but like
F, okay.
She wanted women to feel both catharsis, and because it's her own, she was going off of her own visual pleasure. Like that was the central thing that she was.
And another thing too is this also flips the script of like women ask for it when they're wearing clothes that are revealing. They might be flirting or they're drinking. So it does flip the script on that too, because we deal with that every day of our lives, unfortunately.
And she also was talking about how he sees this character as like a complete sociopath, but because of what's been done to her, right? Like because it's like
good for her film.
Yeah, so it's like her sociopathy, I guess, towards these men, which I didn't even read it necessarily as sociopathy. Like it feels like she's giving love, and then no one else can really handle it. But it does feel like they're asking for it in the sense that it's not like the only time that she actually kills a character. I mean, she kills her ex-husband, which fuck that guy. But but like the only time she actually kills people is when they either leave her or they reject her.
I don't blame her. That's the most reasonable response for women, because men do it all the time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if it's the most reasonable response, but it does feel like in this, like her husband like cheats on her. I think it leaves her, and it's just like I'm done. And like her husband sounds like an abusive piece of shit when you hear her memories back. I mean, she's probably an unreliable narrator, but
it's a VO flashback, and you hear his voice. Like, I think it's reasonable to assume that he definitely said those things. That he said she had let herself go and needed to lose weight and all of that bullshit.
Yeah, and that she didn't clean. She's like, I want to have people over. You don't clean the house. He's like, it gets incredibly abusive when she's in that mode. And then you hear her father. I assume that's her father. That's like both sounding sexually charged towards her, and
per the cast in the post in the credits, it's her dad's voice.
Yeah. That's what I assumed. So in both cases, right? Like this is like an incredibly abused person who finds herself through becoming a witch, right? Like that's I mean it's metaphorical, but it's like, by becoming a witch, she owns her own sexuality, she owns her own femininity, and then she's able to, I mean, essentially become the man that that abused her. Like the men in this movie are kind of just used and thrown aside. They're the used tampons, in the jar.
I'm not a tampon guy. I wear pads. Anyway, I wear menstrual. What's so funny? When I was telling my mom about like menstrual underwear and all these other products, she's like, "Where was this when I was having my period?" I'm like, "Yeah,
Well, I guess it's good you're not a diva cup.
Oh God.
I feel. I think.
I tried doing that, did not work out because everyone's like, you know, what's funny? Everyone's like, oh, you know, you only bleed like this tiny amount every like not even a tablespoon amount every month. I'm like, not for me. It's more than that.
I really like the joke in this where the voiceover, Elaine's voiceover says, a lot of men have never seen a used tampon, and then the two cops look in the ground and they go, they're like, oh, what's this? And then he's like, I don't know, it looks bloody.
That's Chekhov's tampon.
Yeah.
This is why boys and girls watch that Shirley Temple puberty video in 5th grade now.
But I mean, but like in the same way, right? Where you're talking about how this movie has a different sides for boys and like guys and girls. Like you could see the bloody tampon and be like, oh, that's fucking disgusting. And then her speech about how like women bleed and that's just what happens. It feels like it reads differently probably for guys and girls. It reads differently if you have a period and if you don't, right? Like,
yeah, it's like the times where it's like my dad's like, all right, what do you need lady stuff? Describe exactly what brand and what do they look like? Wings or no wings?
Yeah, I mean, it
is interesting that even to this day, I mean, we still don't know a whole lot about the female body, and I'm watching like male doctors on TikTok like educate other men about like what really goes on with the female body, and it's like so many, even women are like, I'm learning something new every day.
Kristina's in total love for this movie. Well, our sex ed in this country is it's in the
a joke
because we're a very parents first culture, right? Like it's whatever the parents are offended by. That's what we go.
Well, we used to have sex ed. I'm older, I actually had it. You guys may not have, but
I had my first menstrual cycle in January, like New Year's Eve, 2004 to 2005. My nurse's office didn't have menstrual products, and much later on we watched a health video about shaving. I was already shaving, or I was on my period. We learned about pregnancy in 7th grade, but not what causes pregnancy. It wasn't until 10th grade biology 1 honors we actually learned what makes babies, and I'm like, we're a little too late in STDs. We're a little too late. And my sister, who is a PE teacher who also does health in New Jersey, of all places, parents have been opting their kids out of sex ed because they're learning about sex, they're learning about pregnancy, they're learning about addiction, drugs, STIs, and most of those kids are pregnant or on drugs, have STIs. So go figure.
Yeah.
Well, that didn't happen in the 90s.
Oh, just even like in the 70s, right? Like the 70s was when this kind of entire culture war. I mean, not that this necessarily.
Are you there? Goddess Me Margaret got banned.
But there's a big culture war that happened during the Carter administration where they believed that despite the fact that Carter was like a crazy evangelical guy, right? Like he was a born again Christian. He was our first born again Christian president. At least the modern iteration of like the modern evangelical movement when it was just getting into politics. Like
he didn't judge.
He was tarred by religious right people as being like that was like the birth of the religious right. It was, they called him like a secular humanist or whatever. There was supposed to be this big conference on the family, and they're supposed to like have all these different sides talking to each other, and they were supposed to establish national guidelines for something like sex ed, and it didn't happen because that was when all the craziest religious right people kind of started
because they got in bed with Reagan.
Yeah.
They got in bed with Reagan right before when he was still he'd run one time and not won the nomination.
Yeah.
And so they got in bed and then they basically fused with the Republican Party at that point.
And now men have never seen a used tampon. So
tampon before, yeah. I mean, when I watched it, I was like, I'm like, wait a minute. They in college we learned how to put a condom on, but I'm like, but I don't remember in health learning,
there's a classic thing where people will put it on a banana.
Even the elderly women are like, oh, but like, I don't think no teacher taught girls like in these classes how to put a tampon in or whatever. I mean, my mom did it for me, and I was like, oh, never again, never, because you no offense, but some people are like, I don't feel it. I felt it. Never again.
Which is why a movie like this works, though, right? Like a movie where that is completely about reclaiming your femininity, that does use something like, you know, both urine and a used tampon, as my name says, you know, used tampon and urine.
I mean, a lot of people
yeah.
find, you know, I mean, I find pregnancy gross and disgusting. I just watched the first episode of Welcome to DERY, and I'm reminded again, pregnancy is body horror. But a lot of people downplay how horrific a menstrual cycle is. And I feel like, you know, something like that, you know, that's very much part of being a woman, unfortunately, is doing this thing every month until we're in their 40s or 50s or pre-menopause or whatever. So that, you know, the representation of, you know, urine and a bloody fucking used tampon is like genius.
Well, there's the two sides to it. I think there's like the side of it that
pee,
you know,
and there's another hole, like
no, but there's the two sides to it of that is a good joke. All right, I'll hand you that one. But
people are surprised
where it's something natural that should be beautiful, right? It should be beautiful. It has to do with you know, like, I mean,
other cultures. Cultures force. I don't know if you know this, but Bailey Sarian, great murder mystery makeup, she did Dark History on the culture of a woman's menstrual cycle. And in other cultures, women get, like back in the old days, in old, like, you know, nomadic cultures, women would have to take 5 to 7 days off in a nice hut, be pampered, be taken care of. And I'm like, yo, if women can get maternity leave,
we don't even give good maternity leave.
Women should have menstrual leave. Like, I mean, these other countries are doing a good job. Oh, my mom's in chat.
But
I was just telling, hey mom, I was just telling everyone the first time you tried to put a tampon in me, it was not fun.
But yeah, so the plot of the Love Witch, you know, getting on track, right? She's driving up to Arcata, California, which is, you know, near Eureka, which is where Richard
they're on the
Nixon
same
comes
bay.
from.
It's what, Humboldt Bay, I think.
Yeah, it's where Nixon comes from. You know, so she's moving up there. Her husband has just died, and you see him drinking something, and, you know, drinking the potion, and then he goes, and, you know, you see her eyes, and she gets pulled over by the cop, which is the cop that's, you know, that she later meets on the trail, and she rents a room in a building owned by her mentor Barbara, maintained by an interior decorator Trish Manning, who invites her to a tea room where they're surprised by a visit from Patricia's husband Richard, who becomes besotted with Elaine. So you know, thoughts on this, the beginning of this.
I mean, I love the PCH, especially in NoCal. Like, so starting it's odd to me that she's coming south towards Arcata on the PCH.
I bet you that's a goof
because she'd be
on
coming
the
from
IMDb page.
Yeah, because she'd be coming, like, I've been there, and she'd be coming from, because she was living in San Francisco, she should be coming the other way, but whatever.
Yeah, she makes it sound like she's going up among the redwoods.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then she's actually going down from the Oregon coast or whatever. But
It also shows how, you know, like, men can be so taken by her. I mean, probably not because of her powers, but, you know, as you mentioned in the intro for us, you know, how otherworldly she looks. Like, she's got these like hypnotic big brown eyes and like a very neutral expression a lot. And it's like, you know, she's, you know, she could be considered like a regular brunette, but she's really like with big brown eyes, but she's not. There's just something about her that's very, like, she almost fits the cinematography used in this movie. Like, this is probably like one of the few films she's actually done, and it's like I can't picture her in anything else. She just looks like someone who belongs in this like ambiguous time period of the past, perhaps.
Wait, do you know what the other movie that she's in is? Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, she's
playing Folger.
She's Abigail Folger. Which I was asking in the chat earlier with you guys. I was like, do you think Tarantino's seen The Love Witch?
There's no way.
Yeah,
he absolutely cast her because of this.
Feet. Anyway,
so she performs a ritual to attract a new lover. Local professor Wayne accepts her offer to cook him dinner at his cabin. She has him drink a concoction of hallucinogens, and they have sex. He becomes emotional and delirious, which repulses Elaine. The next morning, Wayne has died. She buries him along with a bottle containing her urine and a used tampon.
She's got a thing.
They found a guy that's like, I feel like that guy feels like he fits in this time period, like explicitly.
Yeah.
Like, it's hard to imagine that guy being in anything that's not like this or like Mad Men or like something at least that
Well,
takes place. Yeah.
This is weird though because it's technically in present day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Well,
like it's out of time. It's in this weird like
yeah, it's out of time
it's
for
having
sure.
its cake and eating it too. Because it's shot like a Technicolor film, but like there are main cast members who are driving contemporary Honda Accords.
Oh yeah.
You know, like
But even the outfits look very
but yeah, the wardrobe is absolutely total throwback to the Technicolor films. You know, like she said she was heavily influenced by like 50s era Hitchcock. You know, the color stuff, and it makes total sense. Like you watch this and you're like, no, this looks like a fucking Hitchcock. This looks like North by Northwest or To Catch a Thief or whatever. You know.
Yeah, I found that this is a clip talking about well, Bell Book and Candle, which is late 1950s, but it's like you know right before this time period. This is Annabelle at Fright Fest.
Did you watch any late 60s sort of like horror exploitation for any ideas?
I watched some Hammer films. You know, I love the movie Horror Hotel. That's early 60s.
Right.
And I love Burn Witch Burn. I mean, Bell Book and Candle was actually even more of an influence than all of those Hollywood films, those noir films really are. They're all about female glamour being bewitching. And so Love Witch is about how bewitching the female is and how that kind of destroys men. And that's all classic Hollywood all the way.
How long did it take you to do it? Was it years of film? And when were you actually...
No, I filmed it in 8 weeks.
Right.
It was pre-production that took forever. Because look, literally, the Renaissance costumes, you said, you know, that scene, those costumes took me a full year.
You got your friends doing it.
No, I didn't. I sewed every hem, you know,
God, it's just staggering.
It's just so much, it was so much work. You know, but this was during the time that I was ill, and I couldn't actually do anything else at the time. I couldn't move very much, and I could go even maybe nauseous to go to the ironing board. So I had to plan my time, like sitting and doing it. This machine didn't make me ill, but standing up made me sick. So I had to limit my time cutting and ironing. It was really hard, but I thought, well, what am I going to do at this? I want to progress on making my film, so I'm going to do what I can.
Is there an anti-female thing here as well? Did you find that while you were making this?
I didn't have that problem in pre-production. I have that problem a little bit with some of the press and some of the audience. And I don't think that's because I'm a woman, as much as because the script was written by women and it was directed by women. It has a quality to it that is not necessarily what a man would do, and that it's this alien a little bit for a lot of men to have like a female lead character and then she's glamorous. That's already silly for some people. It's been like 40, 50 years since we've had like an actual femme fatale on the screen that wasn't just like, I mean, it's not like Fatal Attraction where she's not, that's not a glamorous character. But we've had a glamorous femme fatale on the screen. It was before that.
Oh, Kathleen Turner in Body Heat and all these sort of things, surely.
But how long ago was that?
Yeah, no, actually, you're right. That's 25 years at least, isn't it?
I was actually trying to make a modern movie, and this is so sad because I really can't, I guess. You know? It's as to audiences, this is as modern as I get. You know, this is it.
I think her and Robert Eggers would get along real well when it comes to like I don't really want to make a modern movie like the most modern Eggers would go. He said would be like the 50s, and I'm you know into that.
We just talked about that. All right, so when Trish leaves town for a few days, Elaine seduces Richard. They have sex, but Elaine demands they stop seeing each other when Richard becomes clingy and emotional. Richard is such a pathetic character. And I think
they're all dorks, except well, the first two are dorks, and then you know what's his fuck is Griff. Griff is just you know that like classic detached man who won't engage with his emotions, but the two who will engage with their emotions are
By the way, has she made another movie up? She's working on one. She's working on
she wrote a novel also.
Yeah, which was produced by, or which was what do you call it? Published by Verso, apparently.
Okay.
The leftist publisher.
Nice.
Her husband is
the revolution.
Her husband, I think husband. Her husband is the
Robert Greene.
Yeah, he wrote that 48 Laws of Power book that literally every financial fucking dork on Twitter and like incel guy like puts it in their like must read list. I was kind of surprised by
and
that.
The Art of Seduction. He also wrote a book with 50 Cent, The 50th Law.
She does have some Anna Biller. has some problematic things. She as I dug into her, she is apparently a TERF.
It doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
She looks like a TERF.
As soon as you
Yeah,
said,
I have a
as soon as you said
screenshot of a
yeah.
tweet that she did in 2018 that it's a response to somebody, but it's the last frontier in the war against women take away their special status as childbearers and mothers and the right to claim the status of being a woman at all.
Oh,
Thank
British
you. I
British
understand
women.
the ideology better now.
British
women.
Sorry, but British women love posting that. Like
it's like a
British
copy
women-
pasta at this point.
Yeah, British women post that, like J.K. Rowling type people.
Oh,
they
yeah.
love that quote.
Well, and washed up British male comedians and writers like Graham
Oh yeah, of
Linehan
course.
and,
Yeah.
and Ricky Gervais. Yeah.
But
Good stuff.
yeah.
She
So-
also I got down. I got into. I fell into a weird
rabbit hole
area of the internet, and she also said, once I went down a deep satanic panic rabbit hole, and I learned that the children/toddlers in the McMartin Daycare Center had STDs and genital scarring. There really were tunnels, etc. The perpetrators weren't charged because they couldn't prove which adults abused them. And I've looked into the McMartin Daycare thing.
Nothing
like I
happened.
mentioned. Nothing fucking happened.
Nothing.
Not a
This is-
fucking thing. I don't understand how you could read anything about McMartin
And believe
think that
any-
something happened.
Yeah, what's funny too is the reason, and this is interesting, the reason why that satanic panic about childcare daycare workers happened was because moms were getting into the workforce. They were leaving their kids home with strangers. And so, like, yeah, I can't believe, I think maybe COVID broke her brain. I don't know. I don't
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't
British
wanna,
women, red flag.
I don't want to. Well, she's American though, isn't she?
Yeah,
Gonna
she's
be-
American.
Yeah, like her mom's Hawaiian.
She just has
mom-
that. She almost.
her
She has
mom's-
like a
her mom's-
transatlantic type of accent, though. It always
Yeah, she
like.
does.
Yeah.
Her mom's
Well,
half Japanese and half
Samantha
Hawaiian.
Robinson grew up
Yeah.
mostly in the UK.
Yeah.
And she moved. I think she moved here. She said when she was like really young.
She
though.
was born in the US.
I wonder how much
but-
Lana
yeah,
Del Rey she listened to, because it sounded like her voice sounded very Lana Del Rey
It does.
esque. It's like,
It does.
like
Then
very.
I watched an interview. I watched an interview with her and like another woman that had like a podcast, because it was probably pretty easy to book her on a podcast, after this, because this is like the first movie she had done, or the first big movie she had done.
Yeah.
And I heard her voice and it was like, oh, this is like her voice is pretty similar to the, like, I thought she was doing an accent for this, but it's like not exactly. But when Wayne's reported missing, Officer Griff Meadows and his partner Steve, he kind of mistreats his partner Steve, but discover Wayne's body.
What, by punching him?
But also, like, he's like, get me a sandwich when he's
Yeah,
going
yeah.
to
Oh, boy.
yeah.
Well, because he got a promotion.
Yeah.
Because so now they were partners, but like now he can boss everyone around because he's a white guy who probably didn't earn his promotion.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at the beginning, he's doing traffic stops. He's like,
and he didn't know what a bloody tampon was, so he shouldn't.
I don't know what a bloody tampon is.
Griff
Meadows and his partner Steve discover Wayne's body at his cabin, along with the bottle, which leads him to Elaine. Griff invites Elaine to join him in horseback riding. They come across a midsummer solstice festival held by the leaders of Elaine's coven. They propose a mock wedding. A hand-fasting ceremony is performed where Elaine and Griff are gifted matching rings. Elaine realizes she's in love with Griff, though he does not reciprocate her feelings, which is the first time in this movie, right, that a person
Man
does
is not
reciprocate.
captivated by her.
Yeah. And the last two guys, the first guy is she seduces Trish's husband, as we said. And that's kind of the biggest asshole move in this whole movie, right? Because Trish is like her, I don't know, her frumpy British friend. But
But I would say that Trish is asking for it and got exactly what she deserved, because she told Elaine that her ideology wasn't feminist enough, and that it was upholding the patriarchy. And so if you're being the scold, if you're being the feminist scold here and telling another woman that she doesn't get to like live life however she wants, I mean, aren't you asking to have your husband taken away?
Yeah, I mean, I get, like, if we're looking at this from an ideological perspective, right? Elaine is alive.
Well, I'm just looking at this, through or as like Elaine. I think Elaine's right.
I think. I mean, I don't know. Trish is kind of like the whole conversation they have where she's like, but isn't that upholding the patriarchy? She's the most kind of annoying character in this whole movie.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
She's also she's annoying also, so that's why she should also have her husband take.
But Richard commits suicide in the bathtub and is discovered by Trish. Trish confides in Elaine that she suspects Richard was having an affair and that his paramour drove him to suicide. Which I love that his suicide like this whole thing is he's drinking those like little bottles of liquor that he has or whatever, and she's like, I'm about to get upstairs and take a sleeping pill, and he's like, leave me alone, bitch. Like, I don't know, 10 years of fucking dealing with Trish would probably break me the same way.
Yeah. I feel like suicide is the only reasonable option at this point,
Well, the only time Trish is happy is when she's actually when she is embracing what Elaine has suggested. The only time that she's like confident in her own skin is when she is wearing Elaine's getup,
Yeah. Like essentially wearing Elaine like a mask almost, because Elaine, like my
or a skin
ex-girlfriend
suit.
like my ex-girlfriend with borderline personality disorder. Elaine has a whole room full of like the craziest wigs you've ever seen that like flow.
Of course,
flow
you have a type, because I myself have borderline personality disorder.
And wigs.
Yeah.
But
watch out. Don't.
But I haven't met anyone but you with that Barack the Boat shirt. So so Trish puts on Elaine's ring, and Elaine forgets to retrieve it before leaving. So she brings it to Elaine's apartment, where she tries on Elaine's wig, makeup, and lingerie before discovering a shrine dedicated to Elaine's deceased lovers. At least she has a shrine. That's nice of her. I don't know. Like if I feel like if I OD'd in front of somebody, and I don't think they'd make a little shrine for Richard among them.
Yeah, I mean, is it a shrine or a trophy? I don't know.
Kind of
probably 6 1/2 dozen of another, right?
Yeah.
Elaine returns and is attacked by Trish, who leaves, swearing Elaine will burn for what she has done. And of course,
nothing wrong. What are you talking about?
I like Elaine's whole thing where she's like, crash, 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 crash. It doesn't work though. Maybe Trish is magic. Maybe Trish is so dull that she's magic proof. Like she's like one of those Harry Potter characters. She's like the Dursley family in Harry Potter.
Well, we don't know that she doesn't crash and die.
Well, she gives
we never see her again, do we?
That's true. But she at least makes it to she's trying to get her to crash before she.
They're called squibs, by the way. They're called squibs. People who can't do magic.
But she makes it to she at least makes it to the police station, which is what Elaine's trying to stop her from doing.
Well, aren't they saying that was because I thought they said that her last name was Manning, who went to the police. So was that the woman who had lunch with the?
No, her name's Trisha Manning.
Weird. Okay.
Because her husband.
I thought Richard's last name was something else, but
they might not have the same last name. Yeah, but Richard Manning. I don't know. Dick Manning. Griff tells Steve that their boss has ordered them to drop the case. When Steve inquires about the Jimson weed found in Wayne's system, Griff responds that Wayne was known to experiment with drugs. Steve reveals that Elaine's late husband Jerry died of an overdose despite having no previous history of drug use, and accuses Griff of letting his feelings cloud his judgment. Griff punches Steve and storms off. See, he's like, there's definitely like a male-female dynamic in a way to like their partnership where it's like, Griff is like the alpha male asserting himself over like the guy that he's like, make me a sandwich, like.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, I just lost it.
Definitely not Chelsea Manning.
Well, that's what made me lose my thought was the Chelsea Manning comment.
Oopsies.
Elaine meets Griff at the cabaret. The police have DNA evidence linking her both to Wayne and Richard, as well as items linking her to Richard's suicide. Elaine claims she simply buried Wayne in accordance with her religious customs. That's a great excuse. She uses it multiple times. She's like, "What? That's just it's my religion. Man, killing men is my religion."
I mean, you could get away with it now. Vaccine exceptions for religion are skyrocketing now. I can just say, hey, you know,
just got polio. It's not my fault.
Yeah.
After a night of lovemaking, overhearing the exchange, other patrons assault Elaine, chanting "Burn the witch." Griff fights them off, and they flee. But it goes back to the old thing, right? Like, do we create witches, or do they create themselves, right? Like, when you shame a woman
Did
like
they
that,
make a deal with the devil to gain their powers or something? Because I think that's what they did with Angelique in the Dark Shadows soap opera.
well, and you literally see the the Jared Sanford guy, the name of two different is he's Jared Fogle and Mark Sanford. You literally
Probably intentionally.
With well, no, that's the actual name of the guy.
Was he
Maybe that's why his
hitchhiking?
parents named him.
His parents pre-named him after Jared Fogle.
Yeah.
Was Mark Sanford tracking down the Appalachia,
Yeah, he was
whatever?
He was the guy that was cheating on his wife and was like,
Oh,
I know, he was my governor.
The story was that he was going to Argentina, right?
He was walking to Argentina.
Walking to Argentina to see his
Yeah, he
mistress,
was-
but he didn't have that part. He was my governor. I remember that was like the biggest scandal for like
Yeah, because
a
he was.
while.
It was
That's
only a
Wayne
big scandal.
times.
It was only a big scandal because he was like close friends with Hillary Clinton. So they were like trying to pin that on Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
And it's post Larry Craig, right? Isn't that right in the wake of Larry Craig and the
Yeah.
If you fly through the Minneapolis airport, you can check into that bathroom, BT Dubs.
I mean, I've gone to the Minneapolis airport, so I've
Yeah,
probably been in
You've
that
been there
bathroom.
this year, I think. So you
Yeah.
you missed out on your chance to check into the Larry Craig Memorial bathroom.
He's probably still in there.
Ooh, boy.
At the apartment, Elaine presents Griff with a concoction that he tosses to the floor. See, he's the one person that's ever rejected her, besides her husband, right? That we actually see in the plot. That go make me a Subway sandwich. Elaine sees a vision of her past victims professing their love. She achieves a theme, I guess, and a theme. I don't know if that's how you say it. And stabs Griff multiple times, mirroring a painting on her wall. Clutching the bloody theme to her chest, Elaine smiles, imagining a mock wedding in which Griff declares his love and proposes to her before leading her away astride a unicorn, which is the description of the thing, earlier in the movie where she's like, "Oh, I'm looking for my man on a white horse," and it's like, yeah, you saw a picture in this in your apartment.
You saw a painting that you painted?
Yeah, you saw the
I
painting.
think that we're
of
meant
the-
to believe she painted, right? That's the one she was painting. Yeah, because she was painting the heart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's her. She's having a vision of it throughout the thing, which is
I have a vision.
Well, she says it.
She got her happy
Yeah.
ending, right? His heart.
Yeah, literally, and she can carry it around with her.
Speaking of happy endings, guess what massage parlor in my town got busted again? Just kidding.
I still remember walking through Philly, and then I sent you the thing that was like there was like the massage parlor that I forget what it was called, but it was like it had like the sketchiest name.
Yeah, it's like prostitution rings do happen in that place, probably.
Well, right after we had that conversation on that after party, there was in
Yeah.
Hyde Park down the road from me. There was a massage parlor that got busted. So we had that whole we were joking around about Chewbacca working at a massage parlor. Somehow that came up in the after party. And and
I'd
right
love
out-
to
I
know
was
how
like,
that came up.
We were was it a Star Wars after party? I think.
Yeah, it was a Star Wars after party.
I hope it wasn't.
Which, by the way, I don't know if you guys want to do an after party tonight. We can, but
Oh, I'm
Maybe,
down
yeah.
the clown.
all right, let's do an after party after this. So so that's the plot of the movie.
I thought of what escaped me. So when his partner tells him that her ex-husband had no history, that had never used drugs, it's like, bro, you can't say that with any you can't say that with any degree of confidence.
Yeah.
You can't
Oh,
you can't just say this guy you've never met. I mean, even if you had met him, you can't say that this guy had never done a drug. Like,
Wait, Josh. What's a drug? I've never heard of such a thing. Okay, I'm sober. I've never drank, never smoked, never popped a pill that wasn't a prescription.
Pop the Molly
I've
on
never
site.
freebased. I've never.
It's like I've never done anything wrong in my life.
Yeah.
I like the scene where she uses her eyes, she bewitches people obviously, and she bewitches that professor pretty much. And
I don't think she needs the drugs to do it, honestly.
Yeah, I know that guy was just horny as fuck.
The potion,
But,
I don't think she needs the potion to bewitch.
But when she's just like, wait, before we have sex, drink this, and he's like, what's in it? And she's like, I made it, which is like, I'm sorry, I'm stopping that conversation, and I'm like, what's in it? You know what I mean?
Well, but
Like,
this is a turning of the tables. Men have never had to worry about
what's in this drink.
What's in a flask or what's in anything.
Don't let
we could take a drink handed to us
unattended,
and
ladies.
not presume that we're trying to be dosed and raped.
Yeah.
My sister recently went out. I think she was in New York City, and this one guy just randomly, someone was like, "Here, this guy gave me a drink," and this guy came up to her. He's like, has anyone told you look just like Britney Spears? And my sister's like, I've gotten Cameron Diaz, but never Britney Spears in my life. Also, here's your drink back. I'm sorry, but even one time my sister went to the bathroom and her friend was watching her drink, and my sister had the rest of her drink, and she did not feel fine at all. So it's like you gotta like look at the drink so that nothing happens. You can't just have your back turned for 1 second, or it's crazy.
Yeah. So this is like the second to last, because we're gonna do weapons on Friday. So it's the second to last. We kind of do this every time. I feel like we cover a theme on like a Halloween thing, right? This is at least I always look out for it. This is Annabelle talking about the figure of the witch.
Mm-hmm.
This relationship between Elaine and like the witch figure, because they're both pretty complex figures that have a lot of different meanings projected on them by other people, and perhaps have their own power. So Elaine, is in some ways extremely powerful, but she spends so much time like contorting herself into a pleasing fantasy. And you've talked about the witch in other interviews. The figure of the witch is similarly complex, is maybe offering limitation power. So I was curious if you could talk a bit about the relationship between these two sort of complex figures.
One thing I was trying to do in the Love Witch is actually, you asked what there is for men, is trying to explain to men what it's like to be a woman, because I don't think they get it. So I think that, men are looking at women mainly from the outside and not really as humans in some way. And so there's this so I think of like a witch from the outside is like a male point of view, a witch from the inside is a female point of view. So I'm trying to do a female point of view. So like to create a witch from the inside. So I think there's this concept among men that women have it really easy, especially beautiful women, because they can get any man they want. And so I see so little in cinema from the female point of view of what it's like to date or to be out in the world. And there's just so much judgment of women who conform to beauty standards, and they're mocked relentlessly for being shallow or stuck up or a bitch. And I think there's even more ridicule of women who refuse to conform to beauty standards or to please men. And so I created these two characters, Elaine and Trish, and each character makes a different choice, and each thinks they're safe, but neither character is safe because each is stuck in a world where only male desire matters. So Elaine, who tries to please men, can get any guy she wants, but none of the men are worth it because they'll objectify her and or they dominate her, and there's no space for her personality to grow, or for her to self-actualize, or for her to actually even love them. And Trish is secure in herself with a devoted husband, but her husband goes for like a blank sexualized image of a woman, which is all Elaine gives him, rather than a real woman. And I think women have been called witches because men don't understand them, and their sexuality and power and everything else about them that makes them interesting is seen as evil for thousands of years. So this is kind of an attempt to write. It's like it's about time that witches started writing their own stories,
Yeah. So I guess
Kitty.
I guess I'd like to ask about, we touched on this a little bit before, but sort of the tragedy of her background of sexual abuse is explicitly signaled. And then we have this predatory Gayan character who her adoption of witchcraft hasn't really allowed her to escape from patriarchal power. So I'm curious, for you, is she more of a tragic figure than a source of horror, or is it more about this productive tension between those two?
Yeah, I think it's about the tension between the two because, you know, I think she's tragic because she's a woman stuck in patriarchy with no way out, but that she's also a source of horror because she's a sociopath. But, you know, I imply in the film that it's her experiences with men which have made her a sociopath and that she could reform if she had some real love or real understanding. So I think in the end, it is more tragic in that sense.
Yeah. I mean, she's right, you know?
Yeah. I mean, it is like even just the figure of her, you know, of the guy, you know, the Jared Sanford guy that I forget, he has like a weird name, but like in the movie, but Gain, yeah. But like even that character, right? Like she's able to become a witch because of this incredibly creepy, like gropey, like guy that seems every time he touches her, she like, you know, she pulls back and everyone's kind of naked around him. And
well, I mean, because he basically sexually assaulted her in front of all of these people before.
Yeah. So like even, you know, even being reminded of like where her witch powers come from, which, you know, the powers are kind of she's able to channel her own version of like femininity, which even then is kind of questionable because, you know, Barbara and him, which Barbara doesn't stop her from getting sexually assaulted either. And that Barbara character, right? They're both like, well, men and women are different. And, you know, where you get your actual power from is your sexuality. And we're teaching like sex magic, and she's like, oh, you guys are still teaching that, which presumably that's kind of how she got into the entire thing. So her assault is like at the center of her transformation into a witch, even
because she met Barbara at the burlesque club, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's
in San Francisco.
Yeah. So it's like, I don't know,
cat on my lap.
It's like she can't even get away from it, you know, when she's like in her, because she's reborn, I guess, as a witch essentially, but she can't even get away from it when it's the guy that, you know, he's constantly touching her and like touching everybody, really.
Oh, Anonymous, thanks for the 1312 tip. Hey, I know what that means.
Well, fuck the police.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, 1312. But so there's like that side of it, which makes her even more of a tragic figure. Like her rebirth, her like, you know, her powers come out of an assault essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, again, we do not shame her for doing what she has to do. It's almost like an Eileen Wuornos situation. Like a lot of people are realizing that, you know, she was simply defending herself. I mean, sex workers deal with shit like that all the time. I mean, she came from a really awful, you know, childhood background, like most, I mean, some serial killers, but like, I mean, her story was so.
Yeah.
We were gonna do that movie, right? But
I'm also pro Eileen Wuornos.
Yeah. Yes.
We had somebody that made a movie or something about the Eileen Wuornos story that contacted us, and then
who worked on Monster, yeah,
and then
but we never heard back from them.
Yeah, we ended up not. I don't know. I think we never heard back. They were trying to schedule an episode, which is it's not rare that people reach out trying to schedule an episode, but like, you know, it's
rare to not follow up.
Yeah,
it's the weirdest thing ever.
It's happened a couple times, but did we not get to anything, or did we get to everything? That,
I mean, when I was looking at like, you know, did you know? There's like only like 3 facts that you covered, and it's like, you know, again, this whole movie kind of almost does go under everyone's radar, and I feel like it was popular, you know, because of, you know, girlies like myself on Tumblr memeing about it, but also too, it's like available to stream for free on Tubi.
Yeah, I mean, and for once, it's there's very few movies, I feel like, and I think it might be because it's from 2016. There's
I wonder what's going on in 2016 if my memory corrects.
It's very rare that on Tubi
election
1080p, which is like one of my big, you know, I get frustrated sometimes with Tubi. Like even watching Bell Book and Candle on there, it was only 720, and it's like some of the most beautiful parts of it on my computer. It was hard to like see it in all of its glory. But this movie can because it's 1080p.
I will say there aren't many films that you can watch where the filmmaker has blogged incessantly about it.
Yeah.
Because Anna, like, she has a blog called Anna's Blog, Musings About Film and Culture, and she's blogged a lot about different aspects of this. And I know she sort of bristled at the she generally has an issue with, from what I can tell, with feminism being incorrectly applied to certain things being labeled as feminist when they're not. And I don't know that she would consider this feminist.
Yeah, I mean, I think she would consider it a movie made by a woman
dangerous
about women's
about femininity, surely, but not about like. I think it's more about the
movie.
It's more about the gays, like G-A-Z-E, not G-A-Y.
The gays and the girls.
I'm surprised they've never gotten her to go on Red Scare.
I know, she would be a perfect fit.
Yeah, I feel like she and Dasha and Anna would get on. I don't know. She comes off as someone that has a lot of thoughts, like you
don't want to dig too much into the Twitter history. That's for
sure.
But I mean, and she deletes
kinda...
a lot of bad takes too.
I mean, imagine her seeing this podcast. Hey,
I mean, she's welcome to come on the podcast anytime. Sorry, we called you a turf.
I've said that she's been labeled that.
Yeah.
I mean, she sounds like one, so
yeah.
She looks like one.
To be fair, I don't know how you could misread the McMartin daycare scandal
or any of those cases.
But the McMartin specifically, it's like how
no one got arrested for that one.
Like what the fuck?
It was like an elderly couple who ran that place, I think, right?
Well, they were blaming. There was also there was like a grandson that was supposed to be the prime culprit, but it's such hogwash. That's basically because like this completely unqualified psychologist, was implanting hysterical memories in these children.
Yeah, I know how many episodes of Law and Order SVUs rehash those types of stories.
Oh, trust me, that's why I've talked about it.
My mom would love your podcast.
She's more than welcome to listen. It's we're back and dropping new episodes again.
Yeah, you guys are back. I was gonna say, like, there's an uncomfortable amount of people that believe Pizzagate. Like, even after people went to the fucking restaurant and they were like, "There's no child sex dungeon down here." They still
we've had to talk about Pizzagate also.
So it's like I'm just not surprised anytime it's like, oh, a big name person believed like X and Y that like clearly isn't true. And it's like an uncomfortable amount of people are still pushing Pizzagate. It's like,
I mean, I know someone. I mean, COVID. I mean, instead of the whole QAnon whatever, they should have went down the Free Britney rabbit hole instead. Do you know how world peace if everyone just went down the Free Britney rabbit hole? But like, it's so funny too because like I know people who
you see Netanyahu and you see Netanyahu.
I know.
Like, the leaders of Hamas, and they're both like Free Britney, Free Britney.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
What we can all agree on. World peace, baby. Let's go. Fuck K-Fed. Justin Timberlake. But it's funny too because it's like I know people who are like, you know, Elvis Presley is still alive and he's still in trouble. I'm like, but they were alive at the same time. He died young, or that The Weeknd is really Michael Jackson. I'm like, you really think Michael Jackson is The Weeknd? He would not have gotten plastic surgery to make his skin lighter.
He would never have gone without hair for that long either.
Exactly. Like I'm like, people think. Armageddon is happening, and I'm just like,
every time I think of The Weeknd,
people stayed home for 2 weeks and lost their goddamn minds and wanted to go back to work and get their nails done, and I'm like, why? I took 2 weeks off. I did a few apartment projects. I watched all of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia up until that point. It was great. I was like, can I have 2 more weeks off?
Uncut Gems kind
of so much.
Yeah, that lockdown was fun. Lockdown could have gone the other way for me.
People were baking bread and streaming.
Well, I quit drinking for the lockdown because I knew that was gonna get me into like, you know, like as soon as the lockdown happened, I was like, all right, I'm not gonna drink. So I didn't drink for a year and a half, during the lockdown. I was like, because I knew that for a fact that would get me into like some dark places. And
how are we still talking? How are you alive after not drinking for a year and a half?
But like so that was my lockdown plan. We should talk about this at the after party. I do have so she collaborated Anna Biller collaborated closely with M. David Mullen. So to create the hard style lighting characteristics of classic Hollywood films, they use diffusion filters on the lenses for certain close-up shots. A kaleidoscope lens, which is cool as hell, was for the entire drug trip sequence, and then they use rear projection photography.
For all the driving scenes.
For the driving scenes, which that was supposed to be like a tribute to the birds, I guess. When you know.
I remember watching the birds and I don't know why we read like a play version of the birds in my English 1 textbook in 9th grade, and then we watched the movie and it traumatized my class, and I'm over here like Hitchcock, yeah.
Well, I sent you guys I sent you and Conan pictures when there was that nor'easter recently, and somehow I was trying to figure out why this was the case, but there was like I saw dozens and dozens and dozens of seagulls and cormorants, which are those big black seabirds, and I was trying to figure out like where the fuck I have these videos of so many of them. I was kind of getting freaked out because of the birds.
Yeah,
this was just like a couple weeks ago.
It's like when you go to Maine on vacation and you're afraid of Jaws.
Yeah, well, but like there was just so many. Like I've never seen that many birds, and then I realized that the nor'easter had blown, because I was like around a mill pond. It had blown all the fish into the mill pond, so the whole thing was covered in fish, and there were after parties.
Yep.
Saying, "Yep,
maybe craving an after party. I could just tell."
Yeah, well, yeah,
I've had an after party since the first of the month, I think.
Well, no, we did one for the witch. We did our longest after party ever for the witch, but
can you please pronounce it correctly for us?
The Vavitch.
Yeah. I needed to hear you say it.
But you want to go to Letterbox one-liners?
Yes, I'm excited for this one. So, Letterbox is a platform, a place where film lovers, film haters, film curious gather with it to each other to discuss the films they love, didn't love, the films they made a lot of references to Lana Del Rey. I mean, there's a lot. I was like, enough already. It's bottom of democracy. It's just not the Siskel's and Eberts of the world. Everyone gets to chime and opine, and everyone's a critic, especially these days. So, without further ado, seriously. Don't get me started on white folks and sinners these days. Here are the Letterboxd one-liners for the Love Witch Baby.
I'm happy we did Sinners episode before people started deciding they hated it.
I know. This is how I imagine Lana Del Rey living her life.
It really is. Like,
yes.
There's the right amount of like, I don't know, like female empowerment, but also like just kind of rejection of feminism at the same time. That like it really is how I imagine Lana Del Rey living her life.
She did curse Donald Trump back in 2016, so that's fun. She's a witch.
Do we think that Elaine just needs to find her alligator king?
Yes,
that might help. Yeah, they're both like Pearl in that way.
Yeah.
I want her to find her alligator king. I want Elaine to be happy.
I'm not staying on this farm.
Thinking about it, really, it is kind of like Pearl, where like she needs to find someone that was fine with her feeding people to alligators.
Yeah. Samantha Robinson's eye makeup deserves its own Academy Award. I agree.
Yeah.
Truth.
Yeah. The blue eyeshadow is something that very few can pull off.
Well, people.
I mean, all of her makeup's fantastic in this. She looks fucking amazing in this film.
Yeah,
I feel like
period.
What do you call it? Like the wingtips? Like when people try to do that, like a lot of people I feel like just don't have a steady hand, and it's like
or eye shape. Like I've seen enough hooded. Like here's how you can do a wing liner with hooded eyes. I'm like, sorry, I can't. No matter how, I can't. Also, too, Luigi Mangione wrote this review.
Free Luigi. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Like if Luigi Mangione had waited like a year, he would definitely have a letterbox, and I would definitely because he had a Goodreads account. And like,
are we sure he doesn't have a Letterboxd account and he's just keeping that one safe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's they're gonna bring it out at trial and they're like, this guy doesn't seem like the guy. They're like, oh, I'll just wait for his Letterboxd reviews.
And it's that one.
Pretty Women Killing Men is my favorite genre of film.
She, like she doesn't like a lot of the killing is not purposeful. I mean, she purposely does kill Griff in the end, but Griff rejected her. So there you go.
He's asking for it.
It's like they just can't handle it. They just.
He was afraid he was going to drown in estrogen. That's essentially drowning in estrogen.
His voiceover, he's like a lot of guys get into pussy and then they fuck up, and I'm not gonna be that guy. And it's like, all right, calm down, buddy. Not that many people, He's like, I'm gonna punch
Arcada.
I'm getting so horny, I'm gonna punch a black guy, and it's like, calm down, buddy.
Don't be clipping that out, guys. She does it for the girls and the gays. That's it.
I'm surprised there isn't like a gay character in this.
I feel like I feel like this movie would have definitely like benefited from having like a corgi gay sidekick or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like Elaine.
Like what? Wait, no. What about the gothic guy from Jennifer's Body? He would have fit well in this movie, I think.
She needed a gay Renfield.
It's good they didn't have a Jerry though.
What zero dick does to an MF.
Or at least what bad dick does to an MF. Like the first two guys are like, that they're not throwing pipe. But then maybe Griff, I don't know. she goes crazy because Griff was too good.
Mm-hmm. All her artwork of women and boobs, I know what you are.
Yeah, maybe she's the gay character.
Yeah.
This is a lot closer to Eileen Warnos than we thought.
Yeah,
there were so many things that I wanted to put as the background, but I didn't know whether Twitch would like ding or YouTube would ding us for having the drawing of boobs in her apartment.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, she looks great in this outfit.
I know, like the pose and everything.
We got to bring back those hats.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, you probably have to go to Anna Miller and have her make you
flower
one.
on it. Technically, a black rose.
Yeah, she did. She handmade so many of these costumes. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But too bad she's a turf.
I know. So many women are just one personality disorder away from becoming witches. Agreed. Yeah, that's it.
They even say it in this, right? They're like,
BPD.
They're like, the end. Griff's like, you're just a borderline personality disorder.
Yeah, what you call love is borderline personality disorder. Yeah.
I have borderline personality disorder. I can get an introduction to like witchcraft kit on Amazon. I'm gonna do it.
I do feel like there's a lot of Wiccans with borderline personality disorder, and probably bipolar too.
Yeah.
I hear how we all just know this made Quentin Tarantino insanely horny.
Look, there's this movie called The Love Witch. And in this movie, this witch bewitches people, bewitches men, and the men really fall in love with her. And all of a sudden, it's a coked out Tarantino.
And he randomly drops the N-word,
It's a coked out Tarantino and Paul Thomas Anderson trying to lecture over Fiona Apple about The Love Witch.
Oh God. Hey,
every time I see that, I share it every single time I see the Fiona Apple quit cocaine after spending one night listening to Paul Thomas Anderson and Quentin Tarantino talk about movies.
Yeah.
I don't blame her. But these are letterbox one-liners for the Love Witch baby. You can follow Forrest and always Flacco, and he's logging in a bunch of stuff, usually stuff that we've covered and other things because he's a cinephile.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm on the cinephile registry.
Yeah. And of course, Conan, who's not here because he's on tour. You can find him at ConanTron, right? And he's almost done with the Criterion Challenge, I think.
Yeah, he's at least keeping up with it. He's doing good on that.
Yeah. You can find
I
me
saw him on tour.
Kristina.
You should too.
Yes.
Yeah, how was it?
It was good. Great.
Nice. And you can follow me at Kristina. I'm logging in stuff every now and then. I'm going to be logging in more stuff like my take on the Springsteen biopic and also soon enough Wicked for Good and other stuff I'm going to be watching. Thursday night, my mom and I are watching Sinners for, mischief night. Because that's,
Well,
Josh, you're on Letterboxd too, right?
I sure am. On all of the social media platforms, I'm Old Man Dugan.
Yeah.
I've got 2 podcasts, Unkind to Rewind and Munch My Benson, both of which are on all of the social media platforms like that, though I don't really use Twitter anymore. I'd love to not use social media at all, but whatever.
Yeah, I think about that all the time. I'm like,
except for Letterboxd, I genuinely enjoy.
Yeah,
that's pretty much the only one. I'm okay with Blue Sky. Every other one is a real problem.
Boring. Blue Sky's just boring.
Blue Sky's boring, but at least it's not like just like the algorithm for like Threads and Instagram. Both of those. Well, Instagram's just like 2/3 ads and forced
and whatever and whatever people post from TikTok.
I do think it's very funny that all the good advertisers have pulled out of Twitter at this point. So like the ads you get are legitimately psychotic. It's like the one that I keep getting is like the Freedom Center, and it's like here's why Hamas needs to understand that that Hamas needs to go, and it's like, okay, but like what can I do about that? Why are you telling me about that? Like what do you like? People love to be like, oh, go tell Hamas let the hostages go. It's like, do you think I know them? Do you think I have any?
Still MySpace. Oh man, MySpace, the good old days. Tom should have bought Facebook. He had the opportunity and he said no. And I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, well,
we're all coding.
It probably sucked to be.
Oh, Friendster. Wow.
Facebook Tom. Peeping Tom.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm the only guy still on Friendster.
I can't believe it's still around.
But yeah. We're about to drop the last episode of season 3 of Unkind Rewind, but
wait.
We're gonna do some random ones in between.
Let me queue up plugs real quick. All right,
sure.
we got this, and then I got you. If you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership. But getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts, if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra where we're putting up short form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic Reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week? All right, obviously Conan's not here, but yeah, I guess his tour is over, but his next leg of the tour is November 13th, 15th, 16th, 17th, and is going to be in Kansas City on the 13th, Jackson, Mississippi on the 14th, Atlanta on the 15th, New Orleans on the 16th, Austin on the 17th, Denton on the 18th. So he's going around the South and like the Midwest, and then he's going west to Arizona and Los Angeles, and so he's going to be doing that in November and December. But right now, I think his tour is over, so he's going to be back on Friday when we talk about Weapons. Which, Kristina, have you seen Weapons again since it came on HBO Max?
Yes.
Yeah, I just watched it the other night and was like, I made the mistake of watching it at 4 a.m.
Oh God. I watched it after I watched the first episode of It, Welcome to Derry. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm all forward out.
We've talked about the story of me seeing it finally. It was the day after my birthday. I was hungover as shit, and it was it was 1:30 or whatever, 12:30 in the afternoon. So I was hungover the day after my birthday in Philly, and we saw it like first thing in the morning, and I was just sitting there, and I had like acid reflux. I was like, and I was like, I was like, I'm not ready to be scared this early in the but I made it through. But yeah, watching it at 4 a.m. It's one of those movies that like, I don't know, like you go outside and it's like you're in like a, you know, somewhat like suburban or not suburban, but like, you know, just like a nice neighborhood, and it's still creepy. It's like, there's a lot of movies where you're like, well, at least I'm not, you know, in the location of it. But then you're like, you're literally, I literally live on a cul-de-sac. So it's like, but Kristina, what did you have going on? We were just on the Zoran Mamdani debate panel. That was fun.
Yeah, there was like 10 of us and counting.
We had to keep Josh, you know about this space? We're on there right now, but
we're left. It's a working class leftist media collective. We're working on making it a 24/7 thing. So maybe
sure.
I've
heard
podcast.
this before on
yeah, it's cool. I love it.
So they had a thing where they invited like pretty much anybody that's kind of, you know, a content creator that's in their circle, but they sent out the link to go on when they had the Zoran and Cuomo debate and, you know, Sliwa, and we all kind of piled in, and we were just switching out. Like they would, like one person would go on and then the next person would go on, and like, you know, we'd have to switch
We're all
out.
still like in this chat because we can only have like 10 people at a time on StreamYard. We look like Hollywood Squares at the end.
I was first on, and you were like, "Let me in, let me in."
It was funny. We're gonna do. I think we're gonna do election night coverage for the mayoral New York City race. So that should be fun too.
I think it's the day after we do Mildred Pierce. I think I want to say, but yeah.
Anyway, so one
week.
Yeah, because we're doing Noir November next week. So yeah, I'm still streaming on Twitch. Last night we did a double feature. We watched The Phantom of the Paradise because it's Halloween week, and we watched Phantom of the Paradise and Sweeney Todd. Y'all know I love that musical. Favorite Tim Burton movie. Great adaptation of a great stage show. And also today on the space, I was on with Alex and Visora. We were just talking about movies, TV, scary stuff, and also Alex went to his first political rally for Zoran. So that was pretty cool.
Nice.
I'm like, your first political rally ever? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, you live in New York City. How is this possible? But again, no uninspiring candidates.
He doesn't strike me as someone who until pretty recently was like really like, it feels like, you know, he did a good job like kind of hosting that panel though. It was like I felt like it felt like they kept him in charge for whatever reason.
Well, yeah, that's what Matt was saying too. I mean, he has the chops to be a producer too. Good for him. But yeah, he kind of got Emma's attention. They actually talked about him because he was wearing his Max Left hat.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is cool, which is very cool. And so yeah, it was fun, you know, talking, you know, I remember my first political rally. Of course, it was for Bernie. It was a big thing. And I'm like, yeah, you know, you're with a lot of people that you end up, you know, talking to, sharing camaraderie with. There's always a good feeling to when you go to like a political rally, but except for Kathy Hochul hearing "Go Bills" and not "Tax the Rich."
I haven't gotten to go to any of the ones this year, but the best one I ever went to wasn't the first one by any means, but the best one I ever went to was right after Bernie had his heart attack, and he was like,
I had one too
for a little while. So I went to the one where he first came out. He was back on the campaign trail.
People up or whatever, right?
It's the one in Queens where he was endorsed by AOC, and everybody was there. It was so packed.
We had hope.
And AOC came out and was like, "I endorse Bernie," and then the crowd went wild. And I was like, I was so amped up. And then Bernie comes out, and everyone's like, "Ah!" And he's like, he was like this thing or whatever, and he's like, "Oh, I'm here."
Yeah, we were live streaming that at the office, at the Bernie office. When I saw Bernie opened up his South Carolina like headquarters in Columbia, so we all went there. It was right after his heart attack too, and he looked good because everyone's like, "Wow, his selfie he took of him, he looks good." Because I was like right there live streaming it on Facebook, and I got all my right wing fans saying, "This is how fascism comes into our country," and I'm like, block it away. I'm having fun. And then I was like, "Bernie, selfie?" He's like, "Yeah." He's like, and then he's like, "You're familiar." I'm like, I've been to live your rallies in Aiken and Augusta, Georgia. You gave me a sweaty hug. He's like, oh yeah.
You look familiar. I don't know, but I've seen you somewhere before.
But I've been to like 5 or 6 Bernie rallies. He should know me by now. I don't recommend volunteering for a Bernie rally, because when I was in charge of sitting people behind the press at a big rally at USC Aiken, and we had to reserve for like last minute staggers, and like nobody listened to me. I'm like, you don't want to sit right behind the press because you're not going to see him. And then they bitched to me afterwards. I'm like, you should listen to me.
The first one I ever went to was right after Bernie dropped out, like literally within the weeks of Bernie dropping out. He came to New Paltz for some reason in the park, and he like rallied people on the park. At least this is the first one I went to like as an adult on my own, like without family. And like I just remember walking from my apartment was on one side of the park, and then the college was on the other side of the park, and I was walking to class, had no idea this was even happening. And then I just see Bernie like standing on the thing, and I'm like, Bernie, and he's like rallying everyone, and I was like, oh, like
when he came to my campaign office, because he specifically asked to have it at the office to show like the momentum that our office had, because we knock on the most doors in the state of South Carolina, and I was helping his team set up the podium. I'm like, could you take a photo of me as podium? They're like, absolutely. So there's a few photos of me posing at the podium, and I'm like, oh yeah, I feel the burn.
But Josh, you're back with Munch My Benson. What's going on? How's it going?
So we're back. We are sort of altering the release schedule to accommodate my co-host having 2 fucking children.
Oof, don't recommend that.
Yeah. Especially trying to do that and podcasting when you don't have someone else editing your stuff. So yeah, we're doing every other week, and then in the intervening or in the weeks in between, we drop an old episode that's been paywalled. We also we're gonna start doing more bonus content. Just freeing yourselves from watching fucking, at least an SVU every week. But that pod's really fun. That's the bigger podcast that I do. And then Unkind Rewind is still growing. We're about to Thursday, we dropped the final episode of season 3, which is going to be on Robin Hood, the animated Robin Hood. And then Sean and I will do at least a monthly sort of bonus episode in between the seasons. But we should start dropping season 4 in January. So
Kristina's got to go on Unkind Rewind, because I've been on, Conan's been on.
Yeah. The problem is I've seen almost every movie from my childhood. So it's it's hard for me to pick a movie that I haven't seen.
So we did an episode.
Years.
I forget which episode it was after. I had to figure this out, and it took me a long time to try to figure out something that I hadn't seen before, that I hadn't seen since childhood. I finally banged out just a list of 10. But there's the Jimmy Kimmel Jimmy Kimmel picture, named after
basically a 3-minute ad on ABC on primetime.
Yeah. It was crazy.
Have you gotten a boost? Did you get a boost?
Somewhat. It's that I don't think that there are many people who are seeking out podcasts who are also watching network television during primetime hours.
I mean, if your podcast had come about in 1999, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire would be like, oh yeah, we do this.
Oh yeah, and this is at least celebrity. It was Birbiglia and Atsuko were the 2 contestants, and so it was celebrity. More people are going to watch that than something else than normal millionaire. But
for the first comment, Conan going, "Holy crap!" with a fire sign on it. But yeah, so we're gonna do an after party. After this, we're gonna do the Love Witch after party. But
we're gonna go to the Love Witch baby.
The Love Witch baby. Do you have any final thoughts? Anything we didn't get to?
I think Samantha Robinson is incredible in this.
Yeah.
I think it can't be understated how much she nails this. And if she's not pitch perfect, this movie doesn't get pulled off, and she absolutely is.
I was trying to think, is there one other, is there anyone else that I could see pulling this off? The only person that I thought of that kind of popped into my brain was Alison Brie. I could see kind of doing a movie because she kind of has
got that face.
Yeah. She's got the
something could be unsettling about her face if she gives like the right like facial expressions.
And she's just kind of out of time enough that I think maybe she could, but I don't think anyone could do it better than Samantha Robinson.
Well, and she has that weird transatlantic accent thing going.
Yeah.
That's just
It makes her, like,
natural
valley
for her.
Girl.
Yeah. It's like
Samantha Robinson has a transatlantic. Obviously, yeah. Allison Brie's from Pasadena or whatever. But.
Yeah. By the way, the one thing that I wanted to say before jumping to Kristina is so it was the last film I think to cut an original camera negative on 35 millimeter. So basically, it was the last film that they can really think of with that 35 millimeter film stock where they actually edited it by hand. Instead of doing it with a digital intermediary, which is like Premiere or Avid or any kind of computer program. So literally, they went. I mean, the reason it took so long to, I think to create it, or one of the reasons, they had to actually edit it through the film stock rather than doing it on a computer, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kristina, final thoughts? Anything we didn't get to?
I love this movie so much. It's a great good for her film. If you're into witches, this is a movie you definitely should see. And also, if you are someone who hates how shit cinematography has become these days, this is your film.
Yeah, they did it through a oscilloscope laboratory, which
it reminded me of Dark Shadows because that was also like the last soap opera to be filmed in Kaleidoscope.
Yeah, I was thinking not just Dark Shadows, but just like soap operas in general, right? Like the reason that they have so many unknown kind of actors or actors from NCIS, like that's kind of what the woman's pictures became, was like
Jeffrey. I remember him playing Carlos Rivera on General Hospital. He was a hitman for a rival mob boss for Sonny Corinthos, and he got shot, and he was a ghost, and then he actually wasn't dead, but then he got killed off for real. He was on the soap opera for 3 years.
That was the guy that played Griff.
Then he played his good twin brother.
That was the guy that played Griff.
Yeah.
That played Wayne Peters.
Oh, Wayne Peters. Oh, yeah.
Griff Jean Keys is actually he's mostly a model, and he's done a lot of modeling for romance novel covers.
That's not
Fabio.
Ahmad
He's like some guy who would also do like those vertical dramas that I'm addicted to. That I see. Those are the films that people are like, oh, you have to be, if you're on your phone, they basically explain you the plot the entire time and nothing makes sense.
Well, TV's becoming more like that.
Everything.
They have the thing where it's like, oh, they have to be designed so that if people are on their phones, they can still follow the plot. And it's like, this sucks. This medium sucks.
That's what's killing movie theaters, not
That's
the
second
popcorn
time
bucket.
I've had that conversation right there in the last 2 days.
Well, they had that clip of Jamila Jamil, who another problematic person that I kind of like listening to talk.
Sure.
Wait, really? Wow. I liked her talk about the pill and all that.
Wait, she's not like transphobic, but she has like a lot of weird opinions that she'll just spout
It's
out.
about her big problematic stuff is about body image issues.
Yeah. Because she had them, and it's like, can you really get mad at somebody for that kind of thing? Like people really do, but I don't know. I find it for a little while.
I watched Passions.
So
by the way.
before he became before we all knew he was like pretty much a rapist, like I always felt like she was kind of female Russell Brand before we knew the bad stuff about him. You know what I mean? Like they both had zero filter to like anything that they said. But yeah, so she was the one. She had a clip that went viral that she was talking about how they essentially make it so that every time you write a show now, it's like, oh, people have to be able to like understand the plot of this while they're watching.
There have to be
don't show
that are happening so people hear them and register them while they're on their phones. Yeah.
And I'm sure also the old people sitting in a nursing home can follow along.
Yeah. Yes, I've seen Passions.
Great conversations like this go on for an hour. Join us for an after party Friday. So Halloween. If you don't have any plans on Halloween, 8 p.m. same time.
Get dressed up.
As usual. We are going to. I wanted to find the costume. I wanted to find like the
orange wig and glasses.
Yeah. Then I just didn't. I didn't get around to it. But I thought it would be really funny to come on and like that with the jumpsuit and everything, like the yeah. But maybe I will. I don't know. Who knows? Find out on Friday. And Join us for the after party. If you're on this space, thanks for joining us. You can go to the Movie Night Extravaganza channel, like, subscribe, and also we'll be on there as an after party. It's not going to be on this space. Sorry to tell you, but we're not going to keep them up that late.